The protagonist rolled his eyes, thinking that it was all over. The world became a playground, and people turned into players, killing monsters and trying to survive. The tasks were given to them by the game masters, the so-called GMs. Naturally, they weren't the ones enjoying the game. This creature hovered high above the world and was called a deity. There were also deities who watched the game, some of whom chose their favorite players and made them their avatars. They personally took part in the game and showed their willingness to submit to the will of higher powers. Then a monster appeared, bursting out of the ground with a mouth full of teeth and tentacles, and around it lay fallen figures in a gloomy environment. And as a result, humanity died out, leaving only emptiness and traces of destruction. The hero said, "Damn game," and there was only bitterness and weariness in these words. There was only one way to escape death, to escape from this world through a hole that opened like a rift between reality and the abyss. However, according to the rules of the game, the avatar of a deity could not pass through that hole because it was created only for mortals, and he was just a damn avatar. His gaze is cold and indifferent, and eternity itself looks through him. The world was plunged into darkness, and the game itself ended with the destruction of humanity and the fall of the avatar. It all ended in emptiness, despair, and cold indifference. A lonely world that was created for him, the last surviving man. Yes, that's how it all ended. The role was played, the sword was raised up. Instead of remaining alone in this deserted world, it is better to finish everything on your own. The guy sighed heavily, accepting the situation. The main character raises the sword above himself, and everything around him is filled with scarlet. And suddenly, the hero's face distorted with surprise. His eyes widened. He saw the shop table, but usually such shops are found in console games. So why did it suddenly appear here? A dark hand with a bandaged finger reached forward towards the bench. The hero faced a choice and wondered if the deities knew about the existence of the second set and the given conditions of the game. He thought that the deities were unaware of the emergence of the new function. Maybe it's the Joker that appeared after completing the game. Or maybe he went crazy. With a smirk on his face, the guy said that there was nothing strange about it. It was a game after all. And if this is not a hallucination, you can be sure of one thing: he will be able to make this batch. To purchase it, he needs 1 million. Over the course of 10 years, the guy collected 1,700,000 points and did the right thing by not spending them. After the second round starts, he will be able to purchase various items from the shop. And if the protagonist can really start over, then he can change everything, including this shitty ending. The guy closed his eyes. The first round of the game ended. A message about a nice game appears and the end of the stage is announced. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes, holding his breath. A man in a dark hoodie sat on a wooden bench, among greenery and multi-story buildings. The building with a modern facade stood amidst greenery and blue sky. Two characters walked side by side, among the foliage and calm urban atmosphere. The main character said with a serious expression that everything had returned. He touched the transparent surface with his hand, but the status window did not open. The hero lay down on the bench and was surprised that he had not seen such peace for a long time. A long-haired girl approached him and asked him what he was doing there. The guy's eyes widened, and with great surprise on his face, he recognized the girl as an old, close friend from university. The heroine awkwardly touched her face and asked if there was something on her face. She was a year younger than the guy, and they were quite close. The girl with long, dark hair said that he had been playing games all night again, and that at this rate his grades might suffer this semester. The hero replied with a slight smile that the semester wouldn't even start anyway and asked what date it was. The girl answered with surprise that today was the 17th of August. The hero lowered his head and thought that something was true after all. Then, with a serious expression on his face, he abruptly lowered his gaze and froze. The guy sitting on the bench watched as the ground cracked, and the words were heard that the game had started all over again. And he returned to that very first day when that very goblin hand appeared. The girl turned to Seihan and asked why he was frozen. Maybe he hadn't fully woken up yet. The hero admitted that he had been playing a dangerous game day and night and had just seen the end. Then he looked up and wondered if he had really returned. The heroine reminded him that classes started next week, and he responded with a short yes. And he quietly said words of gratitude for everything that had happened, and noted that Jisoo was there not only because she cared about him. She briefly said that in any case it was necessary to move on, turning her head sharply. After that, she suddenly suggested going somewhere else. Shihanu asked why all of a sudden, and then fell silent. The guy was walking down the path holding a phone in his hand. It was Jong Hyun. He was always hanging around Jisoo. The protagonist thought that Jong Hyun had already become like this on the first level, and most likely he hadn't even passed the first level. Shihan told his friend that she shouldn't leave just because of him. She began asking questions about John with surprise. But the hero said that he doesn't feel much now because it happened 10 years ago. Jisoo said with displeasure that she didn't like it and added that he had a strange look in his eyes. And she said that it would be better to go somewhere else because suddenly John would start saying something. The main character was taken aback and realized that it all started with these words. That day, 10 years ago, when he and Jisoo were chatting about nothing, she looked to the side and asked what was there, and then suggested that they were probably filming a movie. It dawned on the guy that this was exactly how it had all happened. The heroes were sitting on the roof of the university restaurant when a hand and cracks appeared from below. And suddenly, green creatures began to emerge from under the ground and slowly move forward. The heroes who noticed this said, "Wow, what is that? Are those really such cool costumes?" Others said that they were making a movie, as if trying to explain the strange things happening around them. The protagonist and his girlfriend leaned closer to the edge to see what was happening below. There was a crowd of goblins with spears standing on the stone path. Jisoo turned to the side and said with a lively expression that she wanted to see it too. But he said no, suggesting to wait a little longer. He repeated that it was worth waiting just a little bit. A lively crowd began to gather around the monsters. But suddenly, the girl heard a scream that a man had been stabbed to death. And the green monster with a furious expression on its face loomed over the man, and its teeth flashed. The silhouettes clashed in a fierce battle, one struck with a weapon, and the other was struck down. The monster's toothy mouth opened in a furious and self-satisfied roar, after which the goblins rushed forward, their faces distorted into evil grins. The girl's voice trembled with horror, and her facial expression reflected a mixture of fear and disbelief. The monster laughed loudly and moved forward. People ran away in panic, fleeing from the approaching goblins. They mainly attacked the weak, which emphasized their cruel nature and ruthless choice of victims. The monster rushed to attack, and the blow was delivered to the back of the head. Fear and hopelessness were reflected in people's eyes. For goblins, killing was not a hunt, but a pastime, so they killed people with a grin. The girl grabbed the guy's hand sharply and firmly, after which she shouted with all her might that it was time to run. But suddenly an angry roar was heard nearby, and the heroes turned toward the sound. A goblin was rushing towards them, and his movements were accompanied by laughter. Shihan stood up from the bench and looked forward with determination. The monster with a long, sharp sword was moving closer and closer. Then Jisoo clenched her teeth tensely, and she instantly ran out in front of the main character, saving him from the attack with her own body. The hero understood that he had once been like this at the first level, remembering how Jisoo had covered him with her body, and he had stood as if rooted to the spot. The worst part was that her scarlet blood splashed all over him. The guy just stood behind her and then ran away like a total scumbag. A message appeared on the sign that the second level would soon begin. A soft sound was heard, and synchronization began. Shihan clenched his fist, declaring that he was a solo player who had seen the end of this world. Then he ran forward, feeling that everything was different now. The smile instantly disappeared from the goblin's face, and the monster swung at the main character. But he managed to dodge. And bringing down a blow on the goblin, he firmly declared that this time there was no way. He spun like a whirlwind, gaining speed and turning his movement into a deadly dance. And then he plunged his sword into the monster, cutting through the flesh with one decisive, unerring movement. And with a smile, continuing the phrase he had started, he shouted, "It will not be like it was then." The main character was warming up, and at that moment the second level began, and he understood that the previous rules also apply in the game world. He was awarded 300 points for the goblin, and Shihan remembered that he had 700,000 points left in the first stage. His hand hesitantly reached for the balance, and he realized it was like trying to buy unavailable items in a newbie game. Observation balls circled in the sky above the building. A rough voice announced that they were invited to a game of the gods. The girl listened in surprise as the voice announced that they were now players and had to complete the main task. If you fail, you will be punished. After a sharp screech, the voice added that more detailed information could be found in the help file. Others didn't understand what this game was and what it all meant. Shihan frowned, realizing that there was a sharp increase in points in the god game, or a weapon that is too good will immediately attract attention. He looked at the watching balls, knowing he needed to be more careful and grateful for the new start. The observer was the eyes of the gods and the game master, and usually looked something like this. The protagonist knew that suspicions would complicate the tasks, and the game would become more difficult. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had to act carefully and not stick his neck out unnecessarily. The boy shook the goblin, screaming, wondering if it looked like he was having a hard time handling it. A female voice called out to him and said that it was hard to believe, but such monsters do not just appear in reality. Jisoo admitted that the strange feeling and voice indicate that reality has already changed. The guy coldly replied that it was possible, and he continued that in the real world it is impossible to see such a notification with a message. The protagonist chuckled, noting how calm she was. The girl turned around abruptly and said that it was the hero who was acting calmly, and demanded to know how he had dealt with the monster so easily. The voice told them that they would be attacked by goblins and that they would have to either fight or run to get off campus. Shihan smiled, thinking that with the difficulty of E and a completion time of 2 days, it was sheer ease. And then he told his friend that they would talk later and that they needed to move before the creatures came. A loud laugh from a blue-haired goblin was heard in the distance. The monsters approached angrily, gradually accelerating their pace. The guy grabbed Jisoo's hand and pulled her forward. He shouted for them to run and rushed forward, not letting go of her hand. The heroine seemed to come to her senses and quietly answered that yes. The goblins rushed after them, determination written on their faces. The protagonist didn't look back and rushed forward, fully focused on leading them away from the goblins. They broke away, but people remained behind. Then Jisoo turned around as if she couldn't bear the anxiety, and her gaze darted towards the girl whose stomach the monster had pierced, and then at the man who was hit on the back of the head. Unable to bear such a sight, the heroine closed her eyes, and she continued running, trying not to think about the splashes of blood flashing behind her. The modern facade of the building was visible against the clear sky. Trying to catch her breath, Jisoo asked about those people. Walking forward, Zihan replied that there weren't many casualties yet, and that the goblins have the strength of an average adult man, and that once people start to gather in crowds, things will calm down a bit. But this is only until the hobgoblins appear. Suddenly it occurred to him that something seemed to have happened around that time, and indeed a safe zone sign appeared. The main character recalled that at the first stage when he was shying around here. He was lucky to reach the safe zone. The girl asked what it meant while goblins stood in the background near the barrier. Shihanu told her that if this was a game, then there must be a safe place where monsters couldn't get in. One of the monsters clenched his teeth and a brief spasm of rage passed across his face. He swung his sword, and there was a heavy brute force in his movement. But the sword broke, as if it could not withstand its own blow. Then the monster growled in anger, and his friend exhaled. Looking at the leaving goblins, the main character said that they couldn't enter. Sitting down on the floor, the girl said that it was clear and quietly added that they had survived. The guy replied that they should first rest here for a bit and then move on. And he thought that he needed to arm Jisoo with everything he needed, so that she could face at least one goblin on her own. Barely breathing, the guy ran away from someone, feeling how each new movement became more and more difficult. People did not understand what was happening, and someone in despair said this almost in a whisper, but with a tear. Something crashed to the ground in front of them, and a heavy sound rolled across the empty space. A moment later, the goblin lay motionless and with his throat cut. In front of them was a dark silhouette with a green pendant on his chest, and with a pink flask on his belt. But what was most surprising was that it was Jisoo, armed with a blade. She cut down the monsters one after another, moving quickly and confidently. The guy was taken aback and could hardly understand what was happening, but most of all, he didn't understand what Jisoo was doing there. 3 hours ago, Jihanu said that the gods were watching the players only out of interest. They chose the player they liked and made him their avatar, and they simply watched as the chosen player completed the tasks, enjoying it, because that was how each of the gods behaved. There were also so-called game masters who monitored the server and issued tasks. This was a personal observer of the Korean master of the game, a Kartos. Realizing that they were being watched, Zihanu's only thought was for the observer to quickly leave and get lost. Floating in the foliage, the eye followed what was happening for some time, and then he flew away, and the protagonist thought with annoyance that the observer had no patience at all. Barely 30 minutes had passed. That's why a Kartos can't become the best master of the game. He was so impatient, although in the end, it only played into the guy's hands. The main character thought that he needed to check the shop with goods. Then he quickly pressed the button. The sign glowed with a bright purple light. Siehan's eyes widened, but he exhaled in fear and realized that only he could see the backlight. The guy opened the site using his keyboard and realized that this must be the game community used by the gods. Did they just copy a regular gaming site and add some kind of chat? Upon entering this chat, the protagonist noted that it simply looked like a regular internet chat. They were interested in who was sitting on which server. As he got up, he thought that he was lucky and that he could get useful information from the chat, so next time it was worth writing something. Shihan decided that he needed to be checked on constantly. Opening the portal, the guy thought that he had first checked the community. And now, the protagonist's eyes lit up from such a crazy quality. A multitude of precious stones and gold shone before him. All this luxury even covered the hilt of the sword. The guy was surprised to notice that several of them were closed. The main task was not completed, and decided that this might depend on the level completed. He decided that it was not yet clear whether it was possible to open everything or just part of it. But even partial access was already good. And I thought that I had done well in the first stage, and I decided to check if there were any special features. Suddenly, a multiplayer kit appeared in his hands, and the hero wondered what this meant, whether he could really assemble a team for himself. He noted that the set is expensive, funds are sufficient, but it is still worth saving. A cry was heard in the distance, calling everyone to gather, because it really is better to unite now. Shihan noticed that they were slowly starting to unite. One of the group shouted decisively that they would cope and destroy these creatures together. The crowd rushed forward with excited shouts. They pointed their guns at the goblins and prepared to attack. The heroes struck the faces of these monsters as they moved forward. However, the goblins turned out to be more evasive and began to bite their opponents. The girl, in tears, started running away from them and calling for help. The monsters just laughed loudly, watching her panic, as if it only egged them on. Suddenly, a guy appeared from behind and with a powerful blow threw the monster back, interrupting their mocking laughter. However, another goblin managed to react and hit him, ruining the moment of advantage. The heroes found themselves trapped, completely surrounded by monsters. The man gritted his teeth and shouted that he needed to hold on a little longer. The guy silently watched as a disgruntled voice addressed to his opponent was heard from behind, along with a question about whether they would continue to just sit there. Shehanu flinched in surprise and said that they needed to get ready to leave slowly. Jisoo calmly said that they should go faster then, since she was already hungry. This surprised the hero, and he noted to himself how quickly she adapted. The guy handed her a knife, and Jisoo clarified that it was the very same goblin trophy. The girl became worried, and Sehanu replied that he would get a new weapon since she was more defenseless. He added that the knife was a little rusty, so its condition wasn't the best, but it was still suitable for self-defense. The protagonist also handed her a VIP brooch, which accelerated the healing of wounds and increased the points earned by 20%. Jisoo asked if it was some kind of game item and where he found it. To this, the guy calmly replied that when he caught the goblin, this brooch was among his things. And he himself thought about the fact that for such a small thing they give 10,000 points. And together with his own, it already comes to 20,000. It wasn't cheap, but considering the effect, it was actually a saving, because reality became like a game, although death still meant the end. Seihan decided that for the accelerated healing and the extra 20 points, the price was justified. The item was truly a good deal. The heroes left the safe zone, and the boy couldn't help but notice that in such conditions, objects really do decide a lot. The protagonist briefly said that they should try to get out of here and reminded Jisoo to focus on defense. Silhouettes sat behind chairs in a dark room and said that there was chaos all around, and that people seemed funny to them. One of them said that in his area, people were begging for salvation, and then they were dying one after another, and that turned out to be not interesting at all. Another one noticed that he was being shot at and making a noise. He liked it, and then asked Akartos if he had anything similar. The man calmly noted that a guy had appeared on his property who showed promise. "This hero looks like a beast," Akartos added. The girl adjusted the brooch on her chest, and she said to herself that she didn't seem to have forgotten anything, and that she had her equipment with her. The building was enveloped in a soft sunset light that spread across the walls, and inside there was chaos, and there were blood spatters, monsters, and people lying on the walls everywhere. The heroes sitting behind the bushes looked at each other, silently assessing what was happening in front of them. And then, without a word, Jisoo jumped inside, acting quickly. The goblins' mouths dropped open as they looked towards the girl, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Moving towards them, the heroine asked if she had a plan. Recalling what Sihan had said, since there were so many goblin groups, there must be someone controlling them somewhere nearby. After all animals that live in packs always have a leader. This leader is the boss in this mission, and if he is not eliminated, it will be very difficult to get out of here. That's why the main character needs Jisoo's help. Running away from the monsters, the girl screamed that they could do it. First, she splashed the elixir, and its tempting scent immediately began to attract weak monsters. They sprinkled the elixir and lured the goblins. Then they used an invisibility potion that lasts 5 minutes. The heroine ran away quickly, and the monsters kept increasing in number. Jisoo was happy because she had succeeded and the goblins had gathered. The guy ran quickly and barely breathing. He didn't understand what was really going on. The heroine, who was running away from him, was surprised when she barely recognized Lee Jong-hyun in the silhouette. She was irritated because something like this happened in just such a situation. The girl remembered that they didn't need to catch the leader. They just needed to get out of here. Then she stopped abruptly, realizing that this was a game and that the more people remained alive, the greater the reward would be. Something suddenly landed in front of the heroes, raising a cloud of dust, and the goblin's throat was suddenly cut by a swift silhouette, and Jisoo was momentarily confused, surprised at why her body suddenly became so light. The guy behind him screamed, choking with shock at what the heroine had just done. The girl sighed angrily, saying that she had no intention of saving him. Then Jisoo became indignant, saying that in such a situation she should first thank him for saving her. But her eyes widened, and the heroine became frightened, feeling how it suddenly became difficult to breathe. She breathed in and out, unable to calm down, feeling her blood boiling. The hand holding the flask was shaking, and Jisoo said that time was running out and there was no time to waste. The flask with the potion broke because it was necessary to stop the goblins from getting to Op. Goblins quickly gathered around the heroine, and she began to glow with a red-violet light. An evil smile appeared on her face. Her eyes flashed red, and she realized that she needed to block the monsters. The main character walked and thought that nothing would happen and that everything would be fine with Jisoo. And suddenly a huge goblin appeared in front of him, blocking the road. Sehan looked at him and calmly said, "Hello to the hidden boss," and that they hadn't seen each other for 10 years. The goblin only silently exhaled dark steam, not taking his eyes off him. And then he made a sharp swing, and the air around him shook with the force of the blow. Dodging, the boy thought that it was unexpected and that now it was his turn to act. The hero distributed the points and allocated 20 points to dexterity. He jumped high, pushing off the ground easily thanks to his increased agility. And the brute looked around in panic, trying to understand where the enemy had disappeared from. Shihan smirked as he watched his boss's behavior, and then he began to fall on the goblin. Without giving the thug time to come to his senses, the protagonist swung his hand, after which he struck him in the eye with all his might. The monster roared in pain, and green liquid began to flow around it. Taking advantage of the moment, Jehanu jumped back sharply, sliding along the ground. Squeezing the stone, Zihan thought that because of this sword, there were too many casualties in the first stage, and that this time it would be different. The guy added 10 points to his strength and muscles appeared on his arms, after which he quickly threw the stone, hitting the thug's hand straight, knocking him to the side. The main character rushed forward, and I thought that such a sword would be enough. Jumping up, Shehanu shouted that it was time to say goodbye. Having cut off his head, the hero received the hobgoblin belt and 500 points. Then he smirked slightly and thought that this was a worthy reward for the hidden boss. This belt adds 10 points to strength, and the restrictions of the main task do not affect these indicators. Then the guy looked around and tried to remember which direction Jisoo was. But ahead there was only an empty evening courtyard, quiet and motionless. The protagonist was surprised and noted to himself that this was strange, because the goblins should have already run here. Sehan Wu thought that the potion only lasted for 5 minutes, and that Jisoo might not have had time to escape, although he might have ended the fight too quickly. Suddenly he noticed how the monsters were running away in a crowd in the opposite direction. And from their appearance, you can tell that the goblins are very afraid of something. A look of concern flashed in the protagonist's eyes. Sehan Wu rushed forward, convincing himself that nothing had happened to Jisoo. The guy caught the sharp smell of blood and realized that he should not have left her alone. And he can't leave his girlfriend to die. But a silhouette of a girl appeared in front of him, and goblins lay in heaps around him. A few minutes earlier, the goblins looked around in fear. One of them was struck by a sword and the goblin collapsed. The same thing happened to the others. The monsters fell one after another. Jisoo's merciless gaze slid over the living opponents. They still rushed furiously into the attack, confident of their numerical superiority. But the heroine only gripped the hilt of the sword tighter, preparing to meet the next blow. She swung her sword in a circular motion, striking the goblins, not giving them the slightest chance to get any closer. Then the girl sharply swung the knife upward, and she struck the monster on the head, instantly cutting off its charge. Jisoo's face was spattered with blood, but her expression remained just as cold and focused. Standing with her back turned, she remained motionless, like a statue. Jisoo slowly turned her head, looking coldly over her shoulder, and her clothes were all covered in green blood. Seeing the main character, Jisoo smiled slightly, and he asked in confusion what happened here. He was surprised that even though goblins weren't the strongest monsters, she had taken out so many of them on her own. Jisoo briefly said that she lured the monsters, ran into Lee Jung-hyun, and that there was someone else there. At first he looked normal, but then he suddenly fell down and the girl thought he was dead. He was probably too scared of the goblins, turned out to be a coward and seemed like a strange guy to her. The protagonist asked Jisoo to open the status window and accept his request. The experience points were quite high, but the guy didn't see anything unusual. However, where does the rare passive skill Death Star of SS rank come from? He remembered the world of Jean and the warrior Helma, whom he met on a mission and remembered as the strongest from another dimension. The owner of this skill is able to instill terror in the enemy, and then it became clear why the goblins ran away so quickly. However, if the possessors of such a skill could not cope with its power, they would lose their minds and could lose their personality. Sehan noted that Jisoo was not yet showing any signs of losing her mind, but decided to keep an eye on her, as her power could manifest unexpectedly. The guy hesitated and didn't know whether he should tell her everything, but he understood that it would be wrong to hide it from her. Although now I only need to tell Jisoo the most necessary things. The hero explained that, in short, it is a feature that makes a person stronger at the sight of blood. Jisoo replied that it was a disgusting skill, but when she saw the blood on the knife, her eyes lit up. Hiding the knife, he said that was enough. If you use this skill often, it can be dangerous and you need to be careful. Shihan noticed that his friend didn't have a single scratch, and he decided that the skill and the brooch had given her amazing recovery power, and he offered the girl to sign a contract with him. He continued that there was nothing strange about it and offered to become a team with him. Jisoo exclaimed, recalling her experience participating in the team hunt, smiled shyly and agreed. A green square appeared above his hand, and Zihan said, "Great, then he'll buy the set." The hero thought that by transferring the skill, he could become stronger than in his past life. Sehanu submitted an application to the team and said that everything was fine, nothing bad would happen, you just need to click. The system announced that the first team member had arrived and offered to share skills. The system announced that he currently has no skills and therefore cannot share them. Sehan decided that he had to acquire the skill himself, and it would take time, so he put it off for now. The protagonist noticed the observers and thought with relief that they hadn't seen Jisoo deal with the hobgoblins. The protagonist suggested trying to complete the task, and Jisoo agreed, adding that they just needed to get out of here. The guy jumped up abruptly, pointed his finger at the girl and screamed. Jisoo responded angrily that such a reaction was much better than a nasty look. When Sehan approached him and asked what he was doing there, the guy asked with a grin if he was that loser. But the blade suddenly touched his chin. Then the heroine coldly told him to answer the question properly. The guy awkwardly admitted that everyone had started gathering in groups, and he himself was supposedly on reconnaissance, and with a girl, because if something happens to one, the others should report it. The guy grinned and said that if that was the case, then there was someone who gave him instructions. He chuckled and said that he himself would never have gone on such a mission. He was just unlucky and he drew lots. It turned out that behind all this, there was an unknown person who had already begun to command people and direct them to fight the goblins. And if he is able to keep a panicking crowd under control, he really has a head on his shoulders and the makings of a leader. Considering that he was killed in the first stage, it would have been wiser to get out of here rather than try to confront the goblins. The protagonist told Lee Jung-hyun to take him to the boss, clarifying that he just needed to show him the way. The guy shouted that he was crazy and was just asking for trouble. Who is Sehan anyway to tell people what to do? After these words, a goblin was approaching Lee Jung-hyun, but his paw was stopped by someone's hand. A sharp, dry crunch passed through the green skin, and the hand passed right through like a blade. So the unfortunate goblin didn't just cry, his face twisted and he choked on a sob. And the main character has already raised his fist, without a shadow of a doubt, without hesitation. Aggression flashed in his eyes, cold, focused, like a predator's. Lee Jung-hyun's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with fear as blood splashed on him. Goblins have one interesting feature. In a fight, they always try to kill the one who looks the weakest first. Shehanu calmly asked if he wanted to stay alone or if he would accompany them. In his past life, at this very time, the main character also tried to escape from here. It's good that he was able to find a safe zone. Shehanu became wary and asked where they were going and whether he was showing the right way. Lee Jung-hyun replied that everything was fine and that they had taken refuge in the gym. A gloomy and cracked building lay before them. Inside, other people tried to help the victims. They stood in groups. Some sat right on the floor, some leaned against the walls. Others had barely a pulse, and it took a long time to find the faint throb under their skin to make sure they were still alive. Most of them were victims of the very first attack. He was probably at a loss himself, but he had enough strength to help people and take refuge in this building. A man who could remain calm and quickly inspire confidence was extremely rare on this campus. Then the main character asked if this was the headman, the very one who sent him on reconnaissance. And he grinned, realizing that it wasn't hard to guess. Village Chief Yoon Hyun Gyun has once again proven himself to be a leader, and it's no wonder he has attracted the attention of the gods. He probably received the status of a rare avatar, although in his past life he was attacked by a hobgoblin and died. Most likely he doesn't understand that without going outside the university you can die, which is why he hasn't become an avatar yet. There are so many observers here that the request for an avatar should have already come in. Suddenly the man noticed Lee Jong-hyun and called out to him. The headman ran up to the group and asked if everything was okay with him. Shihanu said that all the formalities would be later, but first they needed to get out of this place. And he explained that this was necessary because the leader of the monsters was dead. They've probably already received notice of the hobgoblin leader's death, and without a leader, the monsters now don't know where to go. The protagonist stated that they needed to take advantage of the moment and get out of the campus, since the original goal was to escape. There were a lot of people around, and Zihan continued that if you open the task window, the completion time will appear there. And this situation doesn't feel like reality, as if someone has locked them in a game and is having fun watching them. The protagonist stated that these were just his assumptions and observations, but he understood one thing for sure. Whoever he was not their friend. He was confident that his knowledge of the game and the system remained at the level of a beginner, and the gods will gradually become bored, and it is unknown what task they will come up with next. The more favorable the situation is for the players, the less interest it arouses in the gods, and in this crazy game, their reaction is what matters. They've probably already heard about the destruction of the hobgoblin, so they need something new. The village chief asked if this meant that the most important thing in completing the task was to escape from here, and Ziahanu replied that yes, and as quickly as possible. The man noted that he had already thought about measures, since there was no connection with the outside world, and they could not transmit information about themselves. The guy was surprised that he understood the situation so quickly, although at the first stage he could not do anything and died, and he realized that something was wrong here, and that then it was impossible to fight back or leave the gym, and he added that he heard that he was killed right while defending himself from monsters. Sihan thought that the leader was too cowardly and indecisive, but he didn't seem like that at all. A male silhouette appeared from behind and asked what they were talking about, adding that the best thing they could do now was wait for help. He stated that they couldn't expose themselves to danger outside, and then asked Hyun if he really agreed with this man. The protagonist became wary when he recognized Park Dong-gwan, nicknamed Bat, in the silhouette and wondered what he was doing here. Shihan knew this guy well because in his past life he had set him up several times. The headman noted that waiting for help only made sense if there was communication, and asked what would happen if no one came. Park Dong-gwan countered, asking if he was proposing to take risks and put people's lives at risk for this. The man hesitated and said hesitantly that that was not what he meant. The protagonist noted that they had studied together, and from his appearance he immediately realized that this guy was up to something again. The boy turned to Sehan and smiled, saying that he was Deputy Headmaster Park Dong-gwan. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was very pleased to meet you. The deputy noticed that he had just said some ridiculous things to Hyun and asked if he was suggesting that they leave. And is he in his right mind, reminding that half of those present are wounded and it is impossible to escape with them. They were just lucky enough to kill a couple of monsters, which is why the heroes now consider themselves fearless. There are terrible monsters roaming outside, and it is impossible to leave here with the wounded without weapons. Waiting for help from the military or police is the best thing they can do now for everyone. Sehanu only noted to himself that an ordinary person might think so, but he knew Park Dong-gwan too well to believe his words. Park Dong-gwan was the one who infiltrated various groups and found out everything he needed. And then he watched with pleasure as people were killed. He didn't care at all if it was about his own benefit. This is a monster that only pretends to be human. And this same Park Dong-gwan now also says they, as if he had ever thought about someone. Sehan glared angrily and mentally muttered that this time he wouldn't succeed. The girl was indignant, asking if he seriously thought they were just lucky to kill those monsters. Did the guy even see how they killed those goblins? Park Dong-gwan exhaled hoarsely and said that when those monsters were killed, an inscription would appear above their heads. He hissed that this meant only one thing. They also killed these creatures. The heroine was indignant, suggesting to go there right now and prove that it was stupid to sit and wait for rescuers, afraid of some goblins. There is no way to contact the police or the military, and no one knows when they will even come to rescue them. Park Dong-gwan chuckled and said that on the other hand, Are other people even capable of accepting and understanding all of this? The protagonist replied that in that case he could stay here alone. The guy suddenly hesitated and only managed to blurt out what exactly he meant. The protagonist understood that Park Dong-guan would not stay anyway if he was the one he knew. Most likely, his goal is to kill all these people and get a reward for their lives. He had the exact opposite method. Zihan saved people for the reward, and he received it for their death. Then the hero calmly asked if he would stay here alone. The village chief briefly replied that he would go with Zihan. The deputy sighed heavily and said that there was nothing to be done. He would follow Hyun. The protagonist understood that he was pretending to be ignorant, but he was definitely aware of the reward system of this game. And this bastard thinks much faster than he lets on. It is obvious that Park Dong-guan has already become an avatar of the gods. The man looking out the window quietly asked if Hyun would be okay, since there were still many monsters outside. The elder said that their leader was dead, so the rest were almost completely out of their minds. The old man shouted that it was impossible to drag people outside, and that there would be no good grades for such amateur performance. The protagonist was surprised that in such a situation he was still talking about grades, and wondered how he even became a professor. Observers flew over the hall. The headman announced that everyone was ready and it was time to get ready to go out, asking everyone to be careful. The girl quietly asked Zihan if they could go out. He replied that they would come out quickly, since goblins who had lost their leader usually did not attack groups of people. The observers continued to watch everyone. The protagonist looked at Pak and thought that he didn't like this idiot, but he wasn't going to kill him now. There are too many people here, and besides, Pak can be used later, who knows? People were shouting for everyone to be careful, as there might be goblins nearby. The headman stated that these creatures do not touch groups of people, so there is nothing to worry about. Zihan decided that he was doing everything as he was told, doing a good job, and it seemed like he could be trusted with these people. The crowd was shouting that there was very little time left, and they needed to hold on just a little longer. The guy was happy. He sees the gate. Others exclaimed that for the first time in their lives, they were so happy with ordinary gates. The system announced that the task difficulty level was increasing, setting the level to 0 and recording the appearance of a guard. Everything shook. People got scared, asking if it was an earthquake. Then one of the heroes raised his head. His eyes widened, and he quietly asked what it was. A huge horned creature, similar to a minotaur, appeared before them. It puffed angrily, releasing heavy, hot breath. Looking at his powerful muscles, the hero was surprised and thought that they had completely lost their minds, since a minotaur appeared on the first mission. And anyway, they sent a monster here that only appears after 15 tasks. Hobgoblins and other hidden bosses can still be defeated if players team up. In single-player games, situations with inevitable defeat are sometimes deliberately created. The guy was indignant and decided that Akartos had chosen the easiest path, since the guard would still have experience limitations. Despite being ranked C, the Minotaur's stats are all capped at F. The crowd became agitated, shouting what it was. When Park shouted, "Run!" Jisoo quickly covered his mouth and whispered more quietly, "You can't run. The Minotaur reacts like a bull. If people run, the Minotaur will immediately rush after them. That's exactly what he wants, the bastard." Some guy finally broke loose and ran, shouting that he needed to run. And in a panic, he asked how they could get around the monster and get out of here. The monster roared, and the sound echoed throughout the space. The crying woman in the dress froze. She said in fear that her legs couldn't move. The protagonist covered his ears, thinking that the roar was causing the effect of wild horror and numbness. It's even better this way. It's safer than running away. The running man looked back. A paralyzing horror was reflected in his eyes. And at that very second, the Minotaur struck with his fist. The crowd watching this trembled, like a single living organism gripped by growing fear. Only Zihan watched coldly. Then the creature's gaze turned to another fleeing hero. He was a slow old man. He could barely move his legs. A huge monster fist flew into his face. Blood and glasses flew through the air, describing a chaotic arc in the air. The guy stuttered as he said that the Minotaur had torn him into small pieces. The girl closed her eyes, not wanting to look at what was happening. And the Minotaur roared loudly and long enough for the whole area to hear. The elder was amazed because the creature standing in front of him was taller than 5 meters, and it did not need a weapon to defeat the man. He couldn't figure out how to escape from this monster. The main character watched what was happening silently and thoughtfully. Shihan said that he needed someone to distract him and that he would be the bait. The man was surprised and confused, saying that he shouldn't become bait. The guy only answered whether there was someone else or whether the man was offering to die at the hands of the Minotaur. The village chief thought about it because Zihan remained calm and was clearly looking for a better way out. The man was confused because he was sure that he was reasoning quite reasonably, but the girl who was covering Park Dong-gwan's mouth, called out to the protagonist. But he just waved his hand, indicating that the guy should be let go. The heroine realized that he had some kind of plan, and she loosened her grip, allowing him to speak and breathe freely. Jisoo looked away, irritated, thinking how much Park was annoying her. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's eye. There was a red cloth lying on the ground that Si-hanu had grabbed for himself. Park Dong-gwan only thought that it was a pity to miss out on the reward. But since the Minotaur was so dangerous, it was better to stay away. There are many tasks ahead, and he was chosen by a deity, so he has no need to rush. The man nervously said that he asked them to do everything possible and thanked them for their help. Si-hanu only cleared his throat and calmly said that when he gave the signal, they would need to take the people and run. The guy's silhouette bounced off the green slab. The main character literally flew with the fabric in his hands. His gaze lingered on something, as if caught on a detail, and the guy began waving the cloth, trying to attract the attention of the evil creature. Then he ordered them to run, shouting it sharply and without hesitation. And the headman told the crowd to run to the exit and not stop. Everyone started running, shouting to move faster. The crowd accelerated, with each step turning into a single stream of people. Someone helped those who were having difficulty running quickly. Then the headman received a notification that he had acquired the command cry skill. And turning around, he wondered how Se-han was. The Minotaur's muscular paw flashed through the air, and the main character dodged her. There was a calm smile on his face. However, the monster did not give up, trying to strike. Si-han continued to confidently dodge. The headman was taken aback, wondering what it was and how he managed to move like that. He couldn't believe that this was possible. The man was called out by a guy and decided it was not the time to stare, and he shouted for everyone to run towards the gate. The hero tried to catch his breath, thinking that he had succeeded and that he had survived. The headman asked if everything was okay and asked to check if everyone was alive and well. He looked back and thought that everything seemed to be safe, and now he needed to help Se-han get out of there. The man tried to get out, but was blocked by a blue shell. Perhaps it was a blockage that prevented him from getting to the previous level. Then he shouted to the guy that they were all in and they needed to move faster. The protagonist turned to them, and at that very moment the Minotaur attacked him and dealt a powerful blow. The man was very scared and continued calling the guy. But the creature's fist alone was larger than Si-han himself. The main character began to be thrown back at great speed, and a moment later he hit the wall, and the blow knocked the air out of him. And from the final blow, the entire building was destroyed. Everyone was taken aback, and the village chief thought that this couldn't be, and quietly whispered words of apology to Se-han. The main character didn't sacrifice his life for nothing. He turned to the girl Han Ji-soo with a trembling expression and apologized in a barely audible voice. But she only watched silently, unable to answer, and the shell closed completely, closing with a heavy, dull sound. In his past life, the main character was not known for his fair character and, to be honest, was even a bit of a mean guy. And now he hasn't changed much. So when he heard words of gratitude from Yoon Hyun-gyun, he felt a little disgusted. However, this is not so bad, the guy decided. He admitted that he had been weak before. There were any number of players who were much more capable than him. But Si-han wanted to live, and for that he had to become heartless and mean. The outcome was simple. The only survivor ends up with nothing. The protagonist realized this and returned back, realizing that now he could choose something else. Looking at the Minotaur, the boy thought, realizing that there were no observers here, and quietly noted to himself that this was excellent. And he declared that since that was the case, now he and the bull would try it for real, although the blow still hurt a little. He chuckled, noting that there were no observers here, and calmly continued that the bull could attack as much as it wanted. The animal was taken aback, breathing heavily, as if not understanding how it should react. Se-hanu laughed, asking if he was surprised. At this difficulty level, it's a wonder he hasn't died yet. But the main character was definitely convinced of it, that all the Minotaur's indicators stopped at the 100 mark. An ordinary player would never be able to defeat such a monstrous guardian. And if I did encounter it, I used all available means. He didn't care about other people's sacrifices. He just wanted to survive. But this time, the main character did not want to do the same. When Se-hanu grabbed the Minotaur by the horns, the system reported that he had used up the points and his strength had increased to 83. The strength indicators reached the limit and he could no longer use points for this indicator. The guy said that it was good, and added that now he should feel it too. The hero put on the hobgoblin belt and continued, that there was a wall that someone like the Minotaur could never overcome. Shihan's strength increased again, filling his body with a heavy and confident power. And pressing his hand to his horn, he declared that now it was time to calm down. Having broken it off, the main character declared that he was still stronger than him. This caused the creature to roar and fall to the ground. Shihan knew that in his previous life, he would never have been able to do such a thing. A solo player, heartless and self-serving, eccentric and mediocre, a stupid criminal standing on the edge. For the hero he was before, this was impossible. But now he lacked nothing. Shihan was a second-round player and was aiming to be a hero. He thought about the bait to help the others escape, about the white gold for the boss and the guard. The guy was curious about what the reward would be since he lacked a weapon or good skill. As he passed through the barrier, he thought, not a small object or points. Suddenly, surprise appeared on his face. He saw Han Ji-soo sitting on the ground and asked what she was doing there, as he thought the heroine had left with the others. The hero assumed that she was probably worried about him. The girl only replied that she knew the main character would be fine. He was fine even after being hit by the Minotaur, so she thought Zihanu was just pretending. Jisoo assumed that the guy just didn't want anyone to notice. The system announced that the reward calculation was complete, indicating his achievements, the sacrifice, the destruction of the guard, and the hidden boss. Shihan thought the reward was not bad since he got a shape-shifting nut. He also received 2 enhanced skills and an additional task. The protagonist only noted that the skills have great potential, although he is a little sorry that it is not S rank. Jisoo approached him and asked if he had checked the reward and seen the message about the second task. The guy asked the heroine why she didn't go with the others to the Roman Tower when she could have waited for him there. Jisoo said that she doesn't like having a lot of people around and admitted that Park Dong-guan irritates her. And then she continued that he smelled like Park. However, Sehanu thought about how she quickly realized what kind of person he was. In her past life, she might have become a famous player, although I didn't know whether she would have been a heroine or a villain. The protagonist suggested going slowly, reminding them that they had 2 weeks to spare. And then the guy asked if Jisoo had become an avatar of the gods, to which the girl replied that she had not. Sehan was only surprised that she would have already been told about the benefits of avatars, since he himself pretended to be dead. Jisoo replied that she didn't want to get involved with someone she didn't know and that just one word would ruin her mood. The hero only noted that she reasoned too calmly and at the same time showed no signs of insanity. Even the monster Yolma couldn't completely shake off the madness after the Chanselson mask. She looked down and quietly said that now it all seemed pointless to her. Shihanu asked how many requests she had received for her avatar. Jisoo replied thoughtfully that she received about 12. The protagonist understood that she was worth it, but now the heroine is a member of his team. But since this is how it turned out, he will help her become no worse than any avatar. First, you need to understand the first skill she needs to train. And this is probably a way of survival for those who have fallen under the influence of the Chanselson mask. This is not just a technique, it is a whole Hyeolchan Suragan technique. This was a skill that Sihanu had never mastered in his previous life. He didn't have a Death Star. After the battle with Yolma, he was able to learn his martial arts. But without the Death Star, the Hyeolchan Suragan technique remained inaccessible to him. Most of these skills were too difficult to acquire and develop, but now Ziehanu decided to pursue them to the end. Looking at his friend, the main character was surprised that she had really advanced so much. A few hours before, there was noise on the roads. A pack of goblins moved along the road, stomping, squealing, and jeering. The guy activated the skill, and all his actions suddenly accelerated. The duration was 5 seconds, and the waiting time until the next use was 1 hour. The blow hit the monster's face sharply, denting it. The time of the decisive battle strengthened everything at once, vitality and attack power. Moreover, this skill could be increased, so its stats gradually increased, which made it especially valuable. A girl called out to Siehan, warning him that a goblin was approaching from above. His insolent face broke into a smug smile. However, the protagonist suddenly grabbed the blade with his bare hand, stopping the blow at the very last moment. And he punched the monster right in the chin. Forcing him to fly back, he slammed the goblin into the ground. The regeneration skill was different from the decisive battle time, as it was passive and acted continuously. When combined with the Death Star and VIP brooch, regeneration was accelerated by 50%. Seeing Jisoo, the protagonist calmly asked if she could see the points. The heroine replied that yes. Thanks to the brooch's effect, she had managed to accumulate a lot. Looking around, Zihan replied that great. Then since they had sorted things out here, he should share his skills with her. And pointing to a building with a sign, he said that they should go there. As they sat down at the table, Shihanu said to turn on the status window. For her, regeneration would be the most effective right now, and the system declared that the skill's effectiveness was weak, which outraged the guy. Jisoo replied that it was nice to have new abilities, but she was a little worried about the lack of attack skill. The guy calmed her down, saying that regeneration also counts as an attack, because survival is a strong way to fight. After all, your friend should think about it. Think about it yourself. Others need to avoid attacks. And she doesn't need to dodge, because she will immediately restore her strength and be able to direct it to the fight. Moreover, regeneration not only heals wounds, but also increases endurance. It will be very difficult for Jisoo to defeat, because the skill is of a high rank. The girl was surprised and said that it turned out to be a really good skill, and thanked him. But the hero understood that this was still not enough to fight the avatars of the gods, and he said that he had one more skill that he could share with the heroine. Jisoo thanked him, but asked in surprise if he was always like this, as if he was ready to give her everything. Shihan didn't care about others and didn't care about anyone. The guy replied that this skill would suit her. The name was also suitable, and if the girl didn't want it, then he wouldn't give it to her. Jisoo replied that it wasn't that and asked about the skill, which the hero briefly named Hyuljong Suragon. The protagonist opened access to the community, and immediately many windows appeared in front of him. He looked around and noticed that there was more activity than last time. The hero joined the chat, and the system reported that Anonymous 48 had joined the conversation. The guy scrolled through the chat and saw a message from Honest Life, which was so annoying that he might just take and kill everyone. Sehan immediately understood from the nickname that this god had nothing to do with honesty, and his avatar was Park Dong-guan. He scrolled further and realized that everything else in the chat was just empty chatter. The guy was surprised by the message about the bank robbery and wrote briefly in the chat about why money was needed now if it was already meaningless for players. After he said he wanted to see it, the system displayed a notification that anonymous users' appearances were hidden. Looking at the silhouette in front of him, Sehanu thought that he had invited him to the personal observer channel. The clown said, "Here is where the anonymous person is. She has been waiting for him." The girl pointed her finger at the screen and asked the guy how her avatar looked. The protagonist looked more closely, keeping his gaze on what was happening. The screen showed a destroyed room. Inside it sat a trembling girl pressed against the wall. She flinched because she heard approaching footsteps. The girl covered her mouth with her hand, and a man's voice said he could hear her swallowing. The hero leaned towards her and calmly asked if she was okay. The man warned that it was dangerous to be here. The girl screamed as if she was overcome with insane despair. The man in uniform was taken aback and looked at her in confusion. Shihan suddenly realized that the key to destroying the monster from the Roman tower was the key card. The heroes were walking along the road, and the guy said that in order to complete the second task, something was definitely needed. He looked up at the sky and realized that there were almost no observers here because few players had survived to this level. Jisoo noted that the street looked terrible. Some of the destruction was the work of monsters, and the rest was the result of human actions. Sihan admitted that there was no need for monsters to touch such civilized items. Sitting down, the heroine said that she understood, noted that the laws no longer had force here, and acknowledged the manifestation of human weaknesses. The guy said coldly that not everything was destroyed yet. They saw the news, and he noted that the forces of the system will not leave those in power, and the government itself has already been effectively destroyed. The protagonist shouted when he saw the goblin, warning Jisoo of the danger behind him. She stabbed him in the head with a knife and said there was too much blood. Shihan was surprised and noticed that this was the only thing she was worried about right now. The friend continued that the blade had become dull and it would be good to replace the weapon. The guy said that they needed to find someone and then immediately go in search of weapons because they were almost there. Seeing the building, Jisoo asked if he needed to go to the bank. She didn't understand and asked if he really wanted to withdraw the money. The protagonist replied that inside there was a person needed for the second stage. Inside the bank it was clean and light, but some noise could be heard. The guard shouted that he would detain them, but they needed to run. The guy with glasses asked worriedly what would happen to him. The man replied that there was no need to worry and that he would be fine, so they needed to run faster. The guard jumped off the floor, and he suddenly rushed towards the robbers. They shouted that they were not told that someone would be here. The hero only grinned slightly, and he quickly struck his opponent on the hand, throwing the knife away. And then he kicked him in the face. Another one appeared from behind and shouted, calling him a bastard. But the man reacted instantly and hit him in the stomach. The enemy held his breath, not understanding how he could be so strong. The guard noted that everyone had run away, and with a smile, he declared that since everyone had run away, he no longer had any business with them. Everything ended well, but then these weaklings got involved. Jisoo said that the robbers were also players and guessed that he had a special item. Looking out, Sehan replied that it was quite possible, but he thought there was another reason. The hero noticed the movement and looked in that direction. He asked if they had come on banking business and remarked that it was too dangerous now, and they need to go to a safer place because a lot of robbers come to the bank. The guy replied that no, he hadn't come about a banking issue, and noted that the bank couldn't function normally in such a situation. The protagonist grinned and said that they came for Lee Min-ah. The hero's eyes immediately widened, and he said that it was the first time he heard the name Lee Min-ah. And with a smile, he replied that his name was Nam Gyung-chul. The heroine grabbed his hand and said that his pulse was racing, as if he had been caught off guard. And judging by his dilated pupils, it looks like he was very surprised to hear this name. Jisoo said it was strange to be so surprised by a name you hear for the first time. The heroine calmly stated that she thought so. The man turned red and shouted, asking who they were and claiming he didn't understand what she was talking about. The guy noted that they were the ones who knew his true face and added that his intonation had changed. Shihan realized that the guard was pretending very poorly. The hero frowned and thought that in front of him was probably the clown's observer. It's probably designed to track special and interesting cases, which is why it looks so strange. He probably likes this whole situation himself, and that's why he's so animated. The man calmly asked how he found out about it. Shihan exhaled and noticed that in his place, he wouldn't have said anything either. But the man was no longer trying to hide his true face. He pulled his hand away and muttered that he didn't understand where such a person came from. The girl recalled that she had already tried all the techniques, and she did everything just to avoid dying. She walked up to the lying man, holding the collected magic in her hands. The heroine noticed that clothes and even objects. It was the perfect plan at the time. The same girl appeared in the corridor before them, and magic swirled around her as if she were alive. She looked at the heroes and calmly asked what happened now and why they were looking for her. Lee Min-ah was indignant and said that she had a lot of things to do. Shehanu poked her in the forehead with his finger and snorted that she was busy robbing a bank. How low. Jisoo let out a quiet breath, surprised by what was happening, and guessed that this was probably a transformation skill. The main character briefly replied that she had guessed correctly. The girl could transform into other people or even different creatures. The guy wondered what would happen if his friend asked him how he knew this, but apparently Jisoo wasn't going to do that. The heroine was surprised and said that it seemed to her as if the girl was helping people and did not want to rob a bank. She nervously shouted that everything was correct. She helped weak people, and people trust a policeman more, so the girl pretended to be him. Shihan chuckled and noticed that the girl had brought the bandits here herself, so her explanation sounded like complete nonsense to him. The people hid in the bank, so it was impossible to rob it, and she simply lured the robbers here. The heroine sharply objected that this was not so. Otherwise, there would be no point in her beating them. Sehanu briefly noted that she wanted to keep the money for herself, because after the bandits appeared, people would stop going to the bank. Smiling, the guy calmly asked if he was right. Lee Min-ah looked like she was caught off guard and muttered softly, "Damn." Sehan Woo knew that there were only two people who could incite the people here, she and Park Dong-gwan. The girl asked if they would turn her over to the police, and he replied that there was no point in turning her over, since the police weren't working, and she would run away anyway. The guy calmly said that she would have to stay with them for a while. Sehanu replied that she would stay with them until they completed the second task. Lee Min-ah chuckled and said that he was only on the second level, and he was acting tough, while she was already on her third mission. The hero continued, asking her to decide whether she would go with them or not. The girl snorted that there was no point in her following them, and then they simply offered points. The heroine laughed and asked contemptuously how many points the ragamuffins who hadn't even passed the second task could have. The hero thought that this was nothing compared to what she was like in his past life. If the girl continues to be rude, nothing good will come of it, so you need to raise your authority in her eyes. Sehan Woo sharply poked her in the forehead with his finger, and Lee Min-ah lost her balance and fell to the floor. The girl breathed out in shock, not believing what was happening, and asked what he had managed to hit her with. The protagonist noted to himself that it must have hurt her since his stats were already above rank F. The girl swung her fist and screamed, "Who the hell is he to tell her how to behave?" and that she was not going to stand and take it. Jisoo grabbed her hand and Lee Min-ah squealed, demanding that she let go. The girl was amazed, noting to herself that this girl was incredibly strong. She snapped back, assuring him that she could easily escape, and began to glow. The heroine was truly surprised by this, and she was taken aback for a moment. And then she squeezed her hand even tighter, not intending to let go. Lee Min-ah howled, choking with panic, screaming that her weak arm was about to break. Jisoo realized that the girl was simply unable to concentrate because of the pain. And in the end, she realized that Lee Min-ah simply couldn't even transform. The girl calmly but firmly said that it would be nice to treat each other politely because they were people, not animals. The heroine winced in pain and muttered that she understood, but let Jisoo immediately let go of her hand. The protagonist smiled slightly and asked if she would go with them. The girl asked, "Does this mean that they are both avatars?" Shihanu briefly replied that no, and that they were being watched at that time. Lee Min-ah briefly replied that she understood and thanked her. The girl muttered in confusion that she didn't understand why they were so strong then. The hero briefly explained that there was no need to be an avatar, although it would be easier to strengthen, and most importantly, a good weapon. Good performance alone is not enough. You need quality equipment. Jisoo looked around and said that there was chaos all around. The shops were destroyed, there were no people, and it would be difficult to find normal weapons. The hero confidently said that they could do it and pointed to a store with a safe zone. Lee Min-ah was surprised and asked how he knew that this was a safe zone. The hero noticed that one only had to look at the store to immediately guess. Jisoo noted that there were traces of robbers, but no traces of monsters. Things aren't broken. There are no dead people and monsters wouldn't steal food. The girl said it was impressive and asked what kind of gun they were going to buy. Shihanu told her that there was one way to open a point store. And when the girl was surprised, the guy calmly asked that she was an avatar and didn't know that. She replied that she had not suspected this at all and said that she could not ask about what she did not know. The guy noted that the deity could have explained this himself, since weapons are necessary in the game, and added that this is not surprising. The clown was known for his sadistic tendencies, and he couldn't send his avatar off the easy way. The guy found out about this by accident, reminded her that she was still in the early stages, and asked her not to be upset. Lee Min-ah screamed that she was still offended and added that he was the most disgusting, and they will no longer have a chance to acquire weapons until the second mission begins. A variety of different types of weapons appeared before them, neatly displayed in separate windows. The main character said that this is why he advises you to choose one of these items for yourself. Seihan was curious about what would appear in the store this time. He knew that if he went a little further, there would be a player who made weapons himself. But right now they had no other way to get weapons. Reaching his hand into the depths of the window, he quietly said that one should at least be grateful for such equipment. And he said that first we need to buy the most normal things that are here. He handed Han Ji-soo a shield and said that it protected the heart, so it should be wrapped around the body. The girl beamed and happily said that it was good, thank you, and that she would definitely return the points. And he asked her what weapon she was going to take. Maybe a sword. The heroine thought for a moment and muttered that there were only 4 options: a sword, a spear, a blunt weapon, and a bow. Then she decided to take the mace. This surprised Seihan, but then he thought that with the Hyul-chan Suragon skill, it didn't matter what weapon he used. The hero noticed that the girl was pouting and asked what had happened. She replied that she was just wondering if he would buy something for her too. The guy chuckled and said that he didn't understand why he needed to buy her a gun and what his interest was in it. Shihanu reminded the heroine that when he offered points, she herself refused. The cheapest weapon cost 200 points, and Lee Min-ah got angry, saying that she didn't understand how the guy got so many points. The guy reminded her that the proverb about what goes around comes around applies to her behavior. A loud roar from a goblin echoed throughout the area. Shikan took out a long golden sword. The force of the impact was such that barely noticeable vibrations were sent through the air. The surprising thing was that the hero had just pierced the goblin through and through the concrete wall. Shihan thought that since he had received the weapon, he wanted to experience the platinum-level reward at the same time. In his opinion, it is high time to take advantage of this ability. And we are talking about shape-shifting orichalcum. The material behaved like metal and liquid at the same time, and the hero noted this calmly, while the girl wondered how effective it was. The surrounding area erupted in a soft glow, and the system announced that the application of orichalcum to the short sword had been completed. Shihan noted that the blade had become sharp and admitted that the result exceeded expectations. Jisoo said quietly that she thought they had arrived to the Roman Tower, and the heroine noted that it looked better than she expected. Lee Min-ah was surprised and noted that this was normal, because the world was just beginning to change, and she had already managed to adapt to everything. The guy answered her that how was she going to survive if she didn't adapt well to what was happening. The girl sharply asked what their task was, and Zihanu calmly replied that they needed to catch the boss monster. And she said that catching a boss monster sounds unexpected, and the heroine admitted that such tasks also happen. Lee Min-ah sadly admitted that they were just surviving. The protagonist thought that since the task was related to survival, it was understandable why the level ended so quickly. There you must kill or die at the hands of other players until their number reaches a specified amount. Compared to them, their escape turned out to be peaceful, and the hero noted that without him, all the players would have died from the guard or the hobgoblins. Shihan suddenly stopped and said that there was someone there and told them to hide behind the rocks. Two guys in suits slowly walked towards each other. While the boy was peeking, Jisoo quietly asked what they were doing, assuming that they might be on guard duty. The protagonist suggested that they seemed to be guarding the borders. The girl was surprised by this, and she noted that it was strange to guard the borders where there were supposedly no monsters. Siehanu understood that they were standing there not because of monsters, but because of people, strangers like themselves. The hero briefly said that he meant only himself and Jisoo, and asked the girl to take the hint. She turned around angrily and blurted out what the guy meant by this. Was he really suggesting that she change her appearance, come up to them and find out everything? The hero smiled and said that why not, because this is the fastest and most effective way. Their figures seemed too frightening to her, so she reluctantly agreed. The girl pushed off the ground sharply and soared upward. She quickly jumped back to another stone, trying not to give away her presence. Lee Min-ah looked out and noticed that they weren't moving too fast, so there shouldn't be any problems. If only we could catch the moment when one of them doesn't see the other, then everything would work out quickly and safely. One of the men approached her stone. The girl waved her hand, preparing to distract him without making any unnecessary noise. And she struck, instantly knocking out the man with one precise movement. The heroes watched what was happening in silence. Lee Min-ah hurriedly pulled her body along the stone, trying not to make the slightest sound. But the man turned out to be too heavy for her, and it was only with difficulty that she managed to drag him. The girl began to use her magic, and the air around her immediately began to tremble and glow. His partner turned around abruptly, frowned, and muttered that he didn't understand where he had suddenly gone. He shouted angrily, certain that his partner was simply being lazy, and demanded that he leave immediately, otherwise he would report it to the top. The man came out and muttered discontentedly that everything was fine with him, he just needed to go to the bathroom for a minute. He laughed. Did he really have to report this now? Approaching the entrance, the partner replied that this was not the first time, and tiredly, demanding to stop fooling around and move faster, because the changing of the guard was about to begin soon. Shihanu didn't understand her strange behavior, whether she was really okay. Fog began to thicken around the tower. The men quickly climbed up, and they said that they finally reached the top floor. They grinned cheerfully, confident that they would be able to catch the boss right away. However, ahead in the darkness they saw a huge creature, and each of the men froze, not immediately understanding what exactly was hidden in the dense shadow. Everyone was stunned. The very same second-level boss was standing in front of them. His yellow eye suddenly opened. Everyone was stunned, and each of the guys exhaled through fear that they had no idea how they could even catch such a creature. Everyone realized that they needed to hide first, but the next moment one guy was suddenly pressed to the ground. His body was thrown up by the creature's powerful steps. Compared to him, people were like bugs. One of the heroes tried to run away, but a mouth appeared from behind. The mouth closed in an instant, biting off half of the hero's body. Panic instantly gripped the others, and the men began to run even faster. The monster placed its paw over the boy's body, and then the creature pressed its paw, crushing him. The running man thought, "This is crap, the boss won't get out of here." As they approached the elevator, everyone was thinking the same thing. If they could just get out, they would be saved. But at that moment, a group of people found themselves trapped. The heroes became nervous, and each of the heroes realized that the path was blocked and what to do now. The man with the sword barked that the idiots should pull themselves together. At that very moment, the swords fell, blood gushed out, and the hero was literally devoured. Everyone who watched this froze, and every hero realized that moving now could cost him his life. The man turned pale and barely audibly whispered, "Save me," after which the screams of other people could be heard. The boss of this level was located on the top floor. Its size was enormous, but the main problem was hidden in the cramped dungeon. The starting point was considered to be the entrance to the monster's boss room, and the hero understood that the same people who were on the first level could enter there. There was only one boss monster, and two teams were hunting for it at the same time. But in the end, only one could complete the task. The girl said that failure to complete the task would result in punishment, and that giving in was not an option. The main character agreed because it was understandable. That's why the one who came later sat down below. Suddenly, something caught Sihan's attention and he looked up. Lee Jong-hyun trembled and shouted out what he was doing here and if the main character hadn't died yet. Sehanu asked why his experience points hadn't increased and how he had survived. The guy just said that he was just lucky. Sehan was surprised by his politeness, and Jisoo chuckled, noticing that Lee Jong-hyun simply saw him fight. The hero said that this was great, after which he demanded to be taken to the headman. He was surprised and muttered that he was going to Hyun-gyun again. And when he turned around, throwing a short well, here, the other guy jerked. Shihan was surprised and said quietly, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, "Look at him." And now, the heroes were almost there. This is their base. Everyone started talking at once, noting that this man was the same one who had fought the Minotaur back then. Sehanu became wary and muttered that there were a lot of people here, so there were plenty of observers. The girl quietly asked, looking at the crowd, that all these people were there in the last round. And what did he do at the last level that people look at him so askance? The protagonist admitted that he simply dealt with one monster while the others ran away. Lee Min-ah was surprised and said that the Minotaur guard had already appeared on the first level and that he claimed to have dealt with it. She laughed and said that she didn't believe that someone like Sehanu could do such a thing. Seeing his seriousness, she was taken aback and quietly exhaled that it was true. And how could he even do this? The girl screamed that she wanted him to tell her everything in more detail, without hiding a single detail. The village chief ran up to them and said that Sihan had survived, breathing heavily, and was glad that he was not injured. The man hugged the protagonist tightly and did not hide his relief. Lee Min-ah frowned and asked who the hell that was. The headman explained that they were here now because they arrived later. Shihan said that they first needed to deal with the boss before those at the top could, and we need to beat those who occupied the territory. The man was surprised and said that he did not understand how this was even possible. The protagonist stated that he wanted to lure out those who were trying to take all the credit for themselves. The weapon hit the floor and shook from the force of the blow. Someone's hand was holding the goblin's paw, and then she took the sword from the monster, walking away into the distance. Inside the tower, there was one boss monster and two teams hunting for it. The team that fails to complete the task will receive a penalty, and the punishment for failing to complete the mission was death. Sehanu clarified that the man had said that they knew about the boss monster, and asked if they had claimed that the monster was at the top of the tower. The man was surprised by the words that if this was the case, the heroes would give in. The guy continued that if this monster was on the roof, they should catch it first. The elder asked what would happen to their task then, because if they didn't kill the boss monster, it would be the end for them. To which Sehan replied that the man would speak when the monster on the roof turned out to be real, and if he had watched the video, he would have thought the same thing. He was too strong to be a normal monster. The guy realized this when he saw a recording of another team's battle with him. The man received a boss stage notification when he first entered the Roman tower and realized that there was a boss monster there. After that, he did not receive a similar notification on any other floor. He had never seen a monster stronger than this one, and the headman was already checking the underground levels. The hero held out his finger and said that he would say only one thing. The boss monster had one difference from the normal monster, and the boss monster gathers an army for himself to guard him, and that was what made him different. As he entered the tent, a man shouted that Hyun Neem should come out and take a look. The hero turned to him, asking what had happened. The man answered thoughtfully, "Could it really be those idiots again?" Another hero said yes, but this time, he continued that there were new people there, which surprised Hyun Neem. Sehan Woo asked Park Dong-gwan if he would go with them and wondered why he suddenly decided to trust him, to which he replied that since they wouldn't be able to catch the boss anyway, it would be more logical to leave those monsters to others and go underground themselves. The elder asked doubtfully that although he had agreed to go together, the hero was sure that they would definitely succeed. After all, most of those people are former criminals, and among them there are women and children. During the first game, Korea was full of different guilds, and among them one stood out in particular, which was created by criminals immediately after the changes began in the world. And this was a guild, the mere mention of which inspired fear. For their own benefit, they killed people without a twinge of conscience. And they were also ready for anything, and called themselves Sin. Shihan looked up, thinking that the leader who created this guild was Kim Ju-won, who was already descending the steps. The leader, looking at the crowd, asked rudely and without a trace of patience what he even wanted to say by this. The other guild members shouted, waving their arms, "Just let them try waving their fists." The headman raised his head and firmly said that they had come to express their opinion. He chuckled and said that the opinion was, of course, amusing. But in his words, it was too late to ask for unification. The man calmly added that they had not asked for a merger at all, but had come to say that they were yielding the boss of the monster on the roof. Hyun-nim laughed and said that such people do not give in, but run away, and added that in this case they will simply die. The elder calmly replied that they would not defeat the guild anyway, and if they started fighting, they would find another way out. It's best for the guild to go after this boss, and when the set time is up, a new monster will appear and then the hunt can begin. The protagonist thought he was lying pretty well, and noted that it was difficult to lie so calmly with that expression on his face. The headman calmly continued that they simply had no other choice. The leader's eyes turned red, and he said that if they had anything else on their minds, they were all finished. Dark magic thickened around the man, and the air around him became heavier. She was so strong that she blew away the others. Closing one eye, Yoon Hyun-gyun quietly said that it was true and gave his word. Shihan didn't like the unpleasant feeling of malice that emanated from the leader. This is the avatar of one of the highest gods, the avatar of Hades. The leader said that it was wonderful, simply wonderful, and asked what the participants thought about it. They don't care, because if they don't give in, they'll die, and they added that if they're up to something, they'll be finished off and that'll be the end of it. Hyun-nim said that it was good, and that they would do so, but reminded them that they could not blindly trust them. The man nodded and said that he would stay here while they fought the boss. Pak shouted from the crowd that they needed a leader and they couldn't cope without him, and offered to stay in his place. The headman nodded and calmly said that it was fine, and if Park Dong-gwan changed his mind, he should tell him right away. The leader became indignant and sharply said that there really would only be one left, and that he shouldn't be made fun of. Everyone here must stay. Especially that girl, he said it coldly and directly, pointing at Jisoo. Chains began to fly around Zihan, ringing in the air. Hyun-nim wondered in surprise who it was. The guy thought about it and decided that he seemed to not like Jisoo, and even if he didn't know about Chung Salson, he probably felt something. The headman did not understand and asked sharply what they were planning, but the leader walked past. He came closer to the main character and said that he was not bad and seemed capable. Sehanu answered decisively that yes, he was. One of the members exploded in rage, shouting that this freak dared to speak so insolently to their Hung. Smoke came out of the leader's eyes, and he said in a heavy, oppressive voice that he was not as simple as he seemed. The protagonist calmly but firmly answered that yes. That's why, if he doesn't want to fight them, he'd better compromise. The accumulated magic struck the man, and he slowly turned around. Not understanding what this form was, I thought in amazement of the cannibal flower. The others snorted and said that these stupid idiots were getting too much out of themselves when they addressed Hyun. Hyun-nim trembled with anger, not understanding who she was and why such power emanated from her. Sehan-woo put his hand on her shoulder and calmly asked her to stop. Jisoo apologized, saying that she had simply gotten carried away. The protagonist understood that for Chanselson's skill, this was a relatively moderate level of malice. The guy understood that no matter how crazy this leader was, he wasn't worth using this skill on. So the man nervously replied that, okay, he accepts, trying to hide the trembling in his voice. And Park Dong-gwan can be left here alone. The headman replied that yes, then that is what they would do. The leader thought angrily about who they were and how dare they. He pledged to complete the mission and destroy them all. The village chief stated that he had already doubted success and was now only worried about Dong-gwan, who was left there alone. Shihan replied that he himself wanted to stay there, so there was no need to worry, and suggested that they begin preparations. People received a notification that they had entered a safe zone. They were told that everyone could buy whatever items they considered necessary, acting at their own discretion. The man was surprised because he didn't know such a thing existed. Everyone immediately saw the shop windows flashing before their eyes with a purple light. People bought various weapons, from katanas to knives. The headman asked the hero what he thought. After all, it's unlikely that everything will be limited to just one boss monster. The guy said that there was no need to worry anyway, trying to sound confident and calm, because the phrase after they catch the boss monster is completely meaningless. Sehan spoke on the phone, briefly saying that yes, okay, and that he should try his best there. Jisoo approached him, and the protagonist thought that she sometimes appeared so unexpectedly and scared him. Then the heroine asked what kind of rings were lying near the spear and glowing. The protagonist explained that these were training bracelets, and that the weight could be adjusted based on the color of the crystal. He continued that there is someone who will definitely find these bracelets useful. Raising her mace, Jisoo said that was fine and suggested going to the village headman. And then she asked him if he knew how to use a spear, and the guy replied that he knew a little. He can't say that he learned this in a past life. She then asked what weapon he was best at, and Jihanu briefly replied that there was none. And honestly, he doesn't have any particular favorite weapon, and any of them seem so-so to him. For survival or victory in battle, abilities are not the most important thing. At least for him, this has always been the case. The strongest human to survive the end of the race did not possess any exceptional abilities, and that man was Yahello himself. Perhaps this time he will be able to achieve the title of the strongest. The headman said that thanks to the first task he received a lot of points and was able to buy good things. Seeing the observer, the guy thought that he seemed to have also become an avatar. Judging by the man's character, he is not an evil god, although over time everything will become clear. The headman said that the preparations were over, so he came to inform them that it was time for them to leave. The protagonist warned that he and Jisoo might have to go separately. The protagonist handed him a spear and told him that when they found the boss monster, they should stick it in the center of the room. And if you stick a spear into the floor, it will most likely go in deep, and the blade should point up. Shihan said that if the monster couldn't be killed, he should turn on the device next to the spear and give it a sign. Pak was puzzled as to why it had taken them several days to prepare, given that he had already called the boss 3 times during that time, albeit to no avail. After all, the main character turned out to be right about who he really is. He realized that there was definitely something special about him, and his god advised him to be careful with him. Pak said that he had information on the mission and asked to be taken to their superior. The guard listened incredulously, but Pak assured him that he would do no harm and might even help him complete the task. The very name of Kim Se-han irritated him. However, Hyun Nim is still quite strong. If he had to choose, Pak was more inclined to lean towards him. The guard said he would take him, but if it turned out to be a trifle, he had better be prepared for anything. Pak replied with a grin that this was a given. Ahead, a sewer system teeming with rats was visible. They had huge fangs and black, shiny eyes. The headman swatted one of the rats with one movement. He said that he had to give credit for the advice. Without the flashlights, they would have had a much harder time here. Standing before a scattering of shining eyes, Yahello calmly said that monsters that lived in the darkness usually couldn't stand the light. A pack of rats rushed at the guy, suddenly taking off from their place and frantically rustling their paws. They were cut through one after another, as if an invisible blade was passing through them. And all this was done by Yahello alone, moving quickly and precisely. The protagonist suggested that it seemed their numbers were not decreasing, but only growing. The man awkwardly asked how he could kill them so easily, as if he were just catching rats. The protagonist did not understand what they were talking about and calmly noted that these were rats. And then he said, "Okay, we can forget about it," after which he asked how far they had already walked. The man replied that they had gone about halfway, only 6 basement floors, and were now on the 3rd floor. The guy's phone suddenly lit up, softly cutting through the dim darkness. It had a notice from the bank ripper saying they were coming down. The main character smiled contentedly. A dent suddenly appeared on the wall, covered with diverging cracks. The dents were caused by the leader's fist, who didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was, what kind of grip. After all, an ordinary person won't be able to catch it. The basilisk, a gaze that turns everything into stone, sounds too loud, because in front of him there is only a snake. This angered him so much that the leader was already clenching his teeth. A guard entered the tent and quietly called out to Hyun Nim. The man pointed at Pak and said that he wanted to tell them something. The guy said that the monster on the roof is the strongest in this building, but he is not the real boss, and the real one is in the basement. The participants were indignant, believing that now everything was clear, which is why they so easily abandoned the attack of the monster on the roof. Someone understood that this was just a psychological trap, and they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. The leader was outraged, thinking that these puppies had dared to cross the line, and he was not going to let it go. Pak chuckled to himself, deciding that let them fight, and he would stay with the one who won. The man told him with a slight smile that everything worked out thanks to Paku. They entered the room and the leader asked if it was here. The hero calmly confirmed that yes. However, he was puzzled why there was no one there. Hyun Nim ordered a search of the surrounding area, confident that there was no way there could be no one left. The man assumed that they had simply run down, hoping to complete the task and leave quickly. The participants started talking at the same time, convinced that they needed to be caught up with and crushed. The leader replied that he could not rule out such a possibility, and he declared that everyone needed to go back down. Everyone walked, talking in low voices. It was too dark here. You had to keep your eyes open, and you should have at least taken a flashlight with you. Silhouettes appeared ahead, and one of the participants quietly asked if it was them. Hyun Nim's red eye flashed, and he calmly confirmed that yes, it seemed so. Yahello shouted at them that they were later than he expected and apologized, adding that they couldn't go downstairs, so they would have to go back. The participants were outraged, grumbling that this bastard seemed to be living a second life and had become too insolent. The protagonist turned to Puck, noting that of course he expected to see him with them, but he turned out to be too boring and predictable. The guy got nervous and muttered that he had gone completely crazy and that no matter how much he performed, he would soon be finished. And suddenly Lee Min-ah tore off the guard's disguise, revealing her true face. The girl jumped up and rushed towards the hero, indignantly blurting out that these men stunk terribly. Pak was stunned and only squeezed out something like he thought everything was turning out too easy. Shihanu stated that they even made a plan to deal with them in one go, and he added that even with what is at the top. The main character said that it was time to fight, and the girl snorted that if something went wrong, she would immediately disappear. The guy just shrugged and replied that she could do as she pleased. Jisoo firmly told them to leave, emphasizing that there was no need for everyone to stay there. The guy nodded briefly, said okay, and told the girl to come with him. Shihanu picked her up in his arms and she jumped up, shouting what he was talking about and what kind of antics he was doing. And finally, he threw over his shoulder that this should not be killed, alluding to the little rat named Park Dong-gwan. Jisoo replied, upset that it was a pity, but since that was the case, she would try. Sehan calmly, almost casually asked to cover for him. At that moment, the leader raised his weapon and aimed straight at the hero. However, he disappeared somewhere and the man looked for him. And suddenly he noticed that the hero was very close. Hyun Nim was puzzled by how he was able to move so quickly. With one blow, the protagonist threw back the leader and the rest of the participants. The girl felt dizzy from this. A group of people couldn't believe what was happening, muttering that this couldn't be happening. Sehan Woo turned to Jisoo again and told her to cover them, adding that if it became too dangerous, she should leave. The guy thought for a moment, feeling the change, but decided to trust the girl. The heroine's eyes flashed red and she smiled madly. The men helped the leader get out of the water. The leader's eyes burst with rage and he began to shout, demanding that this bastard be caught immediately. The participants answered briefly and said yes and rushed forward. They suddenly turned around nervously, as if they sensed something was wrong. One of the men even fell to his knees, as if his legs had given out from fear. Jisoo approached them, calmly saying that of all those who were here now. And behind her, a bloody mace dragged along the ground. The girl continued that she was not going to let anyone out. The leader coldly asked who she was, looking at her as if he was trying to burn her with his gaze. However, Jisoo looked at them as if they were bugs. A group of armed men rushed towards her. The girl swung the mace and muttered with displeasure that it was damn unpleasant when so much blood got on her clothes. One of the guys swung his weapon and shouted, wishing her death, rushing at the heroine in a desperate attempt to stop her. But before he could even get close, his head was cut off. The man, barely holding his voice, exhaled. What the hell just flew past? Taking advantage of his distraction, Jisoo delivered a sharp, precise blow to his head. Another participant appeared behind the heroine. Noticing him, the girl swung her mace so that the chains flew in different directions, and they hit the enemy right in the eye. Dark splashes were already appearing on the girl's clothes. The blood still hung in the air in thin, almost unreal arcs. There was so much around her that the pendant on her chest suddenly burst into flames. Men with guns jumped out behind her, but Jisoo didn't even turn around and adjusted her mace. A moment later, she struck with a swift blow, cutting through her opponent's sword. Then the girl struck another blow to the other. The same blow hit the third one. The bald man with brass knuckles swung his fist, but his attempts were in vain. The heroine dodged, and then the blow passed over his head. Jisoo dodged every blow, and the leader didn't understand who she was. There are more than 30 of them, and she is alone. And is she really stronger than all of them put together and doesn't even look tired? The man raised his weapon and thought that she was not so simple. The leader was furiously wondering what was stopping him from overcoming her in terms of speed. In terms of muscle mass and strength, he surpasses her in everything. The heroine pointed the mace at the leader, moving calmly and confidently. And he dragged one man by the collar first, then the second one, acting just as quickly and dispassionately. The mace was already swinging, consumed by dark magic. Hyun Nim claimed to be an avatar of Hades himself. His face began to distort from the magic called Death Sentence. The skill stated that if it hit the target, death would occur within 1 minute. However, the skill does not work on creatures with a higher level than the skill owner. It only allowed 1 use per day. The girl did not stop before this and swung the mace, moving confidently and without a shadow of doubt. The man snorted, calling her a snake, sure that she didn't understand what she was getting into and that she would die. After all, he is an avatar of the supreme deity Hades. The man suddenly just hung upside down. The girl looked at him for a few seconds, and then she turned around and started to leave, and the leader couldn't believe that this had happened. Is he really the same as the others with his head cut off? Night was thickening around the Roman tower. While the heroes were running, the girl was worried that he had just left her alone, doubting whether she could cope without support. The guy replied that the enemy there was not that strong. It's just the beginning of the game, and Kim Ju-won has most likely just become an avatar, and his head will fly off his shoulders faster than he can use the skill. Lee Min-ah asked what he was really up to and whether he was going to the rooftop. She continued that she understood how strong he was and all that, but she thought it was too much. Sehanu said that was why he took her with him. The heroes looked up, surprise appearing on their faces. After all, a large door opened in front of them, and the guy suggested going inside. Sehanu told the girl that he would buy her an item worth at least 2,000 points. This captivated Lee Min-ah, and she asked him what she should do, and he said that she should transform into a ferret. The girl replied that she did not understand how this was supposed to help, but she was doing it because of his request. The guy replied that she would find out everything soon, and the door opened, and the dark coolness of the corridor slowly poured into the opening. When they entered, there were some statues in front of them. The protagonist looked at them and said that they all became victims of the basilisk, noticing the frozen horror on their stone faces. The guy told Lee Min-ah to go ahead and find out where he was, and she opened her mouth in fear. Sehanu insisted that there was nothing to worry about and told her to just move quickly. The boy heard a noise and looked out from behind the wall, surprised that she found him so quickly. He heard from the creature that there was another fool standing in front of him. He introduced himself as Orga and said that if the hero retreated now, he would not kill him. The protagonist asked what he was talking about and added that he wouldn't come just to leave right away. Unlike the Minotaur on level 1, this one has a name, and now the monsters don't just spawn. He is a true guard, and the most unpleasant thing is his skill, which makes meeting him especially dangerous. It's a look that turns you to stone. The boy stroked the ferret and asked if the girl remembered what he was talking about, because that moment had come. Lee Min-ah started to twist her face, and the main character said that it would have to be done. The guy chuckled and said that she still wanted a ride, and in an instant, Sehanu threw the ferret straight into the creature, and the ferret flew right past the yellow eye, almost hitting it. The main character jumped up with a knife in his hands, and he admitted that this skill has a rollback. At the moment when he cannot use his skill, you need to gouge out his eyes. The creature threw its head back sharply, as if trying to shake off the pain and rage. Sitting behind the wall, Sehanu asked if he had made it. The dragon grinned and said that the guy was not bad, because he aimed right at the eye. The guy realized that the situation had become critical, and an ordinary knife wouldn't help. The creature was surprised and said that it did not understand what was happening, because it had just hit the ferret. Indeed, according to legend, one of the basilisk's enemies is the ferret, and this is its weak spot. The creature stated that the hero thought he had found its weak spot and wanted to use it to attack, but he would not succeed, and no ferret can resist him. The girl jumped on the dragon and grabbed his back. The creature began to look around, and its movements became abrupt and erratic. At the last moment, the ferret dodged the claws, and its body slid along the ground in a smooth, almost weightless movement. The dragon opened his eyes, about to use the skill, and at that moment his pupils dilated. Looking at the animal, the dragon said that there was some kind of catch, and in front of him now is no ordinary ferret. The dragon laughed and said that it looked very plausible. And at that very moment, the creature blocked Sehan's path and began to use her skill of turning into stone. The main character shouted at the girl to bite him faster. The ferret jumped up to the eye, its body shooting upward in a quick, precise movement. And then there was a bite and blood gushed from the eye. The main character picked up the girl and they ran. The most important thing is that now you don't have to be afraid of his gaze. The creature growled that this was no ordinary ferret, and a mixture of rage and shock entered its voice. Dodging, the guy answered, "Of course, where in the city could a ferret come from?" And then the heroes looked to the side in surprise because the air there trembled. They managed to jump back, but the dragon crashed into the floor with such force that the stone slabs cracked under its weight. The dragon is so huge that any of its attacks will be immediate. However, if he even slightly touches the hero, he can say goodbye to life. The creature claimed that the heroes would not escape him. Shihan dodged, but the dragon kept getting closer. Then the boy asked the girl if she remembered what he told her about the sign, and the heroes suddenly ran off in different directions, and their movements became fast and precise. The creature narrowed its eyes and thought that this was some kind of trick again. The main character replied that without this, they would not be able to kill him. The dragon assured him funny, he can use any techniques, but he will never be able to win. Even if the heroes strip him of his skill, they still have nothing to counter him with. The guy understood that he wouldn't have time to jump. The creature watched him closely, and then it declared that this is the difference in levels. Shihan stood there dumbfounded, his body seemingly refusing to obey. Snapping his fingers, the guy thought, "This is crap, I need to act before it's too late." Clicking again, he said how much he talks. The creature asked in surprise what the boy was up to. At that very moment, a rooster crowed, and the sound broke the tension around. The creature's mouth opened and the dragon began to roar. His body writhed in pain, his muscles twitching spasmodically. Sehanu snatched out a knife and declared that this was the very difference in levels he had spoken of. The dragon just hissed, the bastard, and his voice sounded low. The guy started throwing a lot of punches, and his movements became fast and precise. Basilisk asked how much longer he could go on. How long can a simple man fight with him? The dragon claimed he didn't know how the boy knew his weak spots. But the main character is not that strong. To pierce his powerful scales, the creature grinned. And the basilisk was also interested in whether the boy would continue to run away from him. After all, such a worthless person will eventually run out of strength. And eventually, he'll just die. Shihan noticed that the dragon had clearly begun to move slower, and asked him not to show off in vain. The creature stated that it seemed he was well prepared, but the difference between them still remained the same. To which the guy replied that, as the dragon had said, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. The basilisk laughed. The hero only now realized this, but too late. The protagonist continued that he knew this from the very beginning, so he was racking his brains over how to defeat him. Opponents who are superior to him in everything, what does he need to defeat them? The choice of a deity or high scores? Or maybe a unique ability? All of this is, of course, important and useful. In the first round, he lacked all of this, despite not having the title of the strongest. And praise for his genius. The main character was the last person left alive. The guy showed 2 fingers, experience and patience, and his voice sounded confident, because with these qualities, everything is possible. The dragon opened its mouth wide and its breathing became heavy. Shihan smirked, a confident, mocking look flashing in his eyes. And the dragon's open mouth only confirmed that he had begun to lose control. And several explosions thundered in the tower. A dragon's cry was heard, accompanied by flying shards of glass. He growled at what the main character had done. It was a sticky bomb that could be detonated by remote control and did not affect monsters or players. The dragon snorted. He asked if he wanted to throw him down. Whatever he came up with was pointless. Shihan smiled. His efforts weren't in vain, even though his opponent was so thick-skinned that he didn't understand it. Basilisk looked at him and cried out what it was. The protagonist asked if it was their family trait to not notice anything around them when they were angry. It was called a training bracelet. With the help of this crystal, the weight of the bracelet can be increased to 10 tons. The creature will experience the difference in weight on itself, and his body suddenly sagged under the load because the bracelet instantly became heavier. The dragon screamed that he was a damn human, and Seihan sent his level difference to hell and said goodbye. And under the enormous weight, the floor simply broke, and the stone slab sank down. The dragon screamed a curse, but even if he fell, he would not die. The impact will only break the bracelet, that's all. Basilisk promised to kill him the very moment he was freed. And then the dragon noticed something below. He didn't understand what kind of golden spear it was or where it came from. Here is the second level, among the weapons that could be obtained so far. There was nothing that could pierce his scales. The creature was confident that there was nothing to worry about. But it was a mistake. His body was pierced right through. There were dark silhouettes of people and some kind of clot in the room. A group of people were puzzled as to why nothing could penetrate the monster. The headman nervously realized that they couldn't cope on their own. A golden spear burst through the ceiling in front of the monster watchman. The guy asked Hyun what they should do. However, the other men stared in fear and their shoulders jerked involuntarily. And the headman looked up in surprise, and his eyes widened because something appeared above them that he had never expected. A roaring dragon flew out from there. The group stared and asked what was falling from the ceiling. Then they looked at the broken floor and wondered if both monsters were dead. Seeing the basilisk pressed against the caretaker's body, the elder replied that it looked like it. Hyun continued that they should first find the others and assess the situation. The task was completed, leading the man to conclude that the caretaker was a mob boss. The headman said that everyone was alive and exhaled. Then he saw Ziehan, who said that it was he and the ferret who tried to throw off the dragon. The man was surprised. The hero threw off this monster and there wasn't even a bruise on him. Who was he really? They couldn't have handled it on their own. On the other hand, if it were those guys, the caretakers wouldn't be so easy to catch. After all, Zihan and those guys are of a completely different caliber. The elder clenched his fist. This wouldn't go on any longer. He needed to become even stronger so he could survive without outside help. After jumping down, Shihanu stated that he did as he was told, so everything went as it should. The protagonist, while there is still time before the start of the third task, thinks to wander around a bit. Well, he'll go wherever his legs take him. The guy pointed to the phone. If something happens, they call, and if he is not busy, he will help. The man replied yes, it was time to part. He would also write if he needed anything, they would see each other again. Perhaps at that moment, Yoon Hyun-gyun felt that he lacked ability. Now he will have to survive on his own, at least until the 7th level. The main character realized, by the way, that he forgot to ask what the man's deity was. If they see each other again, he will definitely have to ask. Jisoo called out to Sehan, "Oh, he's here." He came later than she thought. The protagonist thought that Jisoo was cleaning the mace as if nothing had happened. Something told him that she had treated them cruelly. The girl said about Pak that she locked him there just in case, especially since he was making a lot of noise. Shihan walked into the room where the guy was sitting on the floor and asked how things were going. He suddenly jumped up and screamed, demanding that it be removed from his neck. The main character said that this was an interesting bracelet, although it would be more correct to say it's an interesting choker, and it even suits Paku. The hero fell sharply to the floor from the increasing weight. Blood started coming out of his nose and sweat started running down his face. Then Zihanu asked if he was interested in whether the player could support 200 kilograms. Looking at the glowing stone, Park Dong-gwan shouted that the hero was a real bastard. Seeing his pathetic attempts, Zihanu asked him if he thought he would wear the choker if it came off easily. The guy screamed, asking why they were treating him like this. The hero replied that during the first mission he had already gathered people in the gym to finish them all off, and this time he was probably going to betray them all. Lee Min-ah was nearby and saw everything, but the guy didn't even know. It's karma, and what's on his neck is a physical arrest. Sehan handed over the absolute contract and said that once Park signed it, he could never break it. He read aloud that the party undertakes to become an honest person, and if they violate the choker, it will strangle them and lead to death. The protagonist said that within reason he could turn a blind eye to minor violations of the contract. Park Dong-gwan was indignant that he was going to make a flunky out of him, and suddenly a girl appeared behind the hero. Seeing her, Pak snatched the contract and shouted that it wasn't about that, he just needed a pen. Shihan smiled and reminded him that he would now always know where he was and what he was doing. As he was leaving, the hero said that he would see him again and that the guy should be a good boy. Pak is so obedient in words, but his face is distorted. He still has no choice. It's either this way or no way. Then the main character decided that he would slowly begin to act. By the way, Jisoo's scores also jumped. The heroes decided to go their separate ways. Seeing Lee Min-ah, the guy said that he would give her the promised reward and told her to come over. She was in anticipation and said that if it was nothing special, he would have a very bad time. It was a golden secret ring in the shape of a flower. It made the owner completely invisible for a maximum of 1 hour and could be used twice a day. The girl squealed with joy and said that it was incredible that it was a B-rank item. The guy said that since they had finished paying, they would each go about their business, and there was no point in standing there just like that. Then Lee Min-ah and Jisoo asked where the hero was heading. He replied that he wanted to harvest the crops. There were many observers flying around the city. This upset the guy because he wanted to harvest the crops here, but he decided that nothing could be done. And then there was Lee Min-ah, and her observer was just getting on his nerves. Then the main character asked why the girl was following him around. She replied that she had thought about it and noticed that he had good skills, and if the girl was with him, maybe she would get something too. And she added that she was following for a reason, and if anything was needed, she could always help. Suddenly, some men stopped them, shouting that the dungeon was theirs and ordered them to get out the easy way. The girl was surprised and asked if he really would just leave and not collect anything. Shihan chuckled and said that he couldn't just leave. He recognized the place and now he had to go inside. Lee Min-ah reasoned that they weren't fools. The surrounding area was being checked and asked how he would get inside. He calmly replied that he didn't know, and if there was no way, then one had to be invented. Everyday life asked who he was, since he was interfering with his avatar, and there was also a clown's avatar standing next to the hero. The clown laughed, saying that he knew nothing. A mark appeared on the map, and the poor guy got seriously angry, although Park Dong-gwan didn't really do anything because the hero was constantly getting in his way. Shihan looked at the map again and realized that this was the same dungeon where the guards were stationed. Lee Min-ah angrily threw up her hands and demanded to know what was going on and why he wasn't telling her anything. Then the guy explained that the dungeon was located approximately here and asked if he should report to her and report everything. Moreover, he already said that he could make an entrance. Suddenly, the skill was activated by lightning, and if you put your hand to it, a search would begin within a 50-meter radius. The hero was delighted, especially since this was a skill obtained for the basilisk, and it was at the level of white gold. After receiving the coordinates, Yahello said that they needed to go a little further. When the heroes arrived, the guy said that there was a boss room at a depth of 20 meters. The girl was surprised to realize that this was the dungeon that those people were guarding. She demanded to know how they would get there, asking whether he would dig the earth or destroy everything around him, like in the Roman Tower. Lee Min-ah said that the dungeon was protected by special magic, so it couldn't be destroyed or entered by physical force. The hero took out a dungeon drill capable of changing the structure of a dungeon, emphasizing that it is chosen based on the level of difficulty. And if you turn on the drill like this, it will start to glow. Yahello swung his arm and explained that this was how he would advance towards the boss's room. The girl asked in surprise when he would be able to get there with this, and after the answer that in about 2 hours, probably, she sat down on the ground, displeased. And she snorted, saying that then there was no need to worry about him and suggested that he continue drilling. 5 hours later, Lee Min-ah shouted out what it was. But before the girl could say that she could see something, she fell down. While the heroine was crying, Yahello calmly came down and said that they were there. The system announced that they were in the deepest part of the dungeon, and a huge praying mantis appeared in front of them. Lee Min-ah asked if it was a boss mob, looking at the creature's furious eyes. The protagonist only briefly replied that it looked like it. The footsteps of green mantises were heard, and in a moment, a multitude of insects surrounded the heroes. Yahello asked her if she could handle the small mantises alone. The heroine resolutely answered that, of course. As he walked away, the guy said that he would take care of the boss and she would cover him from behind. Shihan took out a steel spear coated with orichalcum. An attacking praying mantis appeared in his path. The main character easily dodged his blow, and then he delivered a swift blow to the insect's head. This really angered the flock of other mantises, and they rushed towards him. Shihan continued to dodge their attacks, and I mentally understood that it was easy. I just had to be careful with their blows. Then he added that you just need to press on the weak spot of these insect monsters. With one circular motion, the guy chopped off their heads. Lee Min-ah was surprised and said that he was doing well and asked if this monster wasn't an E rank. A large red praying mantis began to approach them, its paws heavily scratching the stone floor. The guy said that it seemed like it was time for their boss to take the stage, and he understood that praying mantises were easy to kill if you knew their weak points. After all, the larger the size, the slower they move. And the dumber they become, Yahello shouted, swinging his weapon. It's funny, but these insects don't even realize when they are being attacked. Suddenly, a black liquid flew at the guy, shining in the dim light of the dungeon. He didn't expect so much to pour out of the severed head. The system announced that he was the first to clear the dungeon, awarded 1,000 points, and gave him an achievement. If he wasn't the first, then he wasn't worth anything. The protagonist was embarrassed, thinking that it was good, of course, when the reward grew with achievements. But the names sounded like they were making fun of him. As he approached the insect, Yahello exhaled and said that it was worth taking a look at what was there. He picked up the E-rank crystal and the E-rank sharp strike skill, deciding that there was nothing special about them. When Lee Min-ah ran up, the hero said that the reward for clearing the dungeon was there. Seeing a pile of treasure, the girl exclaimed that all of this could be taken. The crowd moved forward and said that they were finally there, assuring the boss that they were probably the first to arrive. The man with the sword shouted that they needed to move forward and that they would clear this dungeon first. He grinned in anticipation, assuring them that they had tried hard and had finally made it, and that the cleanup would bring an excellent reward, as his god had promised. But when the heroes entered, one of the group shouted that the boss was not visible. Hyun turned pale when he heard a scream that there was a hole in the ceiling. There was no one in the room, and the dungeon was empty. He became nervous, muttering that this couldn't be. There was chaos all around, and it was unclear what had happened. Anonymous 48 has entered the chat. Freaky Friday cursed, not understanding who had cleared the dungeon where his avatar was going. Seeing his reaction, the clown asked if it was really her. Looking at them, Zihan thought that now was the time to try throwing out the bait. An anonymous person approached them and said that he had found a normal dungeon here. Freaky Friday clarified where exactly, and reminded that he knows the consequences if it turns out to be a lie. The main character said that he briefly glanced at a place near Coyote Station, and that it seemed like you could get C-rank items there. The clown asked how the anonymous person found out about this, and he replied that he had his own methods. The righteous life asked where he himself was from. Then Yahello came closer and whispered that he was from Greece. The clown laughed that it was against the rules. Freaky Friday shouted that they had made too much noise, wasted a whole week, and that they should better go to Coyote Station. The guy chuckled to himself, thinking that now the avatars would move in that direction. Lee Min-ah mentioned the little god, and the hero briefly replied that in his past life there were no normal objects there and this was suitable as bait. The guy understood that he had to complete the main task. Then the girl asked, "Does that mean he will go on the mission right away?" Sihan replied that no, he needed to acquire one very important skill first. The guy pointed his finger at the sky and quietly asked to look at these stars. Lee Min-ah was surprised when she said that even when the world collapses, the sky remains just as beautiful. The hero calmly stated that it was true and he needed the constellation. The girl asked if he was going to dig the ground this time, adding that it would be cool to get straight into the boss's room. Sihan replied that it was impossible to determine the boss's location this time and that the heroine should wrap herself up in something. She began to express indignation at the poor appearance of the thing, but the guy calmly explained that it would protect her from close attacks. The heroes walked, and Lee Min-ah noted that it was too quiet here. Then she asked if they should have brought flashlights, muttering that it was too dark. The protagonist explained that there was a reason why he didn't take the flashlights, so the boy and the girl moved on. They walked for quite a long time, and their steps gradually became slower, and Lee Min-ah said that they seemed to be going in circles. Sihan chuckled as she quickly figured it out. The heroine became angry and said that the hero could have warned her. But the guy calmed her down, saying quietly that he was approaching. At that very second, the scarf on her neck rose up, blocking the shot. The protective cloth can block close-range attacks up to 5 times and is automatically destroyed after use. The protagonist warned her in a calm tone that there were 4 times left and asked her to be careful. There were also arrows in the dungeon, and the guy realized that he had come to the right place. The guy warned that the creature hits almost everything except one. And holding out the ball, he added that she should be on guard and keep her eyes open, and if anything happened, let her give a sign. The hero dodged the arrow, and the number of attack reflections remained the same. Yahello tied a level 0 pursuit thread to an arrow. If the thread is tied to an object, it will lead to the location of its owner. So he decided to look at the creature's face, and he ordered the thread to follow him, and the arrow flew up. The main character was able to react quickly, and a moment later he was already standing in front of the night shooter. It is a monster that uses dark places where there is no light and is able to move very quickly. The fabric saved the hero again, and the number of reflections remained 3. Just as Zihan came to his senses, the monster disappeared again. He was determined and would not let the archer get away at any cost. The monster fired 2 shots, and both left the bowstring almost simultaneously, and both arrows hit the fabric, saving the hero. However, the number of reflections was reduced to 1. The guy used a technique that quickly tore the fabric. The archer began to look around, his movements becoming abrupt and nervous. And when he saw Zihan flying straight towards him, both of them lost their footing and began to fall into the abyss. The archer pulled out an arrow and aimed it at the defenseless boy. And then he broke into a happy smile. The main character asked what the monster was laughing at. And then a creature flashed before their eyes, and Zihan dodged the monster's arrow. Looking at the bat, he thought that such small animals were often found in dungeons. Usually, the settings are set so that no one touches such small creatures, neither players nor monsters. Lee Min-ah activated the flash, blinding everyone within a 10-meter radius if they looked at her for 2 seconds straight. The guy knew that another name for the flash was an object. Surely bats could only exist in this dungeon thanks to this protective feature. Therefore, if you are going to transform into something to avoid attack, then it should only be into a bat. As he punched through the monster's body, Zihan chuckled, realizing that he hadn't even guessed, and he called it a difference in strategy. After his words, the archer's black blood spilled into the air. The heroes noticed that there was nothing in the dungeon except the items the monster had dropped. A raid dungeon doesn't contain any other monsters besides the boss, so there are usually no separate rewards. But for killing the boss, they give truly amazing bonuses. Although these items were weaker than the ones he had used, the appearance of a mobile means of transportation was still considered a clear success. The guy took a few things and told Lee Min-ah that this was enough for him, and she could take the rest for herself. She replied that she liked the coat too, and added that nothing could be done about it. Shihan thought, great, it seems like everything is ready with the preparations. He had so many skills in terms of his performance that there was no player in the world stronger than him right now, that seemed certain. Yahello understood that this was still not enough. There was not enough strength to kill him. While there won't be any problems with completing the main quest, in the end the goal remains the same, completing all quests completely. And in any case, it will help him kill that guy from the third task, that damn raven. Black smoke billowed out onto the street, obscuring the silhouettes of houses. The heroine looked around in surprise. She walked up to the door and thought there was no one inside. Jisoo said with disappointment that this was to be expected. The girl grabbed the door handle and the doors creaked under her force. She opened the door and began calling out to her parents, her voice echoing throughout the house. However, in response, there was only silence. The heroine froze. Strange round monsters were flying towards her, spinning in the air. One of them opened its mouth wide as if it was going to swallow her whole. A loud whistle came from his mouth. Jisoo had already taken a stance, ready to receive the attack. Her eyes narrowed. Her gaze became sharp and cold. With a couple of quick movements, she cut down the monsters, and her face did not express any emotion. Suddenly, a thin stream of smoke began to emerge from one of the creatures, and then it exploded, shattering into pieces. While the heroine was distracted by this, a monster with an open mouth appeared from behind. He quickly dug into Jisoo's shoulder, but she only flinched, as if the bite was not pain, but an irritating push. The girl roughly grabbed the creature with her hand, squeezing as hard as she could. Unable to withstand such power, the monster burst, and dark blood poured out of it. With a sharp movement, Jisoo threw away what was left of her opponent. Her shoulder began to glow with light, gradually healing from the bite. Only now did the girl look around the room, in which everything was turned upside down. And ahead, she noticed something that could bring out her emotions. There was a man lying on the floor, covered in blood, and Jisoo recognized him as her father. The girl's tears began to flow, and she clasped her hands to her face. Falling to her knees, she screamed that her father could not die. The sound of the ringing home telephone caught her attention. The heroine thought with hope that maybe it was her mother. With a trembling hand, trying to hold back her sobs, Jisoo picked up the phone, asking if it was her mother. And at that very moment, the heroine's eyes turned red, and instead of tears, blood began to flow. Meanwhile, Lee Min-ah and the protagonist were walking down the street. Suddenly, the girl stopped and said in surprise that there was a person in front. It was a woman in a suit. She was inviting an expensive client. And with a smile, she greeted them in the Roman Tower. The heroine was puzzled as to why people had set up their businesses here, or whether it was because monsters avoided this place. The guy replied that she should look back, and then everything would immediately become clear. And can everything that has happened to them so far not be called strange? Lee Min-ah asked suspiciously why the lady was standing there and whether she wasn't afraid of monsters. She laughed and said that at the moment they could enter the Roman Tower for free, offering them her help. The girl screamed that he was seriously going to come in here because the place looked incredibly strange. Shihanu asked how else she planned to complete the task. The place seemed too clean, and that's due to the idiotic tendencies of the guy who runs it. The heroine asked, because all these people are players. Jihan replied that it was true. They were ordinary people who were not killed. And now these people will not be able to die. The protagonist explained that he was saying that these people were unable to die, and that is why they live like this. An amusement park doesn't just rely on the rides themselves. Suddenly he noticed that they had a new task. But suddenly Zihan's gaze became wary. He suspected that something was definitely wrong here. And Lee Min-ah exclaimed that the task seemed quite easy. The girl was surprised and tried to understand what was wrong. Shihan replied nervously that it was not quite what he expected. It seems Lee Min-ah received a mission from his past life to ride and collect 5 stamps. Not only did his level increase, but he also received a completely different task, one that only the game masters or the system itself could handle. If this were the intervention of the game master, he would certainly have appeared, which means the second option remains, the intervention of the system. Shihan was nervous and admitted that even though he had killed 2 guards, he never thought that the reaction would appear so quickly. The girl said that she couldn't understand why the hero had such a gloomy face. Could the task really be so difficult? The guy tried to calm down, deciding that since there were changes, there must be some positives, so he needed to think about the good. At the very least, this proves that the future is slowly changing. Along the way, the protagonist asked the girl if she had heard of a game called Roller Coaster Time. He then explained that since the manager can do everything, then any actions, even the most insane ones, are possible. For example, breaking the ring to cause the minecarts to derail, or causing the Ferris wheel to roll along the ground. The hero explained that such managers don't care about sales or revenue, they just want to watch people suffer. Lee Min-ah asked worriedly if this was true. Sahanu replied that yes, and this place could be considered just one of those attractions. This is the work of Keras, the constellation of the Raven, and only he could have arranged such a thing. And it is not players who work on the mission's territory, but ordinary people. So only a real psycho could have come up with such an idea. The protagonist decided that he couldn't tell her about Karas, otherwise it would turn out weird, since the players didn't know about the constellations yet. In the past world, there were a lot of powerful monsters, and the guards were the strongest of them. Shihan had already met some of them again. The constellations were not just monsters, but creatures of a different level, completely beyond the limits of ordinary strength. And here Karas from the constellation of the Raven reigned, lower than the other constellations, but still possessing divinity. The protagonist thought it was too early for the constellations to appear, but this guy became an exception. He lowered his divinity to exist here, and thus a low-ranking constellation was created, which he used for his own purposes. It looks like Karas is going to have a little fun while there are no one around who can harm him. He was a constellation of low divinity, but the harm he caused was greater than even that of the highest-ranking constellations. The girl snorted, saying that he wanted to say that there was some strong guy sitting here and that you just need to be careful, that's all. He replied that it was true and told her to continue thinking in the same spirit, but not to allow herself to relax. The girl said that the layout here was a little different from the Roman world where she had been before. A worker approached them and asked what about this place. Smiling, he said that it would be very exciting here, and the heroes should definitely try it. Shihan thought about it, hearing the voice tired from constant fear, and noticed a strange object on their necks. Lee Min-ah said with displeasure that a haunted house is gross. The main character asked if she didn't like it. The girl screamed that she simply avoided such places, and not at all because she was scared. The device on his neck suddenly began to glow, and the worker yelled that he needed to wait as there was still time left. Lee Min-ah ran up to him, asking what was wrong, but he was unable to answer, and only begged to wait, clinging to the last of his strength. Suddenly blood gushed out and the girl's gaze became frightened. The mission was about people at an amusement park who find themselves surrounded by a killer and monsters who need help. After all this, an explosion rocked the area, and the worker was already lying motionless. Lee Min-ah asked in shock what happened. The protagonist assumed that they had a limited time to attract visitors, just as they had a limited time to complete the task. The guy thought that this would be the case, but admitted that the task turned out to be even worse than he expected. Lee Min-ah was trembling all over, asking why they treated him like this. The hero just patted her on the shoulder, telling her not to think about it because it wasn't her fault. Everything was planned that way from the start. He recalled that in his past life, only a handful of survivors were able to escape. In any case, the one he needs is here, and first they need to collect all the seals, otherwise the task will not move forward. The worker was surprised and asked if they really wanted to go inside, assuring them that they were unlikely to like the place. Shihan quietly explained that he could not refuse the mission, otherwise he would inevitably die, and he had no choice. The man sighed and said that even if they refused, the same outcome awaited them, since the other players had either died or gone into hiding. The man shrugged and added that if they still wanted to go in, they were looking at a haunted house. The task is quite simple to complete, as they only need to get through the haunted house to the very end. Usually the simpler the scarier, so the hero decided that he just needed to be careful, and then everything would work out somehow. They went inside and the worker wished them a good time. Lee Min-ah was nervous, and Se-han Woo asked if she was too timid. She explained that it was simply too dark, which is why she grabbed him in case they lost sight of each other. The hero told her to just be careful and follow him without lagging behind. The hero's gaze suddenly became wary. He shouted sharply at the girl to duck as the trap whistled towards them. But noticing that she had frozen, he pressed on the back of her head so that Lee Min-ah's head wouldn't be blown off. Se-han ordered her to pull herself together and run. It's dangerous, one blow and they're dead, the hero realized. A monster appeared behind the heroes, and Lee Min-ah screamed. As he drew his sword, Se-hanu asked him to be quieter, keeping his voice even and confident. Looking at this creature, the girl did not understand how to be calm. Having hit the monster, he said that he had a disgusting face. Suddenly, the protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking at Lee Min-ah. Then he asked if the girl was crying and sighed, realizing that it was hard for her. Se-hanu sat the heroine on his back. But before they could move, something thundered ahead. Various monsters appeared before them, and every step forward became more and more dangerous. First, the guy aimed at the big guy, assessing his movements and choosing a point to strike, and then he quickly drove the gun into his head. Then, with Lee Min-ah on his back, he jumped up, calculating the trajectory, and the skeleton, opening its jaw, looked around. At that very moment, with one kick, the main character pierced his skull, and the skeleton fell apart into individual bones. The guy said that she could also easily deal with them and added that there was no need to be afraid. Zombies appeared in front of the heroes. This caused Lee Min to become hysterical and scream. The guy just sighed, asking what the hell. He also realized that the attacks here were based on the template of a panic room. Traps appear on all sides as if out of nowhere. And the most unpleasant thing for the girl is that monsters are still attacking. And there are always different numbers of them. The difference is that the creatures are actually trying to kill the heroes. The heroine started to smile and the guy asked if she was cuckoo. Although he was no better in his past life, it is not easy to fight and protect someone at the same time. The protagonist asked Lee Min-ah if she was okay and told her to hold on tight as he prepared to run again. It can be considered that Si-han is training to fight and defend, since he never did anything like that in his past life. From outside the ghost house, a voice could be heard saying, "What a great hero he is." The worker was surprised and said that the guy was the first one who was able to get out in 15 minutes. He said it wasn't that difficult. Meanwhile, an exhausted Lee Min-ah lay on the ground. She smiled and said that it wasn't hard for her either, hiding her trembling. Shihanu laughed, because first there were tears, then snot, and in the end, everything together. The main character asked the man what the thing was on his neck. Then the worker asked if he was talking about shackles, after which the guy answered yes, and where can I buy them, leaving the man in a stupor. Holding the device in his hands, Zihan thought that the collar could be detonated remotely or set under certain conditions. The girl asked about orichalcum, asking whether it would become stronger if a coating was added. The hero just narrowed his eyes and asked why she thought so, adding that she was a humanities student. Lee Min-ah screamed that it didn't matter, and the guy threw the collar. The girl did not understand this gesture and what the hero was thinking. Shihanu mentally counted to 3, keeping his breathing even. And in the 3rd second, the collar began to vibrate and glow as if waking up. The girl asked what it was, and the boy explained that he blew it up. The heroine couldn't believe it, because the device was intact. He explained that this was true, meaning that it was impossible to break the orichalcum coating with an internal explosion. Everything inside truly broke down, and Lee Min-ah asked if he wanted to share his knowledge to help others. The protagonist briefly replied that this is exactly what he was going to do. The girl asked him since when he had become so sentimental. The guy remembered a man who never passed by people and thought that in his past life he couldn't do the same. Clenching his hand into a fist, he declared that he simply wanted it and that's all. Lee Min-ah asked what would happen to the man at the house. Shihan replied that even without the necklace, it was too dangerous here, and perhaps it was better to listen to the system to survive. The protagonist realized that he needed to collect the stamps first, so he asked if the girl rode roller coasters. The girl exclaimed that it was a piece of cake for her, because she was a pro at an amusement park, but she didn't like ghost houses. There were 4 seals on Lee Min-ah's hand, and she said she didn't want any more. The guy chuckled and said that without her, he would have died 4 times. First, they went on a roller coaster where there was no sense of safety at all, and things with human faces were flying around. When the trolley reached the very top, the mouth of a huge monster appeared out of nowhere. Then they went into free fall. But they forgot to install the brakes, which made the girls scream like crazy. And the heroes were thrown straight to the ground, as if the attraction had decided to get rid of its passengers. The girl happily announced that there was still 1 more attraction left, and they needed to finish quickly and get out. Sehanu replied that no, they wouldn't be able to ride the next ride, because the park's opening hours have ended. The lanterns shone under the night sky and music could be heard. The guy assumed that these were probably some kind of evening events and added that they would be better off hiding first. Sitting in the bushes, Lee Min-ah whispered to them if it looked like some kind of parade, because in front there were people dancing in a variety of costumes. There were goblins who juggled their eyes, and also distorted faces, as if they had been heavily made up. Sehanu suddenly covered her eyes with his hand. He quietly explained that he didn't want to show something like that to a child. The heroine briefly suggested getting out of here. The guy quietly said that it was dangerous now. There were dead bodies of players lying around the parade, and this did not look like a normal performance. The girl exclaimed whether this was true, to which the main character replied that why then, in Lee Min-ah's opinion, did he close her eyes? She replied that she thought there was something dirty in it, and Sehanu just wanted to watch it alone, without involving her. The guy said that they couldn't be found, so she should follow him as quietly as possible. Monsters were roaming the park, and workers were standing in front of the buildings and attractions. The monsters searched the area for the rest. Therefore, the players had almost no places to hide. In a past life, there was a survivor who told the protagonist that there was a very large safari in the park. According to him, those who were there were players who were stuck between the 1st and 3rd tasks. In a normal situation, this is impossible, but Karis made it possible. Most likely, he was interested in this game of the gods. The constellations have a share of divinity, but they were not gods and could not participate. Karis either found a loophole that no one knew about. It is quite possible that he made a deal with the Game Master. It's time for the heroes to find out how he pulled it all off. The girl looked ahead and said that there were so many people here, just as the boy had said. The heroine thoughtfully asked if they could come in. The others' gazes were fixed on her hand, and the silence around them grew denser. The man shuddered at the thought that Lee Min-ah had 4 seals. The guards quickly began to open the gates for them. The guy introduced himself, saying that he was the player Hyun-suk, and noted that they were just super because they received 4 seals at once. The girl exclaimed that it was true, and they were very talented kids. Now the heroes can stay here, and Hyun-suk said that there is no need to worry because he will report to the leader himself. The main character replied thank you and began to look around, noting every detail around. As Hyun-suk said, everyone who is here. Players and ordinary people, about 200 people in total. Of course, not all of them are here, but most of them are. He's probably here too. It can't be that the hero isn't here. Sehan found him, the one who must definitely be connected to this place. This is Hephaestus's avatar, Song Shawu. In his past life, he was one of the most famous players. The equipment he created always sold for exorbitant prices at auctions. The players only lasted this long thanks to Seong Shawu's equipment. However, this is not the one the protagonist knew before, because then the guy was shining, not losing hope. But now he looks broken. This guy looked like he was past his prime. Lee Min-ah snorted, noticing that his appearance really did give her the feeling that she might get depressed. And next to him, most likely, is his older brother, about whom he heard that he died at the end of the 3rd task. The heroes asked if they could eat next to them. The elder brother was blind and invited them to sit next to him, noting that others avoided them and appreciating the pleasant opportunity to talk to people. Song Shawu muttered that there was nothing pleasant about it. He wanted to add more, but stopped himself. The heroes introduced themselves calmly and simply, after which Song Chang-woo stated his name and then pointed to Song Shi-woo's brother. Looking at the girl, Se-han-woo became thoughtful, because she only behaved in a cheeky manner with him and Ji-soo. The guy shook hands and said that he would like to become friends with them. The main character thought about it. He also wanted to make friends, but something was wrong. On the surface, the older brother seemed like an ordinary player, and the sword looked simple. Wait, a sword. Song Chang-woo replied calmly that you wouldn't know it by looking at him, but he was somewhat skilled with a sword. Although after damaging his eyes, he used it as a staff. The younger brother asked Hyun to stop talking, because if he continued, he would start remembering again. He abruptly lay down on the ground, turned his back to them, and said that he would sleep. He apologized, explaining that his brother had become a little sensitive lately. Sihan thought, if things had turned out so hard from the start, it was no wonder they were being cautious around strangers. Song Chang-woo exhaled and said thank you for understanding. He admitted that he had run away from him not long ago. This guard rules this place. The elder brother spoke about Chol Wong. These words surprised the protagonist. He wondered what the guard was doing on Karis's territory. The only guard inside Seoul was the basilisk he killed, and he realized that he was talking about another guard nearby. Maybe that's why the mission changed, and Song Shi-woo too. What if they found out about the main character? This world is structured like a game, where the server is controlled by the game master. But he is by no means the tallest being here. There is a system above everything, and everything that happens is connected to it. The Guardian is a hidden monster that is determined by the system. Shehan knew that something like this would likely happen if he acted too conspicuously, but now it was really stressful. Lying on the ground, he decided that from tomorrow he would begin to collect information and would be as careful as possible. The hero looked at the girl and decided that she was either really that brave, or she just didn't sweat the small stuff. Suddenly, rustling sounds were heard in the distance. It was Song Chang-woo. I wonder where he was going at this time. The older brother told the guards that he needed to relieve himself. They replied that the guy was in such a state and added that they would not go together either. He said that he knew the area roughly, so he would go alone. Meanwhile, observers were already hovering in the sky. The guards warned that they would open the door for him, but if the guy didn't return, they wouldn't look for him. Shehan narrowed his eyes because the general observer was clearly following him, and he realized that something was wrong. Anonymous 48 quickly joined the chat and asked if the clown was currently busy. He replied that it seemed like his interlocutor really did have some good information, since Freaky Friday had gone into that dungeon. The hero got straight to the point and asked if they could watch the reviewer together. The guy explained that there is one player who refuses to be his avatar. The clown was surprised that he didn't want it, which means the anonymous god isn't such a famous one. Looking at the screen, the heroine said that many people had their eye on him lately, but he turned them all down. She said that she saw him with her avatar and admitted that if it were not for Min, she would also have sent a request because the hero is becoming more interesting. An anonymous person asked if he could borrow a columnist, to which the clown agreed, since his avatar was currently sleeping anyway. The main character admitted that a certain player had just come out and something was wrong with him, and so the clown invited an anonymous person to be his columnist. The guy thought about it, deciding that he was going into the forest for a reason. The hero realized that he clearly needed to do more than just take a leak. Suddenly, a white wing flew past the older brother. The guy stood calmly, his eyes closed, as if listening to every rustle around him. A white bird sat on the top of the spruce tree, and the moon shone in the background. Song Chang-woo quickly sat down on his knees, and suddenly it was heard that the elder brother had come to report. These words surprised the anonymous person. The bird asked if there was anything unusual today. The guy replied that there was nothing unusual, and then added that, by the way, 2 new players had appeared. Sehanu was surprised to think that this voice didn't sound like Karis at all, which meant it was guard Cheolwung in front of him. The bird ordered him to watch them, and if the players started doing anything, to report immediately. After all, Mr. Karis needs more people. It was clear that the older brother's behavior was not feigned. The clown laughed. Who would have thought that he would turn out to be a spy? Anonymous really couldn't understand why. As Song Shiwu said in his past life, his brother was a very kind person, and even sacrificed himself to save Shiwu. Finally, the day came and the sky became clear. The main character asked people questions, but they only shook their heads. And now it was extremely difficult to collect information. But if you put it all together, everything matches the past life. All but Cholwung are starfish, a fairly rare type of monster found only in special zones. Slightly slow, but with solid armor and immense strength, he grew stronger with every piece of metal he managed to absorb. He obeys Karasu. Sehanu decided to retreat, because now this enemy is clearly beyond his strength. The girl asked what was wrong and cautiously asked if anything had happened. She narrowed her eyes and noticed that she didn't know his plans, but hunting the guard sounded risky. Sehanu stated in frustration that the enemy was still too strong for him. But if conditions permit, you can try again later. No matter what they do, Shiwu won't get better now, only time will sort everything out. He said he had business outside the safari and asked her to help him while he met the right person. Sehanu told her to keep an eye on those 2. Lee Min-ah thought that, in principle, there was nothing complicated about it. The guy decided it was time to check out Cholwung and what this rare monster actually was. The heroes were now in a park area, and ahead a castle was visible, somewhat reminiscent of Disneyland. But inside, terrible and not at all childish things were happening. The creature lay on the ground and grinned at human horror and awe. He noted that both methods greatly increased the price. The creature noted that it had settled here partly out of curiosity. It continued to laugh, saying that it had made the right choice. His long-clawed hand gripped the throne, and the hero asked Cholwung what was the matter. He chuckled again, saying that the fun was in full swing. He remembered the 3 seals of the strongest and enjoyed the sight of people trembling, not having received even 2. But the creature calmly added that this was only the case until yesterday. The hero looked at him in surprise, and the smile disappeared from his face. A player appeared who was able to obtain 4 seals. And he's not alone, there's also a girl with him. The creature exhaled in irritation, not understanding where such things came from. So one still without the support of a deity. Roller coaster and water attraction, free fall and even a haunted house. There was a high level there from the very beginning, which was then further raised. If things continue like this, today they will be able to receive the 5th seal and complete the task. The hero understood that if he interfered with the main task, problems could begin, although this method could simplify everything. The creature thought for a moment, briefly considering that he might come here himself, but immediately dismissed the thought, certain that such a thing could not happen. While it might even be better if these 2 complete the task, fewer and fewer players are riding the rides. Cholwung quietly said that it seemed like players had lost motivation due to the difficulty being too high. Karis laughed, confident that if they completed the task and got out, the other players would get an incentive. He replied that the plan was amazing and then wished them a pleasant viewing. Karis then asked if it was time for patrol, and he calmly replied that yes, it was. Guards are rarely added, but he admitted that it was funny to watch him lying at his feet pleading. Nobody knows the reason for his addition, neither he nor Akartos. The creature thought that it would be nice to meet more bugs today. Looking around the sunny forest, The protagonist thought that Chol Wung usually walked on patrol along this very road. If this is true, then he should have passed here a long time ago. Shihan heard the rumble and began to listen to where exactly it was coming from. Finally, a huge Cholvung appeared above the forest. Looking at him, the guy declared that the creature had finally arrived. He coldly replied that he was not interested in killing crazy people. The protagonist decided that it was not surprising, because he serves Karas, they think alike, and everything remains the same. Cholvung swung his huge paw, and Sihan chuckled, thinking that he probably wanted to see him run away from him in terror. The blow echoed across the ground. However, the stones bounced off quickly, and the main character ran with the sword, running the blade of the sword across Cholwung's skin. However, he failed to cause any damage. The skin turned out to be very hard, and he realized that he could not wound him even with a sword covered with orichalcum. Cholvung eats metals even while on patrol, and he didn't expect him to be such a serious opponent. Although, if he weren't like that, he wouldn't have listened to Song Chang-woo's reports. The creature noticed that Sihan was not fighting with all his might, and he didn't think that there were still such players left. Cholvung said that he was not interesting and offered to talk a little, or the main character no longer has the strength even to talk. The guy became indignant, deciding that he was talking too much, and he asked if this was some kind of guard. Let him attack instead. Cholvung was indignant, deciding that he did not know where he came from. However, not a wet spot will remain of his corpse. Then the main character suggested checking it out. The guy dodged the blow and ran along his arm. Sihan noted that since it was huge, there must be a lot of cracks in it. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and he made a sharp swing with his sword. However, with this, you cannot achieve normal striking force, judging by the fact that the coated weapon was not damaged. And Cholwung's body is no harder than orichalcum. It turns out that Sihan simply lacks strength. The creature clenched its massive fist again, and he felt the tension in its muscles build before another blow. The main character easily dodged the blows. Because of its bulkiness, Cholwung was quite slow. The guy decided that he needed to urgently find the creature's weak points. Shihan quickly struck the paw. However, not a drop of emotion crossed his face. He hit the ground with renewed force, causing it to vibrate. Shihanu jumped back and then swung a small pebble. And when it hit him right in the eye, Cholwung didn't even flinch again. The boy frowned, deciding that the creature seemed to have no weak points. The only advantage the main character had was that he was faster. The main character still continued to dodge. Sahan-woo tried to improve all his stats to the maximum in preparation for the fight with Cholwung. His numbers were higher than any other player. And despite this, the guy can't even scratch Cholwung. The main character was still hit by the blow, and he suddenly moved backwards. At this level, going for it is a risky business, and yet, now it's clear why the mere mention of his name makes people's veins tremble. And if the guard Cholvung was so strong, Sahanu realized that Karas's abilities were quite possibly even greater. The hero hoped to kill him here, but realized that the chances were slim. The creature screamed, asking where the guy had gone, and ran away from him like a pathetic little rat. Shihanu shouted that this elephant was talking because he himself was too slow. The muscles in the creature's trunk tensed, and he yelled that he would kill this little bastard, while Cholwung was destroying everything behind him. The main character started to run away, saying that he had nothing more to do here. With his current skills and items, killing Cholwung was impossible, and victory required one powerful blow from a strong attack. So, in the end, there's only one way left. The sky remained just as clear and sunny. The man asked, "Miss Min-ah, are you and Sehan brother and sister?" She replied, "Of course not, they have different last names." The man replied that Mr. Sehan seemed very unusual to him, which is why he asked the question. The hero said that Ziehan had managed to obtain as many as 4 seals, which was considered no easy task. The girl exclaimed that she also had 4 seals. Suddenly, the protagonist's voice was heard from behind, and Lee Min-ah flinched, shouting that she was scared, and she said that we should warn him when he approaches. Song Shi-woo admitted with a smile that they were just talking about Sehan-woo. The guy asked about him in surprise. Lee Min-ah added that he was just curious about how they met. The protagonist told Mr. Chang-woo that if he didn't mind, he would like to talk to him. The guy said he had something to tell him, but this place wasn't quite right, and the heroes moved aside to a quieter place. Then the elder brother calmly asked what he wanted to say. The protagonist asked if he was leaking information about this place to Cholwung. After his words, the clanging of metal was heard, and Song Shi-woo placed the sword on Siehan's shoulder. He was perplexed and asked how the guy found out about this. He calmly replied that there was a way for everything, and he just wanted to ask his older brother something. He would have to leave it for later. Putting away his sword, The protagonist said that he should try to attack him using all his strength. However, Song Shi-woo took a swing at the guy. He quickly managed to dodge. But the older brother did not back down and continued to keep the main character in his sights. Shihan was surprised that this hero was not bad. The guy barely managed to dodge the blows. The surprising thing was that Song Shi-woo didn't see anything. Could he be using a spiritual window, Sehanu wondered? He said that the hero had spoken so insolently, and now all he did was evade. And if Sihan doesn't want to talk, then he'll have to kill him. The guy had a surprised look and took a step back. He was surprised by his older brother's position. There were some strange markings on the katana, and the hero noticed them briefly. Suddenly, something was rapidly approaching him. Stopping the blade at his head, Siehanu thought that the sword technique at this level was amazing. The older brother snorted, amazed that his sword was caught between two fingers. Siehanu thought about it, assessing the dexterity, and noted that the numbers are quite high, considering he's not an avatar. In other words, it was all about the power of dexterity. Song Shi-woo jumped up, swinging his sword, and the air around him shook. The main character simply dodged without difficulty. His movements were precise and easy. Song Shi-woo didn't want to give up, and his movements became more and more desperate, which made the main character even more amused. A blade passed near the guy's hand, leaving a barely noticeable trace in the air. And no matter how hard the man tried, it was impossible to hit. This confused Song Shi-woo, so he stopped attacking. While the man was trying to catch his breath, Sehanu said that he should confess honestly. His abilities turned out to be unexpectedly impressive. The hero said with a smile that his skills were nothing compared to him. Sehanu began to wonder why a man with such powers was spying for Cheol-won. Song Shi-woo stood silently, his breathing heavy, and the guy just asked if it was all because of Shi-woo. He suggested that Cheol-won might have promised to keep Shi-woo alive in exchange for help. Putting away his sword, the man replied that when he first encountered Cheol-won, he fought against him alone. Although no, the hero couldn't even call it a battle, because for Cheol-won he was nothing more than a toy. In the end, going after the creature alone turned out to be an unwise decision, as he lost his sight in that battle and Shi-woo became apathetic. After this, Song Shi-woo had no choice but to agree to Cheol-won's proposal, and at that moment he felt his power. The brother admitted that he wanted to save Shi-woo at all costs, even if it meant going to hell. The protagonist calmly asked how long the man had been supplying the monster with information. He replied that since their meeting on Safari, and asked what Sehanu was going to do now. The guy replied that he would not do anything now. Until now, this had not bothered him in any way. On the contrary, Sihan thought that he could take advantage of the situation to his advantage. The guy continued. He was just collecting information, enjoying the player's fear, so he ordered them to keep an eye on the others. And then the main character told that he had recently met a creature. Cheol-won is completely different from all the monsters he has encountered so far, as his body is incredibly strong. The guy snorted, adding that just because he couldn't kill him right away didn't mean victory was impossible. The protagonist said that Song Shi-woo should continue to follow the monster's orders, while leaking information to the protagonist himself. He will tell the details later when they return. Then the guy added that, of course, everything needed to be told to Shi-woo. After all, he is one of the main figures in this case. The brother got angry and shouted at him, asking why he didn't tell him right away what had happened to him. The man apologized and admitted that he didn't want his brother to worry even more. The guy was outraged and said that if something serious happened to him, he would definitely not be happy about it. The girl asked if that was why he told her to keep an eye on those two, and whether that could be considered good intuition. Shihan replied that yes, he had a strong premonition. The hero added that naturally, the monster needed to be killed. Se-han-woo apologized and said that Lee Min-ah had better not come out of here for now because Cheol-won was looking for him. The girl turned around in tears and asked what he was doing outside. The guy asked in surprise if they were really going to kill the monster. The main character said that the situation is not the best now, and he would not be surprised if a monster comes here and starts killing people. Shi-woo asked if Hyung would really fight Cheol-won. The guy replied that there was no other way to get out of here. Kneeling down, Sehanu said he needed help. He asked him if he wanted to try making a weapon that could kill Cheol-won. The guy watched in silence for a while. Then he clenched his fist decisively, and he said that he would try to do it. The heroes came closer, and the question was asked whether this was enough. We were talking about a basic production kit for making equipment. The guy was pleasantly surprised and fascinated. Sehanu asked if this was enough to do something. Shiu said yes with a smile. His eyes were shining. He was eager to make something faster. Lee Min-ah whispered that it was strange to see such items here and asked why he agreed so easily. The guy thought it was good and said he was glad to have the opportunity to at least create something. The girl was indignant, looking at Shehanu, and said that she didn't think that he would behave like that with a younger guy. The protagonist stated that the difference between them was only 3 years. Hearing that Shu Wu was a third-year high school student, her mouth dropped open. She actually thought the guy was younger. Afterwards, Se-han Wu asked him to install her dome, but Lee Min-ah pretended not to understand. Then the guy got indignant and said that she was pretending that she didn't know how to do it. The girl stamped her feet angrily, not understanding how the hero found out. Her main ability seemed to be to make people nervous. But now the third task is underway, and she has probably acquired the skill to install the dome. The girl grinned and said that no one would know what was happening inside the space until she allowed it. Si-han was surprised in his mind that she could divide space. He realized that the support of a high-class deity gave her another level. So in the first round, no one could find her. Having opened the store, the guy thought that he needed to choose a high-class god for his avatar. He then threw the devices to Shu Wu and said that it could be melted down and made into weapons. The hero wondered what he should make of this. He thought about a sword, a spear, or a blunt weapon. Handing over the scroll, the hero said that this was not it and ordered to look here. Looking at the sheet, the hero was surprised how they were able to draw it themselves. Shiwu was surprised, seeing this for the first time, and did not understand what kind of object it was. Sehanu reminded that this weapon was meant to kill Chol-wung. The elephant trashed the room and muttered that he thought they would go and collect seals. He noted that there is no data, and it is not even in Safari. Suddenly, a teddy bear started running up to the monster. The bear said that Mr. Karras was calling him. Chol-wung said he would go right now. The bear became nervous, saying that preparing the other monsters would take time. However, the elephant did not listen. He did not care. Chol-wung ran his trunk around the stuffed animal's neck. He said that one of him would be enough. Lee Min-ah, sitting on the rock, said that they had to wait for Appa. People below were shouting that other monsters might appear and they needed to be prepared. The girl recalled that at first people ignored the evacuation advice, but their attitude changed when she showed the seals. The guy was surprised and said what kind of trembling of the earth it was. The girl instantly began to transform into an eagle. Taking off, she said that she would fly and check out the situation. The bird wondered in surprise who it was, and if it really was Chol-wung. She wondered how they should catch him. Lee Min-ah came back and reported that he was approaching and was already close. The boy said that he knew it and would warn the others to hurry, and this surprised the girl. The heroine wondered if she could just up and run away. Lee Min-ah only thought that Se-han Wu had helped her a lot, and she had only become a little attached to him. A man's voice was heard from behind, saying that this would not be necessary. Lee Min-ah was surprised and asked why Chan Wu was here and if he wanted to fight the monster. He said that he could not run away brazenly, and his strength was not enough to fight with Chol-wung, and he added that he could at least stall for a little while. Without listening to the girl to the end, he rushed forward. She looked after him in surprise and asked when Sehanu would arrive. There were shouts that everyone needed to run and evacuate ordinary people. Sung Shi-woo remembered that he had been watching people and was the eyes of Chol-wung, so he must answer for his actions. He decided that he had to buy time at any cost. The hero fell to his knees before the creature, and then he said that he was waiting for Mr. Chol-wung. The elephant laughed and called him a hard-working man. The hero said that they needed to hurry, and he would lead the monster through a shortcut. The monster thought for a moment and said that he didn't want this. He continued that he did not want to listen to him because he was trying to buy time. The elephant added that the man was not the type to come running to help him like a faithful dog. The man clenched his teeth and thought he couldn't let go. He jumped up and the creature looked at him in surprise. Song Shu-woo was covered in magic, and the elephant said that he hoped his abilities would grow. They haven't fought for a long time. The hero pulled out his sword and listened to the sounds. Then he quickly moved from his place. He moved quickly and confidently. After the strike, Chol-wung said that speed was useless and that a better weapon should have been used. The man was surprised that at such speed he didn't even scratch the monster. The monster swung his fist and said that he had done a good job of getting information. Closing his eyes, the man mentally apologized to his brother. But before the blow reached its target, something exploded. The elephant looked around in surprise. Numerous cracks appeared on his skin. Shehanu laughed and said that his power was of little use. He stepped on peeling skin lying on the ground. He then said that the monster should have fed on metals better. The creature was surprised that he was able to break his hand. The main character smiled and said that he was glad to see him again and brought a friend. An eagle was flying over the forest, thinking that the place was somewhere here. The bird was indignant that she was given a stupid task again. Finally, she noticed the guy she was looking for sitting there. After turning into a human, Lee Min-ah asked if he was okay. The guy suggested hiding together, saying that this was the safest place. The girl snorted and said that was true. But how was he going to kill the monster? There was a crash and the protagonist dodged the blow. There was no way the monster could hit him. This angered the huge elephant. The creature swung again and missed. It understood that one blow would destroy this bug. But the bug was too fast and was already sitting on the tree. Shihan chuckled and said that after the last meeting, the monster had become even more stupid. This angered the creature and it swung again. The protagonist noted that the monster began to move even slower. He understood that this was due to the loss of the arm, and the monster became less stable. Shihan still felt uneasy and wanted to finish him off in one blow. The monster shouted that he came to fight and now he was a coward. The guy thought everything was fine, but after the shot, he had to wait for the reload. Looking at the weapon, Shihan told the monster that there was 1 minute left and he knew what that meant. He took aim at the monster and said that it had about a minute to live and that it could move with all its might. The elephant, in a rage, said that he was a guard. He stated that it was impossible for him to be killed on the third mission. The creature lowered its head and did not understand how this had happened. It wondered how this little bug had gotten to this point. After placing the tip of the gun against the monster's skin, Shihan said that a minute had passed. Cholwung shouted for them to wait and said he had a proposal. He declared that he would not kill anymore. The protagonist sternly said that this would not work. The explosion reverberated throughout the area. The elder brother was surprised because the monster's presence disappeared. The boy became worried, thinking that he was pretending to be calm. But a guard is a guard, and he barely coped, and he needed to become stronger. The tired man asked if Cholwung was really dead. Shihan said that he had blown his head off and even a starfish would have died from that. Looking at the hole, the man was surprised, realizing that the monster could also die. The older brother asked where he got such a weapon. The protagonist replied that he would tell later because there were too many witnesses around. The people exclaimed that they were finally free from the huge monster. The man bowed and said that he could only thank her and had nothing more to say. The guy said sheepishly that there was no need to thank him like that. The girl exhaled that there was still one left. The crowd turned sharply towards them, indignant at what they were talking about. Lee Min-ah said it was nothing. The main character covered her mouth with his hand. He added that the details would be revealed later, and he had something important to tell him. He understood that it was Karis's turn. Shihanu was being watched through the screen the whole time. The Greek god became interested in who he was. Everyone didn't understand what it was. They asked the clown because the guy was walking around with his avatar. The clown chuckled and said that even if he knew, he wouldn't have told anything. He added that the boy was funny and had similar style to him. The girl asked what they gave Seihan as a reward. He showed the stone and said that it was a grimoire. Arang's skill allowed him to eat metal and turn it into part of his body. It was possible to use the starfish skill. Lee Min-ah screamed that if this one ate orichalcum, the body would become partially orichalcum. He said that he was surprised that the skill had dropped out. Lee Min-ah pouted, saying that it was not right to brag about such things to others. The boy threw a stone at her and told her to take it, and he added that she needed him more. He said that the girl could change her appearance and turn her hand into metal. She became nervous, saying that the stone would disappear after the first use, and asked if he was sure. The protagonist said that this was a reward for helping, and that she would reveal her potential better than him, so let her accept it. Lee Min-ah told him not to go back on his words later. She added that she takes it because he gives it himself, and she also has a conscience. Suddenly, everything started to glow, and the system announced that the starfish skill had been acquired. Shihan thought that if she wasn't an avatar, he could share the skill. He noted that without the ability to transform, she would not have lasted so long, and that there was great potential hidden within her. There was silence on the city street. It was interrupted by the cries of running people. While Song Shi-woo was cutting down the monsters, the crowd moved forward. The number of people kept growing. As the hand reached for the collar, the worker asked if it was safe. The guy squinted and said that yes, he was filming. The man's face was excited, and the device glowed brighter. When everything went smoothly, the worker sincerely thanked his savior. Upon seeing Lee Min-ah, the hero said that he told her to watch the crow and asked what she was doing here. The heroine was indignant, saying that if they ran away, what would happen to the tasks, and they had 4 stamps each. Shiahanu chuckled and said that she didn't get them alone. She stated that if everyone were released, there would be no one to put the seals and how to complete the tasks. The guy asked the worker if he had any stamps. The protagonist coldly asked if he could put a seal on it. While the worker was setting it up, Lee Min-ah was surprised, saying that it was unlikely that anything would work out like that. Suddenly, the system announced the completion of the task. The girls screamed that if the seals could be obtained so easily, why did they suffer? Shihan said with a smile that he was the only one who suffered. The workers whispered that there was no reward, which meant the task was too easy. The guy thought that he only needed to get the seal, and the tasks of other players would also be completed, except his own. Karas was indignant, asking where Cholwung had gone and why no one was visible. Seeing the rat, he demanded to speak without stuttering. The rat fell to her knees and said that Cholwung was dead. Karas laughed, assuming that he had managed to destroy half the park. The animal trembled and said that this was not the case, and the guard was really dead. The hero said in surprise that this was nonsense and asked who did it. When the rat replied that he didn't know, Karas shouted, asking what they were doing. The animal justified itself, saying that they were resisting the players who suddenly attacked. The man became furious, saying that the players dared to challenge him. He ordered to gather all the monsters and send them on safari so that they would destroy everything. The rat said there was a problem. Karas snorted, assuming she was afraid of Cholwung's killer. She said that several monsters had already gone on safari, but it was empty. Karas was indignant again, not understanding how this was possible. Turning into a raven, he shouted who did it. Shihan looked up. He realized that it was all beginning. The crowd was told where to move and asked to do it faster. Meanwhile, Song Shiwu realized that there were too many wounded and he needed to hurry. He told Seihan that everything had been decided too easily and it was frightening. The guy replied that this happens as long as they are not in any danger. The man asked if he was talking about the raven. He said yes, and he would be here soon. Before he could finish speaking, Shehanu heard sounds. Sung Shiwu said he had a strange feeling. The hero's eyes widened. The creature was approaching. His yellow eyes shone among the dark plumage. He circled above the castle. Then he descended and began to approach. All the people were plunged into fear. Many tried to understand what was happening. Sehanu noted that Karas looked scary. A constellation is a constellation. Karas landed in front of them. Coming out of the smoke, he hissed that it was commendable. He said he didn't think the hero would make him act. Karas was not an easy opponent, and Zihan had not been this nervous for a long time. He remembered that he had also been a little afraid with Orga because of the restrictions of the second stage. The protagonist knew roughly what techniques he would use. Even in the battle with Cholwung, he was a little worried. He thought about sudden transformations, but he was not afraid. But now the guy was really nervous, and it wasn't fear, but concern for the people for whom he was fighting. But in his past life, Sihan would have abandoned everyone without a twinge of conscience to save himself. Shehanu told everyone that he would hold off the enemy, and the rest should flee with the others without looking back. The heroes froze in place, not immediately understanding what was happening around them. Li Min-ah pulled herself together and said that they needed to hurry, because there was no time at all. Karas chuckled, insisting that he would not stand and silently watch what was happening. While attacking, Karas called everyone in front of him pathetic creatures. The protagonist realized that the moment of the decisive battle had come and gathered his strength. The creature was surprised that Sehanu dodged all of his attacks without a single mistake. The boy called out to the bird and it was surprised, realizing that they were talking specifically to it. Sehanu said mockingly that there was no one else around except the two of them. Karas was indignant, not expecting such a tone from an ordinary person. The guy said that Karas deserved this treatment because he came to hunt people. Karas said that Zihanu talks too much, calling him a worthless cockroach. The protagonist thought that he had hit the enemy and now he needed to stall for time. He noted that half of the people had not yet come out, and they needed to gain at least half an hour. Shihan told himself that he had to cope despite the fear and pressure. Everything he had done before was aimed precisely at this moment. The guy understood that he had to be cold-blooded because Karas was superior to him in strength, but Sihan had equipment that could make up for the difference between them. This equipment allowed one to survive and attack the enemy with maximum precision. Karas was outraged that the man had such an unpleasant skill. Shihan was confident that he could handle it despite the difference in strength. The guy activated the gloves of darkness, allowing him to accurately throw any objects. Karas was surprised that Sihanu was trying to keep up with his speed. Clenching his fist, Karas screamed, asking how he dared to act like that. The creature called him an ordinary, pathetic little man, unworthy of attention. Karas began to pick up speed, preparing for a swift attack. He plummeted downwards, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The guy was speechless when he saw such speed and power. The bird hit the ground, raising a cloud of stones and dust. The stones flew in all directions, creating chaos all around. One stone began to crack under the pressure of the force. Karas broke the stone with one hand, demonstrating his power. Shihan barely dodged his opponent's sharp blows. The blow grazed the boy's cheek, and blood began to flow down his skin. Shihan jumped up, trying to regain his balance. The guy took a couple of steps back, assessing the situation. Karas angrily stated that he did not want to fight seriously, but he was hurt. Shihanu tried to catch his breath, feeling tension in his body. Karas yelled at him, calling him a pathetic bastard. The creature promised to teach him an invaluable lesson that he would not forget. The protagonist was taken aback, realizing that Karas was preparing a special skill. Karas ordered to look carefully with his eyes without blinking. The creature began to glow and turn a bright white color. As he climbed higher, Karas said that this was the real power of the constellations. Jihan thought that what was happening looked incredible and dangerous. Karas grinned, claiming that it would cost him nothing to destroy everyone. The boy didn't understand how he was using the passing skill while breaking the rules. Seihanu noted that Karas was too fast and it would be difficult to dodge. The creature activated Shadow Run, accelerating even faster. The protagonist decided that he should at least hide first to buy time. The creature chuckled, saying that Seihan was still breathing, and that was admirable. Flying closer, Karas noticed that the guy standing in front of him was quite a difficult one. Karas began to spin in the air, preparing another swift attack. The creature struck rapidly at Seihan, giving him no respite. Seeing the hero's evasions, Karas added that the guy was an extremely unusual opponent. Moving down, Karas said he was initially furious, but still acknowledged his resilience. The guy snorted, claiming that Karas spoke as if he was worth something. Grabbing Zihan by the throat, Karas declared that he was just a bait to buy time. The bird suggested ending the battle as she needed to deal with those outside. The creature's eye glowed, and Karas said to die quietly, showing a rare mercy for himself. The protagonist chuckled, reminding that one shouldn't be careless, even when thinking about winning. The system announced that all people had left the park and the task had been successfully completed, and soon the reward will be given out and the first round gear set will be available. Karas froze, not understanding what had just happened around him. The shining weapon pierced the creature's body, causing it to lose its balance. Blood gushed from Karas's beak and he barely managed to stay in the air. Shihan was indignant, not understanding how Karasu managed to avoid a direct blow. The creature flew higher, screaming at who exactly dared to interfere in its fight. Karas didn't understand how an ordinary player could possess such power. The boy swung his weapon again, preparing for the next attack. Karas snorted, saying that he didn't expect to endure such things because of a simple human. The creature pointed its feathers at the hero, ordering him to simply disappear. Karas added that this is how it should be for an ordinary bug. Seihan dodged the sharp feathers while maintaining full concentration. The guy carefully watched every movement of the creature without losing focus. A swirling vortex began to rise around Karas, strengthening his defenses. The protagonist tried to break through the whirlwind, counting on the accuracy of the blow. The bird laughed, claiming that no spear could hit it. The guy coldly replied that it was natural, given his skills. Shihan reminded himself that he had the skill to hit the target accurately. Karas was taken aback, not understanding what happened at that moment. The creature's wing was cut sharply, throwing it off balance. Karas screamed, claiming that something like this simply couldn't be real. The creature fell rapidly to the ground, losing control of its body. Seihan said that he threw the spear with transcendence and precision skills, but it did not pierce the heart. The guy thought that Karas had already gotten on his nerves too much. The bird clenched its fist and screamed, calling the hero an unpleasant opponent. Seeing the attack from above, the guy was momentarily confused, assessing the situation. Seihan quickly took out his shield, preparing for the next strike. The guy understood that he needed to move faster to survive. The protagonist began to straighten his legs, preparing a counterattack. Karas watched Seihanu's every move closely without blinking. The guy raised his shield higher, easily holding back the creature's next blows. Karas was taken aback, because in front of him stood an ordinary player without avatar status. The creature did not understand how such a thing was even possible under the current conditions. The blow hit Karas on the leg, and the creature let out a painful cry. Coming closer, Seihanu called out to the crow, attracting its attention. The guy mockingly said that the constellation monster was screaming strangely due to an attack from an ordinary player. Seihanu asked frantically if Karas had sensed how dangerous his opponent had become. Trying to fight back, the creature screamed that what was happening looked like a system bug. The protagonist let out a smirk, feeling the tension gradually subside after another blow. The guy calmly walked past the blows, as if he knew the trajectory of each movement in advance. Suddenly, something surprised Zihan, causing his expression to change for a moment. The creature screamed, not understanding how such a thing could happen in front of it. Karasu became curious about where Seihanu came from and who trained him. The protagonist activated a protective barrier, blocking the enemy's flying feathers. Karas continued to press, without slowing down and trying to break through the defense. In the end, Xiehan simply removed the barrier as if he no longer needed it. The creature demanded that the bug finally disappear and stop resisting. Multiple blows simultaneously fell upon the main character, creating chaos all around. The bird used the shadow running skill, accelerating to the limit. However, Xiehan suddenly appeared in front of her, completely blocking her path. Safe and sound, the boy pointed the gun straight at the enemy. Karas opened his beak in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. But he still managed to react and activated the protective layer. When the tip of the gun hit the barrier, Xiehan realized it was a feather guard. A second later, a powerful explosion occurred, tearing apart the air around. Clearing its throat, the creature noted that Xiehan was now unarmed. Karas said that the guy was showing off so much, and now he looks funny. The creature added that now the hero had become a simple laughingstock for everyone. Suddenly, Xiehan jumped up sharply, gaining altitude. Watching this, the opponent said that he would not defeat him with his bare hands. As the boy approached, Karas slammed his face into the ground. The creature mockingly declared that the bug had struggled for a long time but would still lose. The guy laughed, saying that Karas was too stupid for a raven. Xiehan recalled that he had warned them not to let their guard down for even a second. Suddenly, the hero thrust his spear straight into Karas's stomach. The creature wheezed, spitting out blood, and said that he would remain a bug. Without finishing his word, Karas fell to the ground, returning to his previous appearance. In another dimension, observers looked at what was happening in complete shock. The man studied the bug report and thought that he couldn't report something like this to the higher-ups. Akartos, the game master, thought he had misplaced his trust in the raven and underestimated the player. He thought that the raven was weak, but still belonged to the constellations. Akartos complained about balance issues and didn't understand how the transfer skill came about. He noted that the raven is an unknown constellation, and few people know about it. The game master decided that he needed to keep a closer eye on this player. He called the hero a piece of bug that created too many problems. Looking at the system window, Xiehan thought about the beginning of the open world. Li Min-ah didn't understand what a guild was and why everything was so confusing. She read about the raid boss and was surprised by the timing of the event. The guy replied that there were people who had not yet completed the third task. The younger brother said that he had almost finished repairing his equipment. The elder brother asked Xiehan whether he could get up yet after being injured. The protagonist replied that he used the skill and felt fine. Xiehan suggested that Li Min-ah go to Daejeon for safety, but she refused, and a clown observer appeared nearby. The protagonist thought that the clown was no longer shy about watching openly. The guy exhaled, remembering that Karas had used the vision blocking technique. Otherwise, observers would certainly have seen the spear piercing Karas's heart. Xiehan said that it seemed like her god wanted her to go with him. Xiehan heard her refusal and calmly said that he had prepared one important proposal for her. The guy added that he wants to make the same proposal to Shai Wu and Chan Wu. Xiehan invited him to join the guild he was planning to create in the near future. The older brother became nervous, saying that he was not sure if he could be useful to the team. The younger brother said that he wanted to be in the same guild with Xiehan and had no doubts. The guy stopped them, telling them to speak honestly and calmly like Shi Wu does. Xiehan Wu noted that Shi Wu will become a better master and that Chang Wu is already strong as an avatar. Li Min-ah said that she didn't care and that basically anything would be fine with him. She then asked when exactly Xiehan was planning to leave for Daejeon. The guy replied that he was leaving right now without delaying the trip. The voice announced that passengers were on a bullet train heading to Daejeon Station. The system promised to make travel as comfortable as possible for all passengers. After the announcement, men with guns claimed that the train belonged to the Eastern Moon Guild. Passengers began to become restless, not understanding what was happening around them. Jisoo entered the carriage, and frightened people ran in the opposite direction. She looked at what was happening in surprise, trying to understand the situation. The train rushed forward at great speed without slowing down. Xiehan thought about the noise at the back of the carriage, suspecting the appearance of a monster. The guy noted that the reward this time seemed too ordinary and unimpressive. He thought that he had received white gold items before, but now the reward looked simple. Xiehan decided that the approximate skill would also work, despite the inaccuracy of the description. The guy noted that the reward for the raven and completing the task was enough for him. He began to read the description of the raven's eye skill, which created scout birds. Xiehan realized that it looked like a black crow observer. He remembered that black curtain was the same skill that Karas used. The guy thought the skill changed depending on the user, and he liked it. Xiehan wondered that destroying a constellation would give one a lower level of divinity. The boy stretched, deciding that it was advantageous and he would be able to see the witch's observer. He remembered the witch who wanted the death of humanity, but still loved people. The protagonist was confused, remembering that she was the most kind-hearted of all. Shihan decided to sleep before the train arrived to restore his strength. The robber ran, thinking that he had met the very Sue from the rumors. He remembered that black clothes and a red aura meant the imminent death of those around him. The man did not expect that the scary story would turn out to be true in reality. Suddenly, the robber was struck from behind, knocking him down. He fell against the wall, and Jisoo slowly approached him. The girl threw the corpse in front of him without changing her expression. The robber screamed, begging for mercy and promising not to cause any more harm. He assured that he would improve and begin to help people, even working as a volunteer. Jisoo just laughed, calling the man a funny guy. Finally, the station building became visible, approaching the train. Seeing the people running, Shehanu wondered what happened inside the train. Suddenly, Jisoo called out to the girl, attracting his attention. The guy was surprised that she had been riding on the same train with him all this time. Jisoo was indignant, reminding him that he himself had told her to take the train to Daejeon. Shihan noted that they had not agreed on where and when they would meet after the trip. He wondered why Jisoo didn't come to the Roman Tower even though she knew his location. The guy thought that with Jisoo, it would be much easier to defeat the crow. The heroine said that she wanted to come right away, but a third task appeared. She added that the task was not difficult, but too tedious, which is why she was late. Seihan Wu replied that since he came to Daejeon, it meant he was going to catch the boss of the local raid. The girl said that his behavior was rarely normal, and even the trip to the bakery did not surprise her. The guy thought, not understanding whether she thought well of him or badly. Shehanu said that they would head to Dunsan and he would tell them the details on the way. Meanwhile, observers were flying in the sky, closely monitoring what was happening. Lee Min-ah walked down the street in the Silim district, looking around. She looked at the piece of paper and was indignant that Appa had not indicated the exact location in Silim. The girl recalled the words about several features that could be used for searching. She looked around and decided that the monster had caused a massacre and no one had survived. Lee Min-ah stamped her feet in anger, thinking that the task should have been easy. A monster that looked like a huge wolf suddenly flashed in front of her face. She screamed about the lycanthrope, realizing that he needed to be killed immediately, otherwise there would be problems. Something heavy flew at the suddenly appearing wolf, knocking him off his path. The girl looked around and saw a blond man standing nearby. The man waved at her, telling her it was dangerous there and asking her to come closer. The heroine was surprised, deciding that in front of her was a foreigner with his daughter. The blonde smiled and said that we need to help each other by showing our technique. He called his technique the cliff drop, demonstrating confidence. The daughter was indignant, saying that she was ashamed and that there was no need to save the schoolgirl. The heroine said with a slight smile that it was fate and asked to name them. Luke Taylor introduced himself and said that his daughter Lynn was standing nearby watching the proceedings. The girl thought it was bingo and asked permission to continue walking with them. She decided that the man was definitely a player, since he was able to throw such a huge piece of concrete. She didn't know about her daughter yet, but she decided to take a closer look at her actions. The daughter said that she did not want to help someone who was stronger than both of them. Lee Min-ah thought that since Seihan advised them to join, it meant there was something important about them. She remembered the words about the keys that should lead humanity to hope. There were soldiers on the streets, and it seemed that society was gradually returning to order. Seihan noted that since the game is an open world, missions cannot be random. A military man approached the heroes and asked if they were players, and received confirmation. The man handed over a form and asked for names and registration numbers to verify the information. The protagonist asked Jisoo if she could jump to the tall building nearby. The soldier became nervous and said that he couldn't just let them go any further. But the heroes disappeared without leaving a trace and disappeared from sight. They were already hovering in the air, gaining altitude above the city streets. The heroes ran along the wall of the building using speed and agility. While Zihanu was looking down, the girl asked if they wanted to hunt down the raid boss. The guy replied that this was true, but he would not be observing with his own eyes. The protagonist closed his eyes, preparing to use his new skill. He activated the Raven's Eye, and the heroine was surprised by the appearance of such a skill. Shihan calmly said that he still needed to learn, since the skill was acquired only recently. He then asked if it would be possible to check her stats while the crows were searching for a target. The guy was surprised to see the mastered technique of organ damage and increased regeneration. He realized that the evil aura was already affecting her and wondered about the reasons. Suddenly, Jisoo pinched him, asking what was wrong with his mood. The crows sent information, and traces of a huge monster were visible in the area. The protagonist said that these were traces of the raid boss hiding nearby. He noted that the timer cannot be completely trusted, as many tasks are traps. The girl looked at the feather and said that the marks looked like a fight between a winged beast. Seihan replied that the tracks belonged to one monster, and something alerted the heroes. They jumped up, dodging the sudden attack from the darkness. The heroine said that it really was the same monster. The guy thought it was hard to believe when you saw it with your own eyes. In front of them stood a black tiger with huge white wings. It was one of the 4 evil creatures of Chinese mythology, known as the Gongyi. The protagonist thought that he had not expected the monster to appear so openly and quickly. He decided that since the tiger was able to hide here, it meant the cave was nearby. A new task appeared, and the guy realized that they found the target too quickly. Jisoo said that she smelled a strong scent of blood. The tiger growled and began to twitch, as if something was tormenting him from the inside. A strange formation resembling a horn protruded from the animal's chest. Shihanu wondered if the tiger had encountered that very creature. The animal rushed forward, breaking the earth and leaving deep tracks. There were fresh abrasions on the tiger's face, left by a recent fight. The creature took off and left the heroes behind, disappearing into the sky. Sihan realized that the horn wound confirmed the later information. He thought that there were many inaccuracies in his past life, and his memory could be deceiving. The guy suddenly ran forward without looking back at his companion. Jisoo called out his name and ran after him, heading towards the greenery. Out of breath, Zihanu thought that this place was definitely not Gungi's lair. In front of them on the ground lay the slain sacred unicorn Kirin, and it seemed that this was its nest. The girl said she had seen a similar creature in Chinese mythology and thought of a Kirin with white fur. The protagonist replied that it must be a Kirin since the beast has no horn, and the horn that was found belonged to him. He noted that the horn contained the enormous power of the Kirin, and even after defeat, this fact remained unchanged. Seihan thought that he wanted to quickly find traces of the Gungi in order to reach the Kirin and take its horn, but he failed. The protagonist understood that without the horn, he would not be able to get to where the necessary thing was, especially if the Gungi became stronger. He decided that the monster's level was low, and it was unlikely that something similar to a Kirin horn would drop. Jisoo started rummaging through the rubble and said that there was definitely something interesting here. She found an object that looked like a glowing egg and carefully picked it up from the ground. Seihan was stunned by the find and asked where exactly she had found it. The heroine answered calmly, and the guy immediately began to thank her for her help. This surprised the girl, because it was the first time she had seen him so grateful. The Kirin egg turned out to be a fetus that the female had been carrying for a long time, preparing for the emergence of a new creature. If a male appears, he is called Kai. If a female, then Rin, and the common name remains Kirin. This is the egg of a sacred animal, so they were given many things necessary for proper care. Jisoo was surprised, saying that all these items would have to be carried with her in order to resurrect the Kirin egg. After listening to the system, Seihan was surprised that the characteristics depended on blood and regretted wasting his own. He thought that Jisoo's blood would be better since she had a Death Star that increased her influence. However, the skill is not suitable, and it will be difficult to find another player, although in terms of parameters she is superior to many. Suddenly, he received a notification about a new message, interrupting his thoughts. The message stated that Lee Min-ah had found the right people and was monitoring them. The girl said that she understood the importance of the sacred creature's egg and guessed why he asked her to find them. The guy replied that the reason was not the only one, and she would find out the rest later on her own. He added that she should stay close to her father and daughter for her own safety. Lee Min-ah hinted that he was giving out rewards easily, and Seihan just snorted. When the protagonist met the transformed Minotaur and Karas, he understood the importance of the system's intervention. He decided that it was necessary to take into account the influence of a system capable of changing even the strongest creatures. A player with powerful skills that are feared by the deities can change the course of events. Lynn Taylor was considered the pinnacle of humanity, possessing strength superior to ordinary players. Looking at the fruit, the girl admired its beauty and asked if it would hatch soon. The guy replied that he did, but wondered if he really looked that old to her. Lee Min-ah laughed and said that then she should call him uncle too. Suddenly, the heroine noticed Jisoo and thought that she looked scary even in a calm state. The protagonist noted that even if he returned now, he would not catch the raid boss. Lee Min-ah replied that its time to appear had not yet come. Then the girl said that they had actually already seen him. The girl was shocked. She didn't understand how they managed it and demanded to know what they were doing. They were discussing the raid boss, which turned out to be huge, although the heroine thought it was the size of a guard. Judging by combat strength, the guard is even stronger than the raid boss. The difference was that the raid boss had higher defense and more health, making him difficult to kill. He has fewer restrictions on his actions. If left untouched, he will create a lot of problems. It was too early to kill him now, the other players were not ready, and the raid boss itself had changed. In his past life, Gungi was not wounded by Kirin's horn, which seemed strange. Or changes occurred in Daejeon while the protagonist was traveling there. Shehan had not been to this city in the past, but the attack was sudden, as if he had been waiting for him. There were many tracks as if they were luring them into a trap, and the battle ended too quickly. The more he thought, the more inaccuracies he found. Perhaps the system was trying to hold him back. But perhaps there was another reason that he did not yet understand. The game master thought the hero was unusual. He didn't expect him to dodge so easily. It seemed like he had obtained something from the dungeon. Perhaps it was the Kirin fruit. But even so, it won't hatch, and it's unclear how the hero will be able to force it. The hero wondered why he was weak, because the horn had only grazed his side, and he was already groaning. He made him absorb Kirin's horn, hiding it from him. To ensure he doesn't notice anything, you need to improve your wound healing and adaptation skills. If you try, you can make an incredible monster out of him. 2 weeks passed, and events began to develop in a new direction. The bustle of the city appeared before the heroes, creating a sense of movement. And suddenly the main character noticed something among the crowd. Or rather, he noticed someone. It was Park Dong-guan. Covering himself with his hood, the hero snorted, not understanding how Zihanu ended up here. Jisoo asked what the military and police were doing here. The guy replied that they wanted to show that they hadn't fought at full strength last time. She said that it was possible to entrust this matter to the players without interfering. But Zihanu understood that this would give the players more power, which the authorities were afraid of losing. The protagonist understood that there were many more players here than in his past life. A man approached them and invited them to join their team. But Sihan calmly replied that this was not part of his plans. He was indignant, saying that the hero would come to his senses too late. The heroine became furious, believing that such people were found everywhere, and suggested sorting things out. And suddenly the guy noticed something nearby again. It was Park Dong-guan appearing again. He tried to cover himself with his hood, avoiding attention. Pak justified himself by saying that he had gone to Jeonju out of concern for his family and was sent here. The hero took him in, noticing his equipment, and realized he had put in a lot of effort. This means he has acquired a new skill, although the skill of transfer cannot be learned in the usual way. Avatars only receive it through a deity, as such skills are too destructive. Seihan Wu thought that the order to go to Daejeon was from Hyun Gyun Hyun, or Righteous Life. The clown was making fun of me in the chat, and they were probably talking about Kirin's balls. But Clown has such a character, she won't say anything extra, so there is no need to worry. The deity that controls the bow also knows how to keep secrets. The hero asked Puck if he had learned the inducement skill and if he could use it. But he denied it and said that he had not studied it. Shihanu snatched the stone and asked him if he knew what would happen if he lied. Park Dong-guan admitted with fear that he had been learning the skill. At that moment, a blackbird appeared in the sky. Her black eyes glowed, reflecting the impending threat. At first, it seemed that the bird was calmly circling in the sky, without causing any concern or suspicion among observers. However, a moment later the asphalt began to move noticeably, causing people to become wary and realize that something dangerous was happening. Seihan Wu demanded that Park immediately use the required skill, knowing that delay would lead to serious consequences. He warned that otherwise all the people here would die if action was not taken right now. The hero wondered if the creature was lying in ambush, waiting for the right moment to attack the players. He realized that if the monster wanted to fight directly, it would not have gone around them in advance, since there was enough time left. Then the answer became obvious, because before the battle, the creature sought to strengthen itself in order to strengthen its strength and prepare. Shihanu shouted, demanding that everyone take cover immediately, as the raid boss was rapidly approaching them. People laughed, finding his words strange, since there were still 10 minutes left before the boss arrived. The guy became indignant, warning that if they continued to stand still, they would all inevitably die. He understood that words could no longer change the situation, because people did not take the threat seriously. Shihanu snorted and asked Park if there was any special condition for activating his skill. Pak explained that if you start manipulating people without warning, it will become hypnosis, not coercion. The protagonist exhaled in agreement and ordered Jisoo to draw his weapon, waiting for the right moment. He pointed to a fire hydrant and told her to hit the ground in front of it while attacking with her. Pak shrugged, saying that people usually didn't panic so easily without a good reason. Taking out his weapon, Siehan chuckled and said that the commotion would start very soon, so there was no need to worry. The bird continued to watch them, carefully tracking every movement and not missing what was happening. The guy understood that there were only a few seconds left before the boss appeared, and there was almost no time. The man began to get nervous, noticing that the ground was shaking under his feet and realizing that danger was near. The girl was surprised, assuming that an earthquake was happening, although the situation seemed too strange. Others speculated that it was not yet time for a raid boss to appear, so what was happening seemed illogical. The protagonist counted down the last seconds, preparing for the creature's appearance and the upcoming battle. A huge creature began to emerge from beneath the ground, tearing apart the surface and raising clouds of dust. Shihanu merely aimed his weapon, preparing to attack the monster at the right moment. He suddenly started shooting, creating a loud roar that echoed throughout the street. However, the monster turned out to be too huge, and its size made the attack ineffective. So the protagonist called Jisoo, realizing that she needed to join the fight. The girl struck the sledgehammer with insane force, trying to break through the creature's defenses. Shihanu wondered why the winged monster was coming out of the dungeon because it seemed illogical. The crowd discussed what was happening, believing that they were seeing an unusual monster unlike any other. The soldier ordered to open fire, trying to stop the creature by all available means. The army went on the attack, raining down a dense stream of shots on the monster. Even a tank arrived to help, increasing its firepower and putting pressure on the monster. The commander ordered that fire not be stopped, realizing that stopping would lead to disaster. Dozens of shots flew at the monster simultaneously, creating a dense flurry of attacks. The soldiers scoffed, believing that after such an attack, the monster would be reduced to a sieve. However, his smile quickly disappeared when he realized that the attack had not done any serious damage. The glowing eyes of the monster appeared from the smoke, causing real horror in people. The army began to retreat rapidly, realizing that their attacks were not producing results. The monster roared throughout the street, demonstrating its strength and fury. Si-Han didn't understand why the creature had changed so much compared to the past. He wondered if the monster was going to evolve into an adult, which would be a huge problem. An adult Gungai was comparable to a guard. His range of actions increased, and he became more difficult to defeat. Judging by the fact that he was drawing his power entirely from his horns, the situation was becoming even more dangerous. The hero realized that the game master had been involved and had clearly changed the balance. The monster swung its huge paw, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the ground. He hit the ground, and the running people looked like little ants next to him. The commander again gave the order to fire, demanding that all available means be used. The bullets were barely felt by the tiger, causing no noticeable harm. Moreover, the attacks only made the monster angrier, increasing its rage. Suddenly, he began to attack the military man, choosing him as his next target. The protagonist ordered Paku to act, realizing that delay was dangerous. Pak used his inducement skill and told the people that they needed to retreat to cover quickly. He warned that modern weapons had no effect on this monster, making the fight pointless. Si-Han thought that the players had just received the fourth quest related to this monster. The crowd shouted that they would be able to kill him because he was huge and easy to hit. But suddenly the paw of a monster hung over the man, threatening to crush him. The protagonist instantly turned pale, realizing that the blow would be fatal. At the last second, he managed to push the madman away, saving him from death. Flying back, the man shouted his gratitude, admitting that he simply had not noticed the danger. Shihan told him to fight properly because the monster didn't just have a huge body. He knew Pile Bunker was too slow to fight such an opponent and doubted the spear. The crowd was outraged because it was difficult to get to the monster because of its prickly fur. The protagonist understood that now there was an opportunity to resist him without losses, but time was short. He didn't know when the monster would turn into an adult, so there was no time to waste. With a roar, the tiger spread his scarlet wings, demonstrating strength and readiness for a new attack. He flew high into the sky, leaving people in complete shock. People were shocked by what was happening, not understanding how to react to what they saw. One of them said that they had to leave because the situation was becoming too dangerous. He understood that if the monster fell to the ground, half the city would be destroyed. The protagonist did not understand why they continued to stand and wait for death without taking action. He decided that he couldn't allow this, because the monster had to be killed before he descended. Compared to Karis, it was a stationary target, so the chance was quite high. The hero hit one of the tiger's wings with his spear, causing the tiger to roar in pain. He continued to swing, striking and weakening the creature. Each attack brought pain to the monster, gradually reducing its resistance. The crowd was amazed, wondering what skills the hero possessed and whether such a thing was even possible. The protagonist commanded to pull the chain towards himself in order to limit the monster's movements. He said they had to pin the monster to the ground or they wouldn't be able to handle it. The guns and chains flew towards the creature again, increasing the pressure on it. The man said that even the girl helps, so they should try it too. Others said they didn't know what the hero was planning, but were ready to follow instructions. They understood that all they had to do was pull the chain to lower the monster down. The tiger began to tremble, experiencing intense tension from the chains holding it. Then he growled in pain again, trying to break free from the trap. There was an explosion as the creature fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The girl screamed furiously that the monster had to be killed right now without allowing it to rise. The monster lay helplessly on the ground, unable to get up. Then his body began to be covered in lightning, heralding a new transformation. The protagonist was surprised, realizing that the monster was turning into an adult, and there was almost no time. He aimed his weapon and decided that he needed to finish off the monster quickly while he had the chance. The hero walked right into the tiger's face while trying to stop the transformation. But the monster merely threw it off, demonstrating incredible vitality. The hero realized that the creature turned out to be much more resilient than he expected. It felt like the damage had reached right down to the skull, but it wasn't enough. Taking out the sword, Jisoo said that she would try it herself since it suited her better. The guy was shocked, realizing that the girl was going to stick the sword into her heart for effect. He knew that the deeper the sword went into the heart, the stronger the enhancement grew, and she used regeneration. And there remained only one move that would decide the outcome of the entire battle. The heroine fell with all her might on the tiger's head, trying to inflict maximum damage on him. She swung her fists non-stop, giving the monster no time to respond. The monster was clearly shocked by such pressure, not even having time to dodge the blows. And Sehanu demanded that everyone immediately run as far away from him as possible. The crowd rushed forward with loud shouts, trying to escape the impending threat. The main character just looked down, assessing what was happening around him. And then a furious roar of the monster was heard, shocking everyone present. This sound stunned the guy, causing him to freeze for a moment. The tiger hit the ground with great force, creating a strong impact. Meanwhile, Jisoo continued to attack with her mace without slowing down. She literally spun in the air, demonstrating incredible agility. And she held the weapon firmly and confidently, not allowing the monster to seize the initiative. The monster only looked tiredly at the heroine, not waiting for her next action. And she dealt him an unexpected blow to the face, forcing him to recoil. The creature screamed, opening its mouth as wide as possible, producing a terrifying sound. The protagonist called out to Han Ji-soo with concern, trying to get her attention. The tiger frowned in pain, its movements becoming more and more chaotic. And the guy said that you shouldn't put everything in your mouth. Because inside his mouth, the girl continued to strike with the mace. The tiger's eyes narrowed, reflecting pain, then widened again. On the contrary, they dilated, twitching their pupils in different directions. People did not understand what was happening to the monster, watching its strange movements. Suddenly, the monster fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Onlookers wondered if he had died after such a fall. The girl came closer and was surprised at how terrifying the tiger looked. Something started to come out of the mouth. Letting blood, the girl got scared. It was Jisoo, everyone started whispering, not understanding what was happening. As if nothing had happened, the heroine waved her hand at Sehan and said that even a raid boss would die if his brain was torn apart. The guy thought with embarrassment that he shouldn't smile when he said such words. There was a chat conversation where people were discussing the raid boss's strange experience indicators. Anonymous wrote that this is guard level, and if he had been finished off later, he would have destroyed everything. Tea with Lemon suggested that the game master had intervened. Otherwise, the monster would not have become so strong. The Bright Star noted that it was all possible because of the guy in black who defeated Karis. An anonymous person suggested expressing their ideas to understand what is happening. Tea with Lemon thought for a moment, asking what specific suggestions there were. An anonymous person said that if the artist doesn't like something, he can take on other avatars. Tea with Lemon replied that such talk should be stopped and concrete proposals should be demanded. Righteous Life added that Akartos is struggling, which is why their server is the least popular. An anonymous person confirmed that he does not know how to work, and this cannot be ignored. And an argument started around them, which quickly escalated. This pleased Sihan very much, and he grinned. After this, Game Master Akartos was unable to access the Korean server for a long time. The system window displayed the skin of a gunga, a rare adult specimen. Suddenly, Jisoo called out to Appa and said that the item had been added to her inventory. The dark jade of the unlucky star contained the extraordinary power of Kirin and the fallen gunga. The heroine asked if Appa wanted her to give him this item, but Sehanu replied that it was her thing and she needed to keep it herself. He added that later she would find a good element and be able to use it. The more you help other players, the more hungry mouths there are. Level 30 is enough for him. Park Dong-guan stated that he is a silver level, and Jisoo said she was at the gold level. The protagonist asked Puck what he was going to do now. He replied that he had things to do. Se-han-woo thought it would be better to leave him next to Hyun-gyun. The guy told him not to do stupid things if he wanted to live a long life. And then he turned to the girl, offering to go to Seoul. The worried heroine said that if her mother could contact her. The protagonist wondered if the mother found out that her daughter was alive but hadn't met her. Then there must be reasons. But the stronger Jisoo became, the more often this question arose. If he hadn't left her to die in his past life, everything could have changed. In this life, she became a guide for him. But before that, she died. This proved that fate can be changed if you fight. The heroes moved forward, continuing their journey. Meanwhile, a new golden observer was watching them. A crowd of people walked in a chain, tied with ropes. Someone shouted at them to obey, and they responded to the children's cries with threats, demanding silence. The robbers laughed, saying that they had found a place where ordinary people were hiding. Suddenly, someone suggested that demons need the souls of children. They were approached and told that they were talking too much. It was the leader, Shin Chang-un, smoking and watching. He declared that there was a rat among them and came for it. Everyone became wary, trying to figure out who had sneaked in. The man repeated that he didn't know and suggested killing everyone. The others immediately became nervous, realizing the threat, and everyone started running away, saving themselves. The leader jumped up and declared that it infuriated him. He grabbed the fugitive by the head and swung his fist. After some time, the man wiped the blood from his face, and sitting near the corpses, he said that for them, the black sky is no joke. The girls walked down the street of Seoul, and Lin said they earned a lot of points. And Lee Min-ah replied that she did an excellent job and had a gold level. She added that the stone from Ziehanu helped her. The girl sighed, saying that she was afraid for her dad and friend. The heroine said that everything was fine and Uncle Luke was strong too. Lin shouted that there was a man behind her and dodged the blow. The man hit the ground, missing. The heroine's hand turned into a paw and cut the weapon. Then she returned her hand to a fist and swung. A powerful blow landed right in the enemy's face. The attackers shouted that the girls were unusual. Others said she knocked the man out with one blow. The stranger's eyes turned black and he barked a threat. Lee Min-ah was surprised, thinking it was a monster in human form. Everyone became wary, realizing that it was an avatar in front of them. And the girl replied that it was Mentis's special scythe made of mithril. She easily cut through their swords, breaking their defense. Suddenly, one of them ordered to take care of the girl from behind. Lee Min-ah stopped and turned around. Lin was attacked by 3 men with guns at the same time. The heroine tried to run, but the distance was too great. The girl grabbed the bag and dodged the blows, trying to keep her balance and not fall. Lee Min-ah immediately realized that she had a great chance to change the course of the conflict. She quickly began to attack her opponents, not allowing them to gather their strength and strike back. Frightened by the onslaught, the opponents decided to flee, realizing that the forces were clearly unequal. The girl quickly began to collect the fallen things in a bag so as not to lose anything after the fight. She then ran up to Lin and asked if she was okay, receiving a confident answer. The heroine asked in surprise how her friend had managed to dodge, since she thought she would be caught right now. My friend thought for a moment and said that she had simply repeated the techniques she had seen her use before. Lee Min-ah thought that it made no difference. The main thing was that they didn't manage to catch her friend. She noticed suspicious black blood on the ground and immediately became wary, realizing the possible danger. The main character asked the girls if they had been attacked by strange guys nearby. The heroine explained that she cut off the man's hand, and thick black blood flowed out. Shihanu suggested that they might be servants of the devil or representatives of the Black Gang. He noted that they do not yet have sufficient forces. They must hide and keep a low profile. The idea that Kim Ju-won was gone explained the rise in influence of these groups. If he was not there, their influence could have increased, and he himself could have unwittingly helped the demons emerge. Lee Min-ah happily said that she knew he was familiar with these creatures. The guy turned around and noted that he hadn't seen such an expression on Luke's face for a long time. The main character said that these are probably those who are connected with the devil's forces. The man was shocked, not understanding what such a connection meant in reality. The girls froze in place, not knowing how to react to what they heard. Shihanu said in frustration that he didn't know where these creatures were heading. Jisoo approached them and reminded him that she had told him about the third task. She said that she then met a man with black blood and did not understand the reason. The guy calmly replied that first we needed to go there and inspect the place. She said it was Seoul, Gangsung-gu District, Hwagok-dong, where everything happened. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, considering the information he had heard and the possible consequences. Looking around, he noticed that small shops had already opened here. Seeing the man, Jae-hanu thought that it was dangerous to do so, but people had nowhere to go. The man said that it was clear from his clothes that he was a player and asked about what had happened. The protagonist replied that he wanted to ask him one important question. He asked if there had been any cases of child abductions nearby. He nervously shouted that he didn't know anything and asked not to ask strange questions. Si-han thought about it, realizing that this was the right place, but there were few clues. Calling out to him again, he saw how the uncle hid his face and became frightened. He then showed Jisoo's photo and asked if he had met the girl. The man became even more frightened, and the protagonist was surprised by her possible actions. Then he said that he would tell everything. Just let them remove the photo. He said there were too many prying eyes here and suggested going inside. The man mumbled that this girl was very cruel and spoke with extreme uncertainty. He said that those guys were hanging around here, their guild was called B Guild. And the girl killed them all, so now there are almost no such people left. Si-han realized that she had destroyed the local organizations and the Black Gang had taken advantage of it. The man looked down and said that they started stealing children and intimidating residents. The guy thought about it, realizing that if they were stealing children, then they had a serious goal. He realized that their main goal was related to the Mask of Sorrow, which had special powers. In this world, not only gods but also other powerful beings play games. There are also demons who make contracts with people in order to gain power. The gods chose a few avatars, controlled them, and helped them develop. With demons, it's different. One could make a contract with many people. He could empower his servants, increasing their abilities and influence. They could even own entire guilds, completely subordinate to their will. Demons did not look at character or ability, only at the thirst for power. The only thing that matters to them is whether a person will follow them blindly. He wondered if they really wanted to get that Mask of Sorrow. Its owner was a powerful 27th level demon named Neberos. It absorbs human sorrow and life force, becoming stronger. Shi-han thanked the man for his story and wished him good trading. Now one detail has become clear. The group in black is connected to Neberos. He realized what he would do next and decided to deal with the group in black. The guy thought about the seller's words about the white buildings nearby. A black bird was now flying above them, watching the area. He realized that almost all the buildings were white and the people were wearing dark clothes. The search would not be easy, but he had no other choice. He understood that he needed to find their leader and destroy him. Suddenly, shouts were heard asking who he was and where he came from. The protagonist realized that a guild engaged in robbery had been formed. The guy said with a grin that they didn't need to know who he was. The man began to attack indignantly, not understanding who was standing in front of him. The guy meanwhile began to use his special fighting skill. This skill was called Raven's Eye, and it enhanced his perception. The opponents began to wave them off, asking where the crows came from. Without wasting any time, the protagonist began to attack them. He easily put every opponent on the ground. However, one of them swung a large sword, trying to get it. The enemy became nervous when he saw the shadow moving quickly around. Shi-han looked around, trying to figure out where the kidnapped children were. He thought that if they were hidden, it was most likely in the basement. Opening the grate, the guy slowly walked inside the room. There were children sitting on the floor calling for their mothers. One of them asked if they would go to that place now. Shi-han was surprised, thinking that he had been mistaken for one of the kidnappers. The children said in tears that they had been promised that they would become players. The guy replied that it is impossible for an ordinary person to become a player by choice. The boy was indignant, saying that the same guys came here and became players. Jae-han explained that they were already players from the very beginning. He got upset and said that they were promised to make them players. The protagonist replied that he was going to let them out and help them. He told the children to go home because he had dealt with the kidnappers. The guy thought that the world had changed if even children wanted to become players. The hero decided to carefully examine the building so as not to miss anything. He remembered that he had not checked the 7th floor where the manager was. Inside, crying and requests to let the children go home could be heard. Another man burst into the room and said he had news to deliver. The branch in the Hwagok area was completely destroyed by an unknown person. The leader looked at the hero with incomprehension, waiting for an explanation. He said that the cameras were covered by crows, which is why the recording was bad. The man thought for a moment, wondering if it might be another demon's servant. The leader calmly asked where the older brother was. They told him that he was now on the 5th floor and was waiting for a decision. The boss of the group in black, Kang Jung-woo, sat on the sofa. He asked the man which bastard had wiped out the Hwagok boys, demanding an explanation and details. And he ordered that they deal with it. The order sounded harsh, without the right to refuse or doubt. He answered naturally as he wished. They can't let him treat them so frivolously. The hero trusts the man. The hero thought there were at least 50 people in the Wagok area, and this made the task more difficult. This guy in black is no ordinary guy, that's for sure. His strength was immediately felt. But according to Nibiros, of those who signed the contract, there has never been anyone stronger than the hero. The man promised his enemy swift retribution, confidently predicting the inevitable end of anyone who dared to cross the border. Seihan thought, the headquarters is in Incheon, the exact location is indicated in the documents. There will be no need to suffer. And there were too many extra eyes watching him. It was irritating and interfered with his actions. It would be better if they followed their avatars, for example, Min-A, and not him. Waving his arms, the hero understood that he had to try to avoid being discovered. Otherwise, the attack would be pointless. And he exhaled. The attention of the gods was simply irritating, preventing him from concentrating on the main thing. Then the main character noticed the golden observer. It did not disappear, which seemed strange. Seihan turned around. Could it be the witch's observer? It looked too similar. No, it can't be. If everything is like in a past life, she probably already has an avatar. Okay, the most important thing now is to decide how to deal with them and act quickly. There are so many of them here that the base can't be compared at all. Even for him, it won't be easy. But the observer hinted, and Ziehanu decided to get the children out of the basement first. Those children are used to awaken the Mask of Sorrow, an ancient artifact. There were shouts, "Hurry up, move. Why are these bastards dying so quickly? They should have lasted at least 2 more days," the man barked. They didn't know what to do. Usually Captain Sin Cha-woon dealt with it personally. The main character was indignant. Captain Sin Cha-woon, wasn't he in this gang in his past life? The men noticed Shihanu, and her unfamiliar face aroused their suspicions, and they became wary. And then they snorted. Why did he stand there like a log? He would have helped faster, but Seihan dealt with them instantly, after which he approached the girl. The Mask of Sorrow is an artifact that feeds on sadness. He who has had his sadness sucked out walks in sorrow until death and then dies without peace. The Mask of Sadness was less powerful than he thought. Judging by the records, hundreds of children had died in 2 weeks. She was supposed to gain strength, but the hero noticed something strange and thought about it. After a certain amount of time, gas is released from the bead and kills everything nearby, making the item dangerous. It is unclear who is using it. A demon servant or contractors who were going to save the children. Seihan decided that he should first take the children outside and then sort things out. The man reported that Cha-woon was searching, but there were no traces. The situation was becoming more complicated. The leader sighed heavily. He had to ask Mr. Nibiros to wait a little longer. It would take time to gather new children. The man in black clothes controlling the crows is perhaps a servant of another demon. Isn't the hero too strong? If he has something else on his mind, the danger is great. The leader hissed that there was no point in talking nonsense. Cha-woon treated him like an older brother and would not betray him. And he said, okay, they need to go back to that player with the crows and sort it out. The man asked what was wrong with the leader. He hesitated a bit and his voice sounded worried. A flock of crows appeared outside the window, a huge ball of wings blocking out the light. The birds broke the window as they flew in, and chaos ensued instantly. The hero said that there was something glued to their paws. It looked dangerous. Small dynamites were visible on them. The threat became obvious. Before the men could even comprehend it, an explosion thundered, destroying everything around them. The hero was informed that the headquarters had been attacked, and the alarm grew. He asked if it was true, and the voice replied, "I'm an idiot, I think he would lie. Nothing can be done with such scum." The leader was angry. After the building exploded, the mask was buried under rubble, its power weakened. The man was surprised. He couldn't die so easily because he had made a contract with a demon. He signed the contract, but his body is still human and weak. It seems that he was killed and the power was appropriated. The Raven's place cannot be taken. It is empty. Many people know Ziehanu. He is now one of the most famous players. A demon cannot enter the community of gods, but sometimes rumors reach them. The hero said decisively to continue. The voice warned. He was still at headquarters, probably checking if there were any survivors. The guy is not one to show his face, and even in battle, he does not fight face to face. We must force him to fight in such a way that he cannot hide anywhere. The voice continued. If the hero loses to him, interest will disappear. Everything will end. That's right. There's no point in advising a fight that will be lost. It's pointless. But if he puts on a mask, he will be able to defeat the Raven. Perhaps the hero doesn't like this. But now he is not in a position to choose. There is no way out. The mask was given to you. You should hold it tightly and not lose it. The demon Neberos will bring victory. His words sounded confident and decisive. However, there was a hint of hesitation in the man's gaze. There was a knock in the coffee shop building. The heroes were there and Lee Min-ah noticed the sound. The silhouette that entered them was difficult to make out. Because the weather outside is not the best, it's pouring with rain. The girls assumed that Jisoo was standing guard in such weather, carefully observing the situation. The man watched as his daughter struggled to find the right words to speak to her friend, and Lee Min-ah resolutely declared that everything was fine with her, promising to tell her more later. Suddenly, the plate fell sharply to the floor, creating unexpected tension among those present. Lee Min-ah turned around abruptly, asking if she was the one who was scared by the sudden flash of light. Lin said nervously that something unknown was approaching here, causing alarm among the others. Black energy appeared behind the door, slowly spreading through the space, and they assumed that it was definitely something dangerous that required caution. And so Lee Min-ah asked who he was, trying to understand the stranger's intentions. A stranger entered the coffee shop, looking around the room with a calm and confident gaze. Suddenly, the stranger became more visible, and he looked much calmer than expected. The girl didn't understand whether he was an acquaintance of Se-han, recalling their past meetings. But after this, the heroine noticed a sharp movement that caused alarm, and she managed to dodge the stranger's swift gesture, maintaining her balance. This surprised the man, who did not expect such a reaction from the heroine. And Lee Min-ah didn't understand who he was and why he was acting so confidently. Suddenly, the movement was directed straight towards her, causing a sharp pain. The girl clutched her stomach and was shocked, not expecting such force. He stated that if he behaved calmly, everything would end faster, without creating unnecessary problems. But the heroine transformed her hands into sharp shapes and expressed strong disagreement. The first blow missed its target, leaving a mark in the air. Lee Min-ah continued to attack, not allowing her opponent to seize the initiative. Then the man clenched his fist again, preparing for a new movement, and he delivered several swift blows, testing his opponent's reaction. Seeing that she was not evading, he continued moving, increasing the pressure. But suddenly someone pushed the stranger away, interfering in what was happening. And grabbing his hand, he said that he was swinging his fists too vigorously. The man replied that it was a shame, because before he was far from the weakest opponent. And while attacking, he said that he didn't have time, offering to finish everything faster. When inviting them to a fight, the father said that he couldn't do otherwise because his daughter was nearby. Their gazes met intently, creating tension between the two opponents, and the heroes ran forward, preparing for the collision. So the windows of the coffee shop shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, at the base, Zihan held the dynamite, assessing the effect of his actions. He suggested that the guys in black could be dealt with using the device he had found. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to the tracker, who said that Lee Min-ah's avatar was in danger. The man thought that with more experience, the enemy would have become a serious problem. The girl called out to her dad, trying to get his attention. Then the stranger recalled a similar situation from his childhood, comparing what was happening. The voice told him not to harm the child, restraining him from any drastic actions, because there is great power hidden within her, and her magic can be useful. And what to do with the rest no longer mattered to him. The man called out to the crying Lin, trying to calm her down, and he said that if she didn't want losses, she'd better follow him. Trembling, she asked if he would save the others if she agreed, and after answering okay, the man gently touched her head, turning off her consciousness, and Lin lost her strength before she could say a word. The hero picked her up with one hand and carried her outside, protecting her from danger. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, noticing a sharp movement. An axe flew past his head, leaving a mark in the air. The female voice stated that she didn't think he could dodge it so quickly. Jisoo appeared in front of the stranger, ready to intervene. He asked if she was a girl with them, but there was no answer. He understood that she was moving faster than him, assessing the situation. But she only pounced and stopped, without developing the attack. However, the girl was very strong, which made the confrontation more difficult. And it was quite difficult to avoid such pressure. The heroine did not understand why the enemy was still standing despite the blows. The girl narrowed her eyes, noticing something strange about his gait. She was sure she had hit him, but he moved too dexterously. And the man answered her that the boxer's experience was having an effect on his reaction. As she stood, the girl grinned, acknowledging his preparation. The stranger just narrowed his eyes and said that she was too annoying. Jisoo swung again, testing his defense, and again the blow missed its target. The heroine did not give up, breaking with her feet and maintaining her balance. and she continued to deliver numerous blows without slowing down. The man frowned, realizing that she was aiming only for the head, acting without thinking. Once again, the stranger dodged, avoiding a direct confrontation, and he decided to end the fight with one precise move. The heroine flew back against the wall, losing her balance, and he thought about it, because he didn't expect such speed and reaction. Yeah, the situation was getting a little dangerous for everyone. He decided to leave before the problem grew to enormous proportions. Suddenly, the hero looked forward with confusion, noticing a new movement. Jisoo appeared in front of him, her eyes glowing red. The man was taken aback and couldn't understand whether this was really happening. The hero wondered what kind of dexterity it would take to catch up with him at such speed, and Jisoo continued to run after him as if nothing had happened. And it seemed that she was only accelerating, reducing the distance. Her hand was already approaching, ready to intercept his. Suddenly, the stranger was helped by activating a mask that created protection, and the heroine was thrown back by a stream of magic, interrupting her movement. The voice said that there was no need to thank him, because he would not allow the main thing to be ruined. Meanwhile, new events were taking place at Incheon Pier. The man was warned by a voice that a raven would soon appear, looking for him. The hero could not understand who he was and why he acted so confidently. A high school girl with strange abilities was also involved, and the girl the demon was interested in also played an important role. Lighting a cigarette, he remembered the girl in black, analyzing her behavior. He understood that if there were such people around him, then he himself was not simple. The voice said that he couldn't cope without a mask and that he shouldn't count on help, and he warned that in case of defeat, the contract would be terminated without regret. The hero was told to get ready without wasting any time. After all, Sehanu was already standing in front of him, ready to talk. The man asked if he was a raven, trying to confirm his suspicions, and the guy thought, remembering where he had seen him before. And then he remembered the fights where mixed martial artists participated. Looking at Lin, Sehanu asked why she was kidnapped, trying to understand the motive. He replied that he thought that was the best way to summon him here, and he was right. Shihan chuckled and asked the man if he had called him because of the black-clad gang. The man answered naturally, then asked why the hero was hunting them, showing interest. The hero stated that his partners were attacked by the demon's servants, so he decided to eliminate everyone associated with him. The man stood up and said that he had a debt that he had not yet paid. The guy thought, noticing the man's changed hands, and suggested strengthening the body with bare hands. And then he said that he had not fought without a weapon for a long time, warning him not to regret it later. The heroes ran to attack each other, preparing for a fight. The opponent quickly dodged the blow, demonstrating dexterity. And then he clenched his fist, preparing to strike. He almost managed to hit Sehanu, but he missed. However, the hero did not lose his composure and maintained his concentration. The hero made a swift blow at the man, showing strength. The man was shocked by such force, even his bones cracked. The voice snorted, calling him a fool, saying that this was precisely why low-class humans were no good. The hero wondered if he could defeat him if he put on the mask. Suddenly, a voice asked if he knew the difference between a contract with a god and a contract with a demon. The voice explained that unlike gods, demons can coerce. Sehanu watched his every move tensely. And then he released sharp black feathers towards the enemy. The feathers fell off the mask without causing any harm. The demon taunted, saying that now he could enjoy the fight. Seeing the discontent, the voice became indignant, calling the hero a weakling. The voice said that if the hero were stronger, there would be no need to resort to such measures, and a light flashed. The mask quickly began to adhere to the face, shining. Sehanu frowned, saying that this was starting to get on his nerves. From memories of his past life, he assumed that if he put on a mask, then perhaps his experience points will become equal to the hero's points. The enemy grinned, saying that it was fun to control him directly. He continued, turning to the raven and offered to introduce himself. He called himself the 27th ranked demon, Neberos. The guy grabbed his weapon and told him to attack faster, as it was not good to stand in the rain. He laughed, calling him worthless, and asked if he really killed Karas. The demon said that it was impossible to hunt the constellation with such power. He added that it was good that the mask was not fully formed. He has no shortage of strength, the demon admitted. However, the movements are too simple, it will be easy to figure out. When the sword broke on the demon's stone neck, he said that the hero was not bad. And while attacking, he added that he was trying to resist the demon. Suddenly, the main character noticed that the enemy became slower. Blood gushed from Neberos's mouth, weakening him. Sehanu swung again, thinking that this didn't look like a fight. And as for the usual beating of a punching bag, he thought, the hero thought that even if he couldn't cut him in half, the demon should feel pain. Suddenly, the boy glanced at the man, noticing that he could still laugh, and he said that the hero has good skills and is also impudent. But he added that he still remains a pathetic person, after which the hand collapsed. The demon couldn't understand why he wasn't moving. Suddenly, the creature asked the man how he could still talk. He replied that he came to his senses from the strong blows. But the demon chuckled, saying that as long as he was wearing the mask, he could control him again. The hero began to bang his head on the ground, trying to regain consciousness. Shihan didn't understand whether he was trying to resist the demon's manipulation with his own strength. The voice laughed, calling him an idiot and saying the mask would crack. The voice explained that only someone equal to the demon or the demon himself could destroy the demon's artifact. Also, the one who signed a contract with him still succeeded. The demon became indignant, asking what he was doing, calling it stupid. And he said that it didn't matter. He would be the first to throw the demon. Suddenly, the man tore the mask off his face, freeing himself, saying that he made the hero wait too long. The guy replied that he wasn't really interested and asked if he was sure he wanted to fight. Shihan thought for a moment, thinking that he still wanted revenge. The contract was terminated, but the experience points remained at the same level, he said. The protagonist suggested that they should fight in a decisive battle. Suddenly, the man's pupil narrowed. He understood that he sees movements that he has not seen before and is surprised. And now, in this state, he watched. The hero is confident that he can defeat him. The guy was taken aback, noticing that he had sped up. Perhaps the experience points remained. They clashed again, continuing the fight. The man looked worried and felt weak. The enemy barely touched the hero without causing any harm. And then he fell to his knees, weakening. This surprised Shihan even more, and he became thoughtful, after which he approached the enemy. And he said that he was simply unlucky. The powerful blow sent the man flying all the way to the moon. At this time, he was no longer conscious, and then he fell into the sea with all his might. The main character was watching this all this time. Realizing that he had won, the hero turned around. Shihan started to walk away, leaving the battlefield. Opening one eye, the man wondered where and why he had survived. A girl appeared in front of him, saying that he had woken up. She smirked, saying she saved him by calling him funny. The hero understood that she was not human, but who was she? Grabbing his chin, the girl said that he had a lot of questions. She stated that one of the 7 demons that rule the world is Azazel. The man realized that it was the demon of laziness and was surprised. Meanwhile, a building in the Gangnam district of Seoul. The heroes discussed whether he was proposing to unite, recalling the showdown. Master Kang Tae-sung said that the proposal suggested a trick. Master Park Sung-hyuk replied that he could not deny it. And the heroine just sighed, saying that they invited her, but they arranged it themselves. Kan was indignant, saying that he couldn't just kill her like that. And Park said that he called them not just for the sake of unification, but that there were questions. He said it took a little while for the guild to be updated, but the main task never began, he added. However, there are some signs, he noted. This time, there are a lot of dungeons, which is causing conflict between guilds. The hero added that he made one guess about the next task. It will most likely be aimed at competition between guilds, which will begin to fight for dungeons. Guilds will begin to fight for dungeons, increasing tension and competition among players. Pak smiled and said that he was not suggesting a merger, but considered it important to avoid quarrels. He added that this was merely a proposal for a peaceful solution to the problem that had arisen between the guilds. After the 4th quest, it became possible to form guilds, which significantly changed the gameplay. A guild building purchased within the city limits can be configured as a safe zone for members. He thought it would happen a little later, but events accelerated unexpectedly. The god's attention is already focused on Jisoo, Lee Min-ah, and other important players, and also to the younger brother, who also found himself in the center of attention of higher powers. And to his older brother, that's why Seihan planned to join another guild in advance. But after meeting Shin Cha-woon, the main character completely changed his mind about changing his plans. He needed a safe zone where neither an invader nor an observer could enter. Shihanu had planned to purchase the building later, but decided to think positively and seize the opportunity. One room will be a storage room, the other is for Shu Wu. There are enough floors. He said that he would tell me more about everything inside the guild building. Jisoo's gaze dropped. She looked upset and thoughtful. The guy asked her why she looked so sad lately. She sighed and said that she simply couldn't protect the right person. She added that increasing experience and skills is not enough. She needs a specific technique. The protagonist was surprised because she was already extremely strong and was striving to become even stronger. He remembered Shin Cha-woon and noted that he did not pursue him because of the explosion, but something clearly interfered with his attack, causing the blow to deviate to the side. Only demons interfere like that, he thought, assessing what had happened. Moreover, this force was able to deflect his blow. Perhaps these are 7 demons. Lee Min-ah sighed and asked when the next mission would start since there were no announcements. The hero told her to wait and said that he would announce it when everyone was gathered. And so the heroes gathered around the table, ready to discuss important issues. The elder brother said that there were too many dungeons lately. Shihan replied that the number of dungeons does not indicate occupation. It is the seal of the dungeons. Everyone stared at the guy in surprise, trying to understand his words. He explained that only groups with marked people would be able to enter the dungeons. Until now, there were no entry restrictions, but now they can be set for about a month. Song Shiwu stated that it would be beneficial to take control of as many dungeons as possible. The protagonist smiled and said that this was a chance to become a leader in Seoul. The real competition will begin. Major guilds have already begun preparing for the events. The girl raised her hand and asked if players without a guild could participate in quests. Sehan replied that that was why he had gathered everyone here and wanted them to join his guild. The brothers said that they agreed, because they owed him a lot and were ready to support him. The girls also agreed, saying that they didn't care and were too lazy to look for another guild. The father said that he and his daughter might be of little use. But the guy stopped them and said that on the contrary, he wanted to ask them to join. Lynn Taylor has the best abilities of all the players who are still alive. Luke is very compatible with the gods as an avatar, so he is not inferior to other players. The man said that if the hero says so, then he can be trusted. The guy thought for a moment, thinking that the title of hero did not suit him at all. Lee Min-ah asked what the guild would be called and suggested that they come up with their own name. Shihan coldly replied that the name had already been decided in advance. She screamed, asking what name had been chosen, hoping it wasn't weird. The main character said that the name of the guild will be God Killer. All the heroes looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a decision, and the guy just grinned, confirming his choice. The guild building looked modern, stylish, and very spacious. The younger brother was surprised and asked how Jiehanu was able to get such a place. Everything in the guild dungeon smelled new, creating a pleasant atmosphere. On the second floor, there was a training room for classes. Jisoo was already training there, showing off her strength. She practiced her moves and strikes with Jiehanu. The protagonist thought for a moment, realizing that she certainly had plenty of malice. Even now, she restrains herself around him, controlling her strength. He noted that the girl was able to control her power surprisingly well. The guy realized that he hadn't noticed when she had managed to pin him against the wall. Then he saw a fist swinging towards him. The fist hit the wall past Sihan, and he said that was enough for today. Looking at the cracked wall, he noted that it was doing a pretty good job. The heroine asked where he learned to fight like that because he was just playing games. Sihan was surprised and said that she had seen him fight before. She replied that seeing and fighting in reality were two different things. But she understood his movements. Lee Min-ah flew into the room, and the guy thought that she was another one with superpowers. She screamed that everything here stank of sweat, expressing her dissatisfaction. The main character chuckled and asked what happened, because she didn't want to come. She said that strange sounds were coming from the incubator, causing alarm. The hero realized that the Kirin fruit was finally ripe and ready to emerge. The heroes came closer, and Jiehanu asked if he had come out yet. The girl replied that for now only sounds could be heard, but there was no way out. Suddenly everything lit up, and it became clear that the fetus was coming out. The system announced the achievement of the one who tamed the sacred animal, the first birth of a Kirin child. Lee Min-ah's eyes lit up and she looked very surprised. The main character was no less surprised than everyone else present. The heroine said that the baby looks very cute and unusual. The guy wondered how effective the catalyst had to be for a horse to become a human. He didn't understand how such a transformation could even happen. The system explained that Kirin's child combined human blood and the power of a sacred animal. Jiehanu said that in a month she would be a teenager, about the same age as Lin, then asked her gender. The heroine was indignant, checked, and said that it was a girl and he couldn't look. The guy said that it was worth giving her a name, suggesting Little White or Snow White. The baby cooed sweetly, reacting to what was happening around her. Lee Min-ah said that we needed to show the baby to the rest of the guild members. The protagonist stated that there was one important point in this task. Depending on the dungeon, different points will be awarded for completing it. Jisoo thought for a moment and said that there were few people in their guild, so it would be difficult to compete. Lee Min-ah asked how to find out which dungeons give a lot of points because no one knows. She said that she was spying on the major guilds and only Genesis was doing the analysis. Shihan smiled and said that dungeons definitely have a principle of appearance. He showed a map showing the dungeons that had appeared in Seoul recently. The man thought for a moment, saying that it was impossible to understand anything from just one map. The guy pointed to the constellations and said that Lyra and booties give few points. The girl was surprised and asked how constellations could be connected with dungeons. He said that this was a hint and the tasks would be related to the constellations. He added that their goal is the dungeons that give the highest scores. They are divided into groups depending on the categories of constellations, and the dungeon of a bright star gives 10 points. And the most important thing in all of this, as he understood, was precisely Lee Min-ah and her significance. Sehanu planned to explain why this was happening later, when the time was right to talk. Chanu and the protagonist were supposed to travel together, working in concert and supporting each other on the journey ahead. By the way, Jisoo, she can't just fight with players, even if the situation seems simple and clear. He reminded that this is a competition, not a real fight to the death, so the established rules must be followed. She asked him if it was still possible to kill bad guys if they behaved too aggressively. The guy replied that she should decide about the bad guys herself. He would not interfere in this. He added that it was up to her to decide, but asked her to be a good girl since unnecessary attention would only create additional problems. The protagonist understood that she was no longer a child and would figure it out on her own, so he did not interfere in the situation. Suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to the sound of a system notification, which sounded unexpectedly and quite loudly. He saw that the sender was the Dream Witch, whose avatar was Jihanu in the first round. In the chat, His Majesty the King laughed loudly, leaving messages one after another. His Majesty the King wrote that he had been waiting for this competition for a long time and had finally waited for the right moment. The Hammer King noticed that he had a stupid login and suggested that everyone take a closer look at it. Righteous Life asked who had captured Soul now, trying to clarify the current game situation. The Scandinavian beauty replied that it was she who captured Soul and was holding her position. His Majesty the King wrote to her not to worry, because his avatar would soon destroy everyone. Anonymous 48 said that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and he has information about the dungeons. Scandinavian Beauty asked who his avatar was, promising to let him into the guild, but he refused. Anonymous 48 suggested looking at the data, saying that there are 2 places in Gangnam with high ratings. The Code of Law asked if there was a good place to the west, pointing out a possible profitable dungeon. Anonymous 48 asked to wait a little and promised to explain everything in order later. The protagonist decided to give them information about dungeons worth 3 and 5 points, adding a few worth 10. He realized that he had figured him out by asking about the time and place of the appearance of the dungeon of the 12 constellations. He decided that the distribution of information was finished, and now all that remained was to wait for their further reaction. Suddenly, a message came from the goddess whose avatar he was in the first round. It turned out to be a message from the Dream Witch, which seemed unexpected and rather strange to him. He found it unusual that a god would send something to an ordinary player like Jihan. He remembered that even in his past life, he had never received such messages from the gods. The Dream Witch wrote that he didn't respond, adding that she liked him, which surprised him. From the reports, he realized she didn't remember anything about the first round, and that calmed him down. He thought that he couldn't end up like he had in the past, even though it wasn't her fault. She replied that she respected his opinion, showing her willingness to support his decisions. She wrote that he could contact her at any time if he needed help. The witch said that she would always watch over him, which sounded both strange and calm. The protagonist exhaled, realizing that sleep was gone and he needed to focus on current affairs. The thought was spinning in the girl's head that Lee Min-ah would become the main link in this battle. He planned for her to first lie in ambush near the gate and then engage in battle. Sitting on the roof, the heroine was indignant that all he did was make her work. The knight shouted that a dungeon would appear soon and everyone needed to prepare in advance. Lee Min-ah was taken aback, realizing that he had sent her alone to such an important dungeon. Using magic, she decided to begin the task without wasting any time. She turned into a bee to get inside unnoticed and safely. She flew onto the knight's back and carefully sat down on his armor. The crowd went into the dungeon shouting, supporting the goddess and hoping for success. Lee Min-ah snorted, deciding that there were only weirdos here too, and that she needed to sort this out quickly. They shouted for no one to relax because it was unknown what kind of monster might appear. This dungeon is very different from the others, and you need to be careful. The commander ordered everyone to take their position to prepare for a possible threat. The bee flew forward rapidly, thinking that in this way it could get almost to the end. Little by little, the heroine returned to her normal appearance, carefully completing the transformation after using the ability. She was studying a remote activation module that created a strong game effect that did not affect participants or illusory opponents. Holding the device in her hands, Lee Min-ah thought that she didn't expect to use such a tool in the test. She decided to lay a metal pipe here and attach a safe activation module for the task to it. There was a powerful burst of game energy, and she noted that this could block the entrance and expand the exit from the zone. She thought she didn't know where he got such a module, but it turned out to be convenient and interesting for testing. The joyful shouts of the players could be heard in the street, and the girl thought that she was really lucky today. Someone asked to monitor the surrounding area, and if participants from other teams appeared, to exclude them from the round. The men discussed how difficulties might arise if representatives of a strong guild came, but usually only newcomers came here. One of them smirked, saying that he didn't expect to find a gaming area in such a place and hoped to level up. When they noticed Jisoo behind them, they asked who she was and how she was able to get inside the testing area. The guy replied that it was he who let her in, because it would be a shame to exclude her unnecessarily. He said that luck was on his side today and suggested that the others sort out the situation themselves. The players rushed towards the heroine, trying to grab her hands to get her out of the test. But she was surprised because she couldn't move, as if her movement was temporarily blocked. While the man was calling for the captain, the girl noticed he had a tattoo in the shape of a moon, which seemed familiar to her. She remembered what he had said about the eastern moon and tried to put it together with what she had heard earlier. The heroine began to count out loud, and the others were surprised by her unexpected behavior. Then Jisoo said that there were exactly 33 of them here, which caused tension. The man became noticeably nervous, realizing that she was assessing the situation much more accurately than expected. Her eyes flashed red, and she said that this information was quite enough to make a decision. The girl looked at the game stats and said that they were in second place, as she expected. Pac replied that they would hold their position and create a sharp lead in points next week. And he added that others will not be able to stop them, even if they really want to. He said that the Ascending Guild and Manhwa were not exactly aware of the connection between the trials and the constellations. She asked what they thought of the Godslayer Guild, which shared second place with them. The man replied that he had asked God to give him a revelation, but he had not given him anything useful either. This guild seems to prefer to operate covertly and avoid attention. They check all test areas for which they give high scores. He noted that what they have in common is that they also know about the connection between points and the location of zones, and we will need to follow them to understand their strategy. Shihanu thought that most of the guilds were targeting low-ranking zones, just as he had expected. He noted that Min-Ah had already passed 2 difficult tests, showing excellent results. Jisoo successfully completed the test area, which was worth 5 points, which strengthened their position. Their guild already had 25 points, and at that moment the child quietly made a sound. Holding the baby, the protagonist said that Luke and Chan Woo also have no problems. Lin said that she also wanted to hold Snow White, looking at the baby with admiration. She then asked him to teach her how to fight as confidently as Jisoo Uni does. She became embarrassed and said that she felt like she was the only one who was of no use. He leaned closer and said that she couldn't do that yet, that she needed to understand herself better first. The heroine became upset and said that she didn't know herself at all and didn't understand her capabilities. He replied that it was natural, since Lin had not been the type to train from the very beginning. Then he said that she was getting stronger just by watching them, and she needed to realize that. A soap bubble appeared as if by magic and flew towards the girl's face. She was surprised and said that her mood suddenly cleared up, as if something had changed. The hero thought that if his mood had cleared up, perhaps it was the baby's magical effect. He noted that the baby was already using magic on the second day after birth, which is surprising. Suddenly, the girl slightly grimaced, as if she was about to sneeze. Her sneeze created a soft pulse of energy that flew out the window. The energy died down, leaving a light smoke that quickly dissipated. The protagonist was surprised, and Lin asked if he was scared by such an effect. Shehan replied with restraint that he was not scared, but simply did not expect such a reaction. He wondered who knew that the little girl could create a beam of light from her horn. He noted that even in his past life, Kiran had not displayed abilities like this. Most of the players were actively discussing their guild members and their successes. The older brother asked if Genesis would try to contact them first. Xiehan thought for a moment and said that he had no intention of meeting with the representatives of that guild for the time being. The man asked if he was suitable for the team, and the guy confidently said that he was. In the team window, he saw that Jisoo had become a little stronger and decided to accept another person. The protagonist said that they needed to hurry, otherwise Min-Ah would start grumbling due to inaction. The man replied that it was strange, because he thought that the hero would want to go through the zone for 10 points. Sahanu said that the Genesis Guild was monitoring those zones, and there was nothing wrong with low ratings. While they were talking, they reached the place and he told them to lay down their arms and follow him. The protagonist said that he combined Gunga's skin with the darkness coat and obtained A-rank equipment. He stated that he was going to take him for a ride on the bus using a safe play method. People walked across the pedestrian crossing, discussing the latest changes in the ratings. Some people were surprised that Manhwa finished in 5th place, which sparked some discussion. The crowd was talking about what was happening with the ratings and that Genesis was now in 2nd place. The Godslayers were in 1st place, which surprised many players. The girl thought that those who were clearing their zones were probably members of the Godslayer Guild. Pac replied that this was most likely the case, since other guilds had not shown such results. He said there were speculations about the areas they had passed through, but no witnesses. The man sighed and said that things weren't going very well for them either. He added that a strange man was hanging around their area, but they couldn't check on him. The hero said that it was definitely a Godslayer and that they needed to be careful because they were gathering information. He became indignant and asked who they were and how they managed to get up so quickly. Pac said they were just lucky, because all the areas they cleared turned out to be high scoring. The hero snorted and asked what he was talking about, trying to understand his logic. Pac continued that there were 2 weeks left to complete the mission, and now was the best chance to catch them. He said that first we need to stop clearing the zones and figure out what kind of guild Godslayer is. He added that it was enough to think about points, and that the guild members should wait for further instructions. They guarded the entrance to the zone, but they still passed through it, which surprised everyone. Previously, they didn't even pay attention to the low-scoring zones, but they actively passed them. The man said it was better to understand this now if they wanted to achieve results. The girl said that there might not be another chance to find out who they were. The hero said that the Ascending Guild will temporarily stop passing the testing zones. She exhaled and said that they would also stop, because she wanted to see the faces of these rivals. The guy said that he also makes a promise and will definitely expose the Godslayer Guild. The protagonist sat on the roof and thought that border security had become stronger and more visible. Magic flickered in the middle of the street, creating a sense of hidden surveillance. He wondered if it was more important for them to find them than to go through the testing zones. And I decided that since they were trying so hard, I needed to meet them in person at least once. He noted that most of the warriors are in the testing zones, and this is even better for the meeting. He wondered where the guild leader was and why he wasn't showing himself. He thought that at least one of them should be caught in order to get information. Suddenly, the hero saw a red-haired girl appear on the neighboring roof. He used the Shadowrun skill to approach her unnoticed. The heroine instantly interrupted his movement, demonstrating excellent reaction. She told him to uncover his face, trying to figure out who was standing in front of her. Suddenly, the tip of the training blade flew straight into his face, creating a playful effect. The guy calmly blocked the blow with his fist, trying to keep the situation under control and not cross the line. The heroine noted his reaction and said that he turned out to be not such a simple person, and he rolled his eyes and asked her to listen to him carefully when he spoke to her. Having knocked the sword away, he calmly told the girl to stop and suggested that she continue the conversation without any sudden movements. Suddenly his mouth opened, thinking that she had an unexpected hidden weapon. He noted that in front of him was a flexible Urumi sword that commanded respect. The girl made a confident swing, demonstrating her mastery of her unusual weapon, and almost hit the guy in the face who barely managed to step back. However, he quickly jumped back, remaining calm and watching her actions. He quickly dodged all the blades, showing excellent reaction and experience. This greatly surprised the stranger, who did not expect such dexterity from the guy. The heroine took out a huge sword, intending to continue demonstrating her capabilities. She asked in surprise if he was going to react to the appearance of the new dagger. Shihanu didn't understand how many weapons the girl carried with her at once. When all the swords were laid down, the girl calmly asked him to stop resisting, and the guy told her not to make him repeat what he said twice. He added that he was a member of the Godslayer Guild and had come to talk to the head of Genesis. She responded with surprise that his membership in the guild did not change anything in their conversation. Pac looked at them and asked who was standing behind her, guessing his origin. The man asked them why he should believe the words of a stranger without confirmation, and Zihanu answered briefly, mentioning the constellation that served as evidence. The hero was taken aback, because even in their guild, such information was not known to everyone. Pac invited them to continue the conversation calmly and suggested that they sit down for discussion. He told Miss Ga-eun that she had done a good job and could go free. She replied that she would leave, but asked to call her immediately if something happened. Pac said that the deputy guild leader was trying, although she was a little lacking in intelligence. The man asked why they had come here and why they had come here. The protagonist coldly stated that he was called, and that is why he came. He replied that he could consider it a request to loosen control over the dungeons. Seihanu said no and asked not to tell other guilds about the meeting. Pac was surprised and asked why he should continue to control the lands further. Seihan Wu said there are 2 places in Seoul and 16 more dungeons around. The man became worried because he spoke as if going in there could lead to trouble. The guy calmly replied that something dangerous might happen since there was a bomb hidden there. And he noted that we are talking about the constellation Scorpio, which causes anxiety. 8 of the 12 zodiac signs are associated with this force. He spoke about fragments of the constellation Scorpio, known for its harshness and secrecy. Then the main character added that a creature of enormous power sleeps in the Scorpion's dungeon. Listening to the story, he asked why he should believe words without confirmation. Shihan continued and said that this could be considered one of his skills. But Pak asked him for evidence that could support what he said. The guy understood that he needed to win the man's trust by any means possible. He remembered what he had experienced in his past life and called it a real ordeal. He didn't know where it all started, but it was caused by a guild that cleared dungeons. The creature woke up, after which serious events began that engulfed the entire city. Perhaps this was the publisher's idea, who wanted to entertain the gods with what was happening. The Scorpion, which had absorbed the player's magical powers, emerged and became a threat. This was the beginning of a tragedy, because 2 more emerged from the fragment of the attic. It took only a week to destroy a third of Seoul, which came as a shock. In this battle, the Rising Guild suffered colossal damage and took a long time to recover. The growth of players in Seoul has slowed, and the pace of development in Korea has also slowed. Sihan knew that he was now obliged to prevent tragedy at any cost. Pak replied that he had doubts, but the scout reported finding Mithril. The man didn't understand how this guy found out about this and what level their guild was at. He thanked the protagonist for the information, which turned out to be useful. Pak narrowed his eyes and said that Mithril was a valuable material and an important find. Shihan thought about it, because they already had 2 mithril deposits in white steel. The man then asked if it wouldn't be better to talk to other guilds to be sure. While drinking tea, the boy asked if he thought others would believe his words. Pak chuckled and said that it was possible, but control of the dungeon was important. The protagonist stated that he had another plan if he refused. The man exhaled and said that he would believe him, because he turned out to be a capable player. He added that if you need help, you can contact him at any time. Sehan said that since they were finished, he would leave and then disappeared. Pak was taken aback because he hadn't let him out of his sight, but he suddenly disappeared. And if he attacks suddenly, it will be difficult for anyone to defend themselves. Shehanu understood that the Scorpion was dangerous, but it did not reach the level of a guard. He noted that with preparation, they would be able to stop the threat and avoid disaster. The younger brother asked if he had done everything as requested and how many things were needed. To begin with, he made 5 pieces, hoping that this would be enough. The protagonist smiled and thanked Shiwu, promising to help if needed. He exhaled and noted that a good workshop always brings more profit. Then the younger brother asked how the equipment created earlier felt. The guy replied that it worked fine and was the best one available. All that remains is to coat the rest of the equipment with mithril for strength. The younger brother is probably knowledgeable about metals and will understand his intentions. This time you won't have to use fickle material like Nutcracker. Then Shiwu asked if he was going to go alone or take someone. He replied that he wanted to, but he couldn't, because he wouldn't have enough time alone. He added that the system could intervene suddenly and change the situation. While walking down the street, Lee Min-ah asked if it was necessary to enter every dungeon. Sehan replied that there was no need and he would explain everything soon. He then turned to Mr. Luke and asked him to keep an eye on the other players. He handed him the bracelet he had received as a reward for the dungeon. The father thanked him for the gift, which could be useful in the future. The protagonist decided that now it was worth trying to find the necessary power. He sent out many ravens to find the trace of the star's power. Shehanu said that he had found the right place, located not far from here. And he said that the 5th and 12th dungeons are associated with the constellation Scorpio. The elder brother sighed and said that if it had not formed, they would start with 2. The guy thought about it because in their condition, the cleanup would take at least 2 days. He suggested trying to clear the dungeon in front of them, where there were about 10 people. The girl asked if she could transform and go inside, and what the others should do. The protagonist calmly stated that they simply needed to complete the task. Lee Min-ah was taken aback because his expression seemed serious. The heroine said that if the matter was urgent, she could handle it herself. The guy noted that Jisoo is currently in a dangerous state and is suppressing the power of a star. He understood that she had changed and was no longer the same as she had been in the beginning. Zihan said that this dungeon should be entrusted to him to avoid mistakes. The girl admired his speed and asked if the others were really just stunned. The guy said it was time to go inside. They said the dungeon looked ordinary and unremarkable, although tension among the players remained. The protagonist ordered the gas masks to be taken out, understanding the potential threat and not wanting to risk the team's health. Song Shiwu was surprised thinking the monster was not simple, since he had to put on gas masks beforehand before the fight. Shihan confirmed his guess. Before the gates to the 18th dungeon, the hero noticed that it had not yet fully formed. The man thought, estimating from rumors that they had about 2 days, but danger could be inside. People became worried, discussing the strange gates and assuming that something was moving inside and causing alarm. Suddenly, the father noticed that the speed of the dungeon's formation had increased, causing him concern. As Seihan said, it was most likely the game master or publisher who intervened, speeding up the development process. Luke opened the messages, deciding to report what was happening first and only then take further action. The crowd shouted that the dungeon looked different from the others and rated it a 10. The man thought for a moment, saying that he had never seen such a shape, similar to a bright poisonous mushroom. They discussed the possibility of checking it out in person, although they were unsure whether it would violate the treaty with other guilds. He replied that one dungeon wouldn't hurt, since the Genesis Guild had already chosen another location. He added that if the mushroom turns out to be poisonous, it will be enough to simply spit it out and continue on your way. They were told to leave half of the people outside, and the rest to follow the main character inside. The goblins screamed furiously, trying to scare the players and rush into attack, but the hero remained calm. Song Shiwu, without seeing the monster, sensed its every movement thanks to his developed senses and experience. He parried the blows, moving smoothly and confidently, not allowing the enemy to get too close. The hero took out several monsters at once, using speed and precision to prevent them from surrounding him. In the middle of the room stood 3 heroes, ready for battle and assessing the situation around them. Goblins were also flying towards them with an unpleasant grin, trying to catch them off guard. But even these goblins suffered defeat when faced with trained and experienced heroes. One older brother cut them down by the dozens, demonstrating strength and confidence in every movement. He quickly hid his sword, preparing for the next dash and assessing the situation around him. The heroes were surprised, wondering when Jiang Wu Appa had become so strong and confident. Shihan admitted that he had helped him a little by strengthening his abilities and accelerating his development. Li Min-ah was surprised and asked him to do the same for her, wanting to become stronger. He stated that he had something else for her and would tell her about it upon his return. The hero noted that the best teacher for a talented player is always another talented player. He added that if she fought with Jisoo 3 times a week, she would achieve noticeable results. Suddenly, an aura of stars appeared ahead, and the heroes realized that they had finally reached the right place. Taking out his weapon, the protagonist ordered everyone to step back and check the tightness of their gas masks. He placed the tip against the gem, preparing to begin the process of destroying it. The hero began to crush the stone, delivering precise blows and controlling the force of each movement. The pebbles flew in all directions, reflecting the light and creating a sense of impending danger. Shehanu warned everyone not to relax because the monster should appear very soon. The stone began to crack, foreshadowing the imminent release of the creature inside. A red eye began to emerge from the crack, causing tension and caution among the heroes. A huge scorpion emerged from there, filling the space and raising its tail threateningly. The protagonist frowned, remembering that it was this monster that caused the death of the inhabitants of Seoul. The scorpion's venom was deadly, and a regular gas mask did not help, causing heavy losses. Li Min-ah was surprised, asking if the hero would be able to destroy him under the current conditions. The protagonist replied that he could, since the monster's level was lower than the guards, not counting the gas. He added that after that they would have to catch one more monster to complete the task. The heroes were already prepared for the fight, assessing their positions and distributing roles among themselves. Then the boy ordered the hunt to begin, giving the signal for the battle to begin. But suddenly his attention was drawn to an unexpected message that appeared before his eyes. The players could be heard shouting for the guild leader to come look at the item they had found. Players showed off a mid-level crystal, considering it a rare find, as previously only low-level ones had been mined. The man replied that there were no visible ore veins, but such crystals already provided significant profit. He knew he had done the right thing by entering the dungeon, since there was no ban on farming. He was informed that the search was almost complete and that a huge hole leading deeper had been discovered inside. He proposed to collect everything here without leaving anything behind, counting on additional profit for the guild. Hearing this, Luke, hidden in the knight's armor, realized that the situation was becoming a serious problem. He knew that if the players went all the way down, they would be in mortal danger. In a normal situation, the goddess would probably have ordered them to be saved, preventing their death. He admitted that he himself would have done the same, because he could not leave people in trouble. The goddess warned him of the danger and told him to go outside, but Luke refused to leave the people. The observer said that these were not ordinary people, but players much stronger than himself. Luke exclaimed that he was a military man and had a duty to protect citizens, even if they were players. He remembered that the goddess had chosen him as her avatar and had told him that he had the heart of a hero. She then declared that he had the heart of a hero and was no less powerful than the mythical warriors. She added that she would like to work with him, trusting his determination. Luke smiled, knowing that if he ran away now, her words would lose all value. The goddess of justice, Asura, said that he was amazing and deserved respect. The hero's mouth fell open as he saw the stone with the dungeon seal emitting a powerful glow. He noted a bright glow, which immediately indicated the high level of the item found. Suddenly, Luke ran up to them and shouted that there was a very strong poison inside the monster and they needed to leave. The chief didn't understand who he was and where he got such information about the monster, but he received a message ordering him to flee, confirming Luke's words about the mortal threat. A scorpion's paw was already protruding from the stone, destroying the surface and raising a cloud of dust. The man tried to run, but he moved slowly, losing speed to the huge creature. Moreover, the scorpion was huge and easily closed the distance between them. The creature stated that it did not think that the cracks would appear so soon, hastening its exit. It grinned, expressing gratitude to the people for the opportunity to get out. Scorpio Antares was the reason for his interest in the game on Earth after the death of Raven Karas. He was interested in the fact that the constellation Corvus was given to man, violating the usual order. So when he was asked for some scorpions to play with, he decided to participate personally. However, the difficulty level needed to be adjusted to suit the game rules. He was the 12th constellation and possessed divine power above average. The monster thought about it, considering the drop in points unpleasant, but not too serious a problem. He decided to give it a go and release some poisonous gas for a little fun. Besides, the maiden's avatar was nearby and he assumed that it knew about his appearance. The game had already begun, but there was no player strong enough to kill the constellation. He decided that there must be another way known to Karas's killer. The monster was thinking about the unknown method that allowed man to defeat the constellation. Suddenly, he began to advance towards the stunned player, raising his tail to strike. Having crushed him, the scorpion screamed, demanding to move faster, calling people cockroaches. Then the leader was taken aback, seeing how easily the creature dealt with other players. He watched as the scorpion destroyed enemies with a single touch, without any resistance. Scorpio thought for a moment, noting that even the slightest touch was carrying their bodies apart too quickly. He lost interest because his opponents turned out to be too weak for a real fight. Suddenly, the heroes grabbed hold of its claw, trying to stop the movement of the huge monster. The creature chuckled, believing that an avatar was still an avatar, even if it was weaker. It was surprised that its arm broke from one blow, calling the hero a psycho. The leader stated that his greed had caused the guild members to suffer and he felt guilty. Luke shouted at them to retreat faster, promising to delay the monster at least for a little while. The man was surprised, because if they had blocked the blow in that position, their hand would hardly have remained intact. Luke nervously shouted that a second chance might not come, demanding that they run quickly while there was still time. The man was angry, but he understood the truth, recognizing the impossibility of defeating the monster and considering the best way out. And he ran away, shouting that he was leaving the monster to the hero, hoping for his fortitude. The monster noted with surprise that in such a situation, the hero was even ready to sacrifice himself. The creature confidently stated that everyone would die anyway when it got out. Then the monster looked angrily at the hero, assessing his condition and possible actions. Having said that he would not show mercy twice, the monster increased the pressure of his claws on the hero's body. When the pressure hit him, Luke thought that this might really be the end for him. In his mind, he apologized to his daughter Lynn, remembering her face one last time. He hoped that the girl would be taken care of even if he himself was gone. The hero strained with all his might until blood flowed from his mouth from the excessive pressure. The goddess's voice spoke, calling him Luke Taylor and addressing him directly. She asked him to be her representative, putting special meaning into her words. Scorpio became indignant, asking what they were talking about and mentioning the union of the times of myths. He shouted that the goddess might be mad to suggest such an agreement. The monster shouted her name, Astra, expressing dissatisfaction with what was happening around her. And Luke noted with surprise that he was a representative of the goddess of justice. Suddenly, another voice stated that Estrella would have to endure this situation for a little while. The creature barked, asking who stood before it and where it came from. Shihan chuckled, saying that he was just passing by and observing what was happening. He added that Luke Taylor was a suitable representative, but nothing would come of it. The goddess was surprised, asking how he knew such things about the situation. He stated that she chose Luke as her representative to save his life. But in this situation, it is better for the goddess to be patient a little in order to avoid consequences. The protagonist thought it was a good thing he gave him the bracelet in advance. The location change bracelet allows you to instantly move to your owner when in the right state. Luke asked Jihanu if he had enough ability to become the goddess's representative. The guy replied that it wasn't that, thinking that Luke was too good for that. If Estrella uses all her power, Luke's body will not be able to withstand it and will burst. The man exclaimed that if he said so, then it was so, because he was saved. Sahanu suggested that they rest for a while, promising to take care of the rest himself. And Taras was indignant, asking how they dared to talk in his presence. The guy asked if he had come to check how he had killed Karas. The creature was surprised, not understanding where he knew such details from. The protagonist replied that it simply fits Antares' style. He noted that he would still find out the truth when the fight began. Karas was an ordinary constellation, limited in the manifestation of its own power. He could not fully develop his potential, being constrained by external conditions. And Antares is a constellation of the highest level, possessing enormous power. Most likely, its weakening will be significantly less than that of Karas. While they were fighting, the scorpion asked how long this show would continue. The creature stated that one should not underestimate its capabilities and strength. Taking out his sword, Zihan smirked, saying that he never underestimated his opponent. He hit it, noting how hard the monster's surface was. Since this is the case, the hero decided to aim at the joint area to inflict damage. Scorpio snorted, demanding that they stop playing games and fight seriously. Then he began to release a purple poisonous gas, filling the space around him. Covering his mouth with his hand, Seihan Wu called out to Jisoo, getting her attention. He told the girl to hit the scorpion on the head, taking advantage of the moment. She had already aimed the mace and was flying down rapidly to strike. With a sharp blow, the girl fell on the monster's head, upsetting its balance. The protagonist noticed that the monster was open and vulnerable at the moment, and he mentally promised that he would not see anything else after the blow. Having parried the blow, the monster snorted, calling the hero a damn human. He became indignant, asking how Ziehanu dared to aim at his eyes. Luke grabbed a huge rock and shouted that he was going to help. He threw a heavy boulder at the scorpion, distracting its attention. The girl's eyes glowed bright red, expressing her anger and determination. And the guy's eyes glowed blue, emphasizing his concentration and strength. The heroes together dealt multiple blows to the creature, preventing it from recovering. The monster thought, realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous and unpredictable. He was especially worried about the guy whose ordinary equipment hid unknown skills. He considered the situation humiliating, wanting to use his invincible skill. And he shouted, calling himself Antares, the 12th sign of the zodiac, despising his enemies. The protagonist realized that he knew about the uselessness of poisonous gas against them. Suddenly, Sihan saw the scorpion go underground and snorted in disappointment. He warned them to be careful, because the monster would probably attack from the dungeon. Suddenly, a huge claw emerged from the pit, trying to grab its target. The guy who was watching thought that there might be no way to stop this. He then asked Jisoo if she could stall for a little while. He explained that the monster determines their location by the vibrations around them, after which he told the girl to try to tease him by creating false signals. He then turned to Mr. Luke, preparing the next step. He asked him to request a conversation with the goddess to get help. The main character wanted to ask her for the power of the 7th zodiac sign. Astra was surprised to hear that he actually wanted the power of the 7th sign. She sent a message saying she could not consent to the use of Libra. The guy replied that the goddess only needed to summon them, even without control. Astra thought about it, realizing that summoning without using it might be possible. Meanwhile, Jisoo teased the creature, keeping its attention on her. The main character called out to her, drawing attention to himself. Coming closer, he asked the girl to be patient for the sake of the plan. He used orichalcum coating, strengthening his defense and preparing for the strike. Luke and the observer approached them, assessing what was happening around them. Clenching his fist, the man noted that this was precisely the goal. Suddenly, Luke was surprised, realizing that he could not pronounce the name out loud. He started to feel short of breath, but he decided to endure it and continue. And the man cried out, calling upon the Libra goddess Libra at that moment. The heroes were surprised to see the sky, because this was the territory of the Ascending Guild. Pac thought, trying to understand what exactly was happening at the moment. He understood why they were forbidden to enter the dungeon in advance. Scorpio yelled, calling Luke a psycho for summoning Libra, and he declared that there was no one here who possessed divine skills. Jisoo blushed from the protagonist's touch. The monster continued to ask why summon the Libra if no one could lift it. Then the scorpion simply watched, waiting for further developments. Suddenly he saw a flash and was in real shock. A huge golden scale fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The heroes sat behind the shield while a loud roar was heard behind them. Then Yahello looked out, thinking that the monster had calmed down a bit after being summoned. This is Libra. She immediately disappeared. Since there was no user nearby, no one could hold her. Mr. Luke appeared to be knocked unconscious by the force of the blow, his body going limp and falling to the ground. He put in all his efforts and performed his role brilliantly, proving his resilience and strength of character. Now it was Zihan's turn to act. He had been preparing for the decisive moment and was focused. The scorpion was hit by numerous blows in a row, its body shaking with pain and rage. And that scoundrel wheezed, barely able to stay on his feet, his breathing becoming intermittent. The protagonist's eyes lit up with a bright light, reflecting determination and inner strength. The monster understood the danger and trembled, his instincts telling him that he was about to die. Could it be that I, Antares, will die at the hands of the player during some fifth task, the monster thought? This can't be, he repeated, refusing to believe in his own weakness. There is no way it can be, said the monster. But suddenly there was an explosion. The main character thought, as I thought, the death of the 12th sign of the zodiac is inevitable. This is a big problem, which can't even be compared to Crucian Carp. The publisher had to put his hand to it. Yahello closed his eyes. It was a pity, because he could have received a good reward for the victory. But if the publisher intervened, the system will not just leave it like that. Something must appear before death. Okay with this achievement, but the choice of the A-rank skill was generously rewarded. Still, if he had succeeded, he could have received divinity or a skill. It's a bit of a pity. What's going on? What kind of strong magic is emanating around? The hero became wary. The guy's face was covered with surprise and fear. He didn't understand what was happening. Could this really be the astral metal Esther, rare and powerful? It is similar in power to mithril and other metals, but unique. But it has a higher resistance to magic and the best conductivity of all metals. It retains the virtues of other metals and has the unique power of Esther. Looking at it, Yahello wondered if this was just a rare metal, whether it would be enough for capital. There was only one problem left. How to drag these two away with him, the hero thought. And looking at the sky, I thought, we can fly together if it works out. People were talking about a man with black wings who flew into the sky. They say that everyone who made a contract with the devil was destroyed without mercy. Suddenly everyone exclaimed. It finally appeared. The guild ranking and the god killer was first. The luxurious snow-white room was filled with sighs. It was boring and empty. The girl was lying on the bed. It was so boring to lie around doing nothing all day. The man exclaimed, "Then can I challenge you to a fight right now?" And then he asked if it wouldn't be better to return to the devil's world if you were to do nothing. She replied that she didn't really want anyone to dare say anything about me. I'm just lazy. The hero smiled. I don't understand how it was possible to take third place in the devil's world with such laziness. The heroine said, I'm lazy because I'm strong. I've been so strong since childhood. However, if that girl with golden hair wants to become a demon, she will have to give up her place. The man asked why she was still with him since he was a low-level player. The heroine said, as she had already said, he seemed funny and interesting. She rolled her eyes. Why does he want to become stronger to take revenge on the raven? The hero replied, no, he lost there. He will fight again, but he has no desire for revenge. The demoness smiled. She thought he doubted. So that was the reason for his aspirations. And then she said she would like to go to the store. And she suggested, let's go out for a short walk. They approached the building. It would be a good time here. The hero looked around. This place was not quite to her taste. The demoness sat down on the building materials and said, he talks too much, worm. The man was surprised at what was going on in her head. The industrial zone was strange. Suddenly his attention was caught by a sound coming from far away. A girl was running to the side, quickly and frightened. The demoness, looking at him, thought that someone like him would not be able to look at this calmly. She told the man that it was time to go. If things were left as they were, she might die. He asked, surprised, if demons were now even saving children. However, she never gives normal answers, remaining mysterious. And the guy just took off without thinking. The girl ran with the thought that in her future there was nothing but death. Someone who shouldn't have been there in the first place intervened in this matter. The men ran after her, knowing that there would soon be a dead end. They will catch her soon, the pursuers shouted loudly. She looked back in tears, not believing she would be saved. And then she hit her forehead on something, losing her balance. She looked up. Black clothes? Is he a demon too? Although no, this is a feeling. The hero is a contract soldier, dangerous. I had to run into a contractor when I was running away from the devil's servants. Closing her eyes, the stranger asked for help, her voice trembling. Looking at his pursuers, the hero thought they were the devil's servants. But why were they wearing blue clothes? One of them was indignant. Who is he? He's also hunting for this girl. Before he could say anything else, he was hit in the face with a fist, and the pursuer jumped far back, losing his balance. The man stood in a confident stance, preparing for a fight, and he told everyone to shut up and die quietly without resisting. After some time, the heroes sat quietly next to each other, silently, and all the robbers lay motionless on the ground, defeated. Suddenly, the stranger was called out loudly, attracting attention, and the man asked why they were chasing her, a whole gang. And if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to say anything, he can just move on. It seems he dealt with all the pursuers. She will cope with the rest, the hero thought. Perhaps he asked too much and regretted it. Well, if they want to grab her again, he won't be able to do anything. He looked back and she was strange. She probably wouldn't run after the motorcycle. The demoness shouted her name, demanding an answer. The girl was taken aback, and the heroine repeated her question insistently. She stuttered and answered, "She is Sua, Min Sua," the man asked not to scare her. To which the demoness replied that she wasn't trying to scare him, and that if the hero was going to take the girl, she would have to go separately. The man said he planned to leave her here, not take her with him on the journey. The stranger called out to him, "Wait, Appa." Her voice trembled with excitement and fear. After all, this man changed her fate. Initially, she was supposed to die in this very place. She asked to take her with him. The man asked why he should take her on the road, to which she replied that she can see the future and knows a lot about what is happening. The hero looked back at her with distrust, doubting her words and capabilities. To be honest, she is an avatar of Skulda, the goddess who controls the future, and this is her secret. The stranger knows something secret that could change the course of events and influence the fates of many participants. Namely, she knows how this game will end, and there is no point in hiding it because the outcome is already predetermined. After this, the hero asked what would happen next if everything was known in advance and could not be changed. This is the reason why he must take her with him. Otherwise, everything will change and become worse. Then the stranger began to tremble. If he didn't do this, her brother would die and everything would collapse completely. She should have died. Then her brother would have decided to take revenge and remained alive. But everything went differently. But the opposite happened, and now her brother will die. Fate has changed tragically and irrevocably. The man was mentally indignant since she knew the outcome in advance, and that was why she brought him here, hiding her intentions. The demoness told the man that he could go further, but she decided to stay and walk around the area a little longer. The man told the girl to sit down, but noted that first they needed to go back and talk calmly there, and he coldly stated that there were no helmets. The girl said that those who kidnapped her and her brother belonged to a guild that competed with the Eastern Moon. The man asked what exactly was the name of the guild she had just mentioned. The heroine answered fearfully that the guild was called Mountain Spring, trying to speak as calmly as possible. He was surprised, because Mountain Spring had broken away from the Black Brotherhood Guild, so their lawlessness was expected. The girl said that the kidnappers wanted to use her abilities without caring about the consequences for her. She admitted that she didn't want to help them, but they took her brother hostage, so she gave them minimum information. Suddenly, a demoness appeared and asked the girl how accurately she could foresee the future in different situations. The girl replied that she could see events in a few seconds. Simple scenes, using the skill with almost no recharge. She added that she is able to see a specific date, for example, a few days or a month later, but the recharge increases. The demoness noted that this exceeded the skills of a normal avatar, suggesting that the girl's own abilities had been added. She was surprised by their synergy and said that it was no wonder why Skuld treasured the girl so much in such circumstances. The girl said that she knew how the game would end, because she had seen the ending in advance and was confident in her words. The demoness was surprised, because even the gods are forbidden to know the ending, so she doubted the possibility of such knowledge. However, the heroine suggested that if we were talking about a person, then the girl could bypass the system and gain access. The girl clarified that she can see the end of the world and knows what it should be like according to her visions. She asked what ending was expected now, assuming that such games usually ended badly for everyone. The stranger admitted that the ending had already changed once, although she did not understand why this happened. She said she didn't know the reason for the change in the ending, although she had seen it beforehand and was confident in it. And she said that she knew the outcome even before the game began, when no one suspected what was coming. Only one person would remain alive, which meant a bad ending and a lonely world. But the ending changed before the game began, and the girl saw a completely different development of events. She saw a new ending that was going to happen this time, and it was very different from the previous one. In her vision, a man sat on a throne, occupying a central place among all the beings present. All the others bowed before him, expressing absolute submission and recognizing his authority. Among the worshippers were various demons, each of whom demonstrated respect and fear. Among them was a demoness who also bowed before the king, recognizing his power. Everyone bowed before the demon king of madness who ruled this world. Shihan yawned and said that he had planned to stop in second or third place, but things turned out differently. He noted that they took first place even though they didn't get any points, but it was better than giving the dungeon to the Eastern Moon. Then he asked Snow White why she was looking at him so intently, as if she was thinking about something. The girl replied that she was thinking about what to call him, since the previous options seemed unsuitable to her. She suggested calling him Dad, but the hero was indignant and said that this was not possible. Otherwise, questions would arise. He added that there is no mother as such, but if you think about it, Lin could be suitable for this role. The guy sighed and said that this couldn't be done. Otherwise, society would judge him and unnecessary problems would arise. It is better for her to call him by his name, because it is much more convenient and calmer for him. Snow White agreed with his words, calmly making her decision and not asking any unnecessary questions. The girl noted that such a cold creature turned out to be very cute and always carries it with her. She added that the hero cares for her despite his outward coldness, which seemed unusual to her. The girl said that she was unusual, perhaps because of Lin's blood, and that as she developed, she would become just as great. Shihan asked if she wanted to tell him anything since she was waiting for him here alone. The girl replied that Uncle Chang-Woo had asked her to convey news of the appearance of the dungeon they were looking for. The guy froze for a moment, realizing what he had heard, and tried to quickly assess the situation. Then he thought about it, because Chang-Woo said that he had business there and often visited the dungeons. He noted that Chang-Woo had gained strength from his constant hiking, so the news arrived quickly. Suddenly, the crow announced that it had found the right place, attracting the hero's attention with its behavior. She said she had discovered the dream dungeon they had been searching for together for so long. The hero's eyes lit up, and he saw a picture confirming the crow's words about the place he had found. Snow White was about to go too, and the hero said that he would need her strength this time. He said that the power of the sacred beast was needed to open the door and gain access inside. The hero explained that only sacred power could open the door, separating the dungeon from the world. These places are called instances because they are completely separated from the rest of the world. The hero said that to enter the Dungeon of Dreams, a special item with sacred power is required. He added that it was impossible to enter without such an item, so preparation was mandatory. Despite the limitations, the prize could have been Laplace's hourglass, which showed one person's future. This S-rank treasure showed the future for 30 minutes, but the limitation made it almost useless. Jisoo admitted that she wanted to see an instance dungeon at least once and explore its features. She added that when the hero goes inside, someone should look after Snow White outside. The guy said that was true, but the problem was the door that needed to be opened. He asked Snow White if she could open the door using her sacred power. A bubble came out of the girl's horn, slowly rose and headed towards the door. The bubble flew forward, leaving a slight glow, and moved straight towards the massive door. Soon, the bubble merged with the door, causing the mechanism to react and activating the hidden lock. The heroes watched as the gates gradually opened, revealing the way into the dungeon. Shihanu praised Snow White for successfully opening the door, noting her strength and diligence. He told the girls that they could return while he entered the dungeon. The girls replied that they would do so, while the hero stretched his hand closer to the portal. The hero approached the portal, preparing to enter and complete the assigned task. The conditions for clearing the dream dungeon depended on who entered, which complicated the situation. The hero said that it was connected with the person he most wanted to see, although he was here for the first time. Shihan looked at his hands and realized that he was seeing memories from his past life that evoked strong emotions. He thought about it while he was in the building, trying to remember the details and understand what was happening. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention, causing him to become alert and look ahead. There was a loud explosion ahead, and the hero realized that the situation was becoming dangerous. His hand reached forward in response to the threat, and he braced himself for a possible collision. Shihanu found himself in a blue shell that surrounded him and activated teleportation. He teleported outside, trying to figure out what was happening and why everything looked familiar. The hero thought about what he regretted most, recalling the events of the previous mission. He realized that this was the very task that left a deep mark and difficult memories. A guy in yellow glasses appeared behind the hero, appearing unexpectedly and causing tension. Shihan turned around quickly, preparing for battle and assessing the threat in front of him. He clenched his fist, showing his readiness to defend himself and not retreat from the enemy. The stranger suddenly lit up, activating his ability and teleporting to the roof of the building. He decided that the situation was dangerous and chose a distance to assess the hero's capabilities. The guy asked what the hero was doing here at such a time, as if he knew about his plans. Min Soo-ho smiled and said that he came to kill the hero, considering it a natural development of events. Xie-han thought about it because this matched his memories and everything seemed perfectly planned. The stranger came closer and said that it would have been better to agree to the conditions, because there were too many players. The hero said that he was going to attack anyway, planning to do it stealthily for an advantage. He admitted that this is one of the tasks that he regrets most, recalling the consequences. The conditions of the task were simple: 1,000 good players against 100,000 ordinary people. Having to choose one side and save it made the decision incredibly difficult. Teams were unable to leave the Game Master's area, and the rest had to choose a side. Then the hero chose 1,000 players, believing that it was more important to retain experienced participants in the game. Therefore, he had to fight this enemy as well, accepting the consequences of his choice. Min Soo-ho said that if the hero leaves quietly, he will make an exception and not kill him. The hero replied that it was a relief and that he would retreat, but would not refuse to complete the task. The enemy said that it didn't matter what the hero's team did, because his guild would still win. Xie-han thought that he was being overconfident since his guild was the strongest and announced his retreat. Min Soo-ho noted that the hero's behavior seemed unusual and did not correspond to his usual character. The protagonist stated that he had too many thoughts and things to do that required attention. Then Xie-hanu exclaimed that it was time for him to leave and continue his business. The guy just watched the man leave, trying to understand his condition. He saw how the main character seemed to dissolve into the sky and disappear into the distance. Xie-hanu ran and thought that his body was no longer as strong as it was in his youth. He thought that this moment was different from the past and was supposed to lead to Min Soo-ho's death. The hero wondered how the guild would react and what they would think of his retreat. And most importantly, he remembered Lynn Taylor and her role in what happened. In a past life, the hero made a choice that he later deeply regretted. He understood that that choice became the cause of many subsequent events. And in this same task, he again had to face the same circumstances. The protagonist killed Lin, repeating the tragic mistake of the past. He walked along the road, keeping this heavy thought in his head. Suddenly, he was asked how his recent assignment went and what he had learned. It was Shi-woo himself, interested in the results. Shi-han replied that there were too many things in the way, so he decided to go out. He looked at his interlocutor and thought that he looked somehow alien. There were shouts asking if he thought the other players weren't going to attack. The protagonist exhaled and said that he himself did not know everything and that he needed to think. He noted that the nightmares were truly terrifying and very debilitating, and everything led him up the stairs, forcing him to continue on his way. Sitting on the bed, the hero did not understand where such a strange dungeon came from. He then opened the menu and noted that the growth rate here was much slower. Now he had many more skills than in his previous state, and he realized that he had to do the same task again. He remembered that at that time she had transformed and changed form. The witch said that if he saved people, his choice would be correct. Shi-han knew that this was a lie because the world would still be destroyed. However, he could not scold her because she sincerely cared about humanity. Suddenly, the guy told Yidra that he had one important question, and the heroine asked to call her by name again. The dream witch Yidra was an outer god from the Cthulhu mythos. She was the only deity who showed interest in people. In other words, she was a being from another world participating in the game. There was no one who could say anything to her or resist her. The hero didn't know why she chose him as her avatar, but she supported him. Then Si-han continued the conversation regarding the dream dungeon. She was surprised to hear a question about the dream dungeon, which she did not expect. Flying up, the heroine asked if this situation was really his dream. She smirked, assuming he had called her by her first name because of the dream dungeon. He sighed and said that the reason was a little different. The girl stated that people do not change relationships so quickly, and the hero did not depend on memories to talk about them. The guy wondered if she cared that she wasn't real. The witch replied that, on the contrary, it gave her pleasure. Shihanu asked me to tell him about the dream dungeon because something was bothering him. He didn't remember the faces of all the players, but one person definitely existed. The girl replied that human memories are imperfect and limited. Based on memories, the system searches for the required period of time, and then the hero's world is copied to create space. His past or future takes shape inside the dungeon. People here begin to behave just like the characters from his memory, but they are not real. but only copies created by the dungeon. The main character wondered how he could complete this task correctly. He needs to go through the dream dungeon again, avoiding the same mistakes as before. The dungeon wants to see the perfect result, not a repeat of the past. He thought that if he had acted differently then, much would have changed. And I wondered what would have happened in that case. The question was asked if he wanted to find Lee Min-ah. The younger brother asked if the hero hoped for her help in the battle. The protagonist replied that he needed an item that she could create. The conversation was about an elixir that was important for completing the task. Xiu said that none of the players knew her location. If even Xiu doesn't know where she is, then it's even less clear to others. And Sehanu can't access the chat right now, so he has to wait. The guy asked Yidra where Lee Min-ah was. Sehanu stated that she could have sent a note instead of showing up. He heard that appearing in character also costs points. The witch replied that it was better for her, because it was just a vision. As for Lee Min-ah, she was in Cheonan. The main character decided to go there right now. He came with an observer and asked if she was there. The boy looked closer and saw a building that looked like a high school. The steps were in poor condition and looked abandoned. This place seemed perfect for filming a horror movie. Suddenly, something caught his attention among the corridors. He noticed the uniform that Min-ah usually wears, and I realized that she wasn't wearing it for convenience. The boy fought off the attack and heard a voice surprised by his reaction. He replied that he did not expect such a sudden attack. Lee Min-ah said that the current world has plunged into chaos and danger. Sehan noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The heroine thought and remembered that she had seen him about 2 years ago. The girl asked if he had come specifically for her. Then I was surprised that there were still avatars who spoke with the gods. The guy said he thought she was also a favorite of the gods. The protagonist understood that the game was the entertainment of the gods. The heroine asked what he wanted to say since he came here. Then she told me to follow her, because it was inconvenient to talk here. They entered a room where flowers lay on the table, and next to them stood photographs of dead people. Lee Min-ah admitted that she was unable to obtain photos of all her classmates. Shihan thought that their class was probably close-knit, but Lee Min-ah said that she had few friends and the world forced her to change. And I realized on my first mission that I had to survive at any cost. She remembered the day the game started, when the world turned upside down. Lee Min-ah said that she was from a small town. Then she and her friends separated, and she searched for them for a long time. At first she had no money, so she robbed banks while keeping her school uniform. Then Sehanu calmly asked if the girl had found her friends and if they had managed to escape. Holding back tears, Lee Min-ah replied that she found them too late, although she had hoped for a long time. She said that it seemed like the friends had made a contract with demons who then used them. The girl admitted that she considers her attempts futile and honors the memory of those who passed away as best she can. The protagonist thought, connecting demons with the Dark Brotherhood, recalling previous events. But suddenly he was taken aback, realizing that he had already neutralized all the members of the Dark Brotherhood. Sehanu asked if the girls belonged to the Dark Brotherhood, but the girl shook her head. The hero exhaled, deciding to be more careful with those who had signed contracts and to warn Jisoo. Lee Min-ah asked him if he was bored since he was asking her such detailed questions. The guy replied that he wanted to ask her to help with the task, but he had doubts after what he heard. The heroine was embarrassed, remembering the choice where she initially wanted to choose 10,000 but was mistaken. The protagonist smiled, doubting whether it was really a mistake, noting her luck. Stretching, she asked how many bottles of elixir were needed and was told that 1 was enough. He added that he had another item that required less effort than the elixir. The hero showed her the artifact and asked her to create an analog suitable for high-ranking players. The girl noted the strangeness of what was happening and thought about his previous unexpected retreat. Now he had disappeared completely, which seemed unusual to her, and she tried to understand his intentions. The man reminded them that the meeting was still ongoing and suggested discussing the rest later. The Agathram Guild gathered, realizing that there was approximately 1 week left until the quest. Zhang Sang-Huan, the leader of the Agathram Guild, stated that it was time to gradually conclude the discussion. The guy smiled, saying that the leader could figure it out himself using the skill to solve it. The man warned Kang Jun-sik not to underestimate opponents among capable players. He added that among them is the sacred maiden Xin Yu-hua, who is of interest. Another participant countered that she had left 10,000 people without support, mentioning the guy in black. The leader asked in surprise who exactly was being called the guy in black among the opponents. The guy replied that he made an unpleasant impression by using so many unusual weapons. The hero realized that they were talking about Kim Se-han, who was considered the team's strongest player. Suddenly, the boy turned to the younger participant, wanting to hear her opinion. He asked if she had planned to eliminate that same player earlier. The leader frowned and demanded that such talk stop, turning to Kang Jun-sik. A guild member ran into the room, reporting problems that had arisen. He stated that a huge number of players were found outside the quarantine zone. The guy noted that it was too quiet and suggested that the opponents had prepared in advance. A member in an armored suit offered to go in his place to avoid damage to the guild. Looking at the artifacts, Si-han was surprised that the girl had created them in just 2 days. Lee Min-ah shrugged, saying that she simply had nothing better to do. The hero thought that Lee Min-ah from the future had unusual abilities and agreed easily. He remembered that today was the day when a serious blow awaited them. He joined immediately after recovery and helped the team win using stealth tactics. The guy opened the menu, checking the remaining time, and decided to go to Song Shi-woo. Kim Tae-hoon was supposed to participate in this battle, which gave him a great chance. The hero wanted to defeat him while he was acting alone, without support. The men discussed whether it would have been worthwhile to eliminate him immediately after the surprise attack failed. They mentioned Kim Tae-hoon, considering him an important figure in what was happening. The man gave him 10 minutes to make a decision, emphasizing the gravity of the moment. Participants were outraged, asking whether the leader was really going to retreat in the face of a threat. They questioned why the enemy was warning 3 times, suspecting a hidden reason. The hero was surprised and decided to see who would be stronger in the upcoming clash. The man grabbed the gun and declared that he was not going to retreat today. Kim Tae-hoon exhaled, saying that if it was his choice, he would accept the situation. He told his allies that he could handle it on his own and did not need any help. When reminded of his high-ranking opponent, Kim abruptly cut off further comment. The enemy swung his weapon, accusing him of trying to attack alone. The man activated his aura, amplifying his actions before the clash began. He believed that the enemy was not even trying to defend himself from his movement. The man suggested that perhaps he himself was too fast for his opponent. The hero asked in surprise if he knew the story of Balder from mythology. The man replied that he vaguely remembered the second son of Odin, the god of light. He noted that Balder was considered a being of the highest rank among mythological figures. The man added that Balder was universally loved by those around him. He said that nothing in the world could harm him according to the legends. The man sharply pushed his opponent away, creating distance between them. The enemy collided with the wall, losing stability after the strong impact. There were cries that he had taken out a high-ranking player with one move. The girls were surprised, considering such a development of events impossible. They decided that they needed to retreat to avoid further problems. Kim Tae-hoon turned around and declared that he was not going to let them go. He recalled that he had already warned them 3 times in advance. The man said they refused to retreat despite warnings. The heroine screamed in fear, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. A man with a sword moved quickly towards them, intending to intervene. Suddenly, the building began to collapse, posing a threat to everyone present. Kim was surprised to realize who exactly had intervened in what was happening. He said that everyone around was talking about the guy in black. Kim admitted that he wanted to see him in person and recognized him immediately. The protagonist held his movement, not allowing the situation to get worse. Kim noted that he had heard of him as a person who avoided direct confrontations. Se-han Woo responded that he felt like Kim was trying to hurt the inexperienced members. He thought for a moment, surprised that anyone could resist his power in Agathram. Suddenly, the hero called out to the man, attracting his attention. He asked if he knew the most annoying habit of role-playing game players. The hero then explained that sometimes people do not use objects, considering them unimportant. Kim was indignant, not understanding where this strange conversation was leading. The guy said he would explain it more simply so that he could understand his meaning. He stated that the man would not be able to defeat Shihanu in the current situation. The man received a hint to retreat, but he hesitated. His eyes dimmed, showing that he was losing strength and concentration. He felt damage to his equipment and didn't understand what was happening. The man was surprised because he activated the skill and expected protection. He thought he might have encountered an effect that caused severe weakness. Falling to his knees, the hero whispered, expressing dissatisfaction with what was happening. The protagonist noted that the last step would end the conflict in his favor. The man finally lost his strength, and the hero considered this a good start. Screams were heard in the house. People doubted whether what they heard was true. The man asked how they were able to neutralize Kim Tae-hoon. Shihan calmly replied that rumors spread quickly, and that's what happened. The hero was surprised, because Kim was considered the second number in Agatram and a strong player. The guy decided that the fame of his name would help him interfere in affairs more easily. He thought that if he had not used the name Mistletoe earlier, there would have been fewer losses. The man admitted that he knew about its power, but did not expect such an impressive result. Shihan calmly replied that he was stronger than he appeared and was able to reveal his hidden strength. At least he could face all the Ramagathram leaders without showing weakness. The man was surprised and asked if this was possible, if he could stand up to Agathram alone, if he was lying. He replied that he had no interest in idle talk and asked if he could make a proposal. The hero said that he was ready to listen to what exactly he was going to say and showed his attention. The guy asked to be given 3 days, during which time he would complete the task completely. There was a murmur of surprise in the room. Everyone said that this was really very surprising and unexpected. The sacred maiden Shin Yu-hua asked what he had done. It was not enough to kill Kim Tae-hoon. He also brought the body. The main character admitted that among all the players, she is the best healer, capable of helping. She quickly sat down and thanked him for the compliment, then asked why he had brought this body to her. Shihan replied that there was no special reason. He was just asking if she could save him. After all, he thought that this would be possible for the sacred maiden Shin Ko-hwa, who possessed power. Using magic, she shouted at him to stop calling her a sacred maiden. It was annoying. The guy was surprised and asked if that meant she couldn't save him, if there were any problems. The heroine replied that he could, then asked how he healed his wounds. The marks were barely visible. Shihan replied that he had applied the elixir just before his death in an attempt to save him. She was taken aback and asked why he died if he was anointed with the elixir since it should have helped. She was indignant and said that he was trying to test her. Stop lying, she won't get caught. If the elixir worked, he should have survived. But he died after being applied. The girl said that he was repeating the same thing over and over again, pretending that he didn't know anything, even though he knew it. She said that she knew he was up to something, that he wanted to pin this corpse, which was not a corpse, on her. Shihan said that he had no one else to trust except her and showed sincerity. Waving her hand, she told him to warn her before coming next time so she would be prepared. The guy smiled and said that next time he would bring a gift with him to surprise. She just sighed and said that it was better not to give her work. It was hard. The hero remembered that when this quest ended, Shin Yu-hua would die in the next quest. This moment was just a dungeon nightmare, but once he completed the task, everything would end. In the past, he couldn't even say goodbye to her, and this tormented him with memories. After the battle with Min Su-ho, she looked after him and treated his wounds. And then he recovered, and they were never able to meet again, having lost contact. There was a meeting in the house again. Everyone was asking if this freak was really that strong. The member stated that he knew about Kim Tae-hoon's weak point and probably used Mistletoe. Everyone said he had prepared thoroughly to take on a player of any rank. The guy became indignant and called him a pervert, showing his dissatisfaction with what was happening. Then he looked at the little one and asked if she wasn't even surprised. She just sighed and said that he even killed her father, and it was true. The guy began to remember that he was known for this, and everyone knew his actions. The Great Fall of Seoul. The hero who defeated one of the 12 constellations of the Golden Calf Aldebaran, and Kim Si-han killed him because he became insane. And then the talk died down. The girl admitted that after this, the goddess made a contract with her, but did not say another word. She stated that she would definitely kill this man, showing determination and hatred. But the guy replied that they couldn't wait any longer, he would kill him himself. The other participants watched them with embarrassment without interfering in the conversation. There was no delight on their faces, only tension and anxiety. Suddenly, the chief slammed his fist on the table and said that they had been too careless. They thought that none of the players could fight Agathram, but they were wrong. As a result, they suffered heavy losses in a matter of minutes without having time to prepare. They could no longer relax, they had to be careful and attentive. He ordered to tell everyone not to walk alone anymore, it's dangerous. But just 2 days later, everything changed. New events began. Once everything is ready, Sehanu will pay for everything he has done. Lin looked angrily at the portrait of the main character, feeling hatred. The night sky covered the city, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Suddenly, the guy's mouth was covered with a hand. He got scared. It was Ji-han, peeking out from behind the wall at the guards. And I decided it was time to start acting, showing determination. In the sewers, he said that the civilian territory was over and it was time to act. The observer asked what he would do now, showing interest. After answering to fight, she said that he was reckless. Could he cope alone? The guy smiled and said that he had learned perhaps much more than he thought. The most important thing is that he had not previously taken into account that she, his ally, was nearby. As she knew, he refused to use the power of the gods, considering it a noose around his neck. Let the noose tighten. It doesn't matter if he doesn't die, because this is a fantasy world. And suddenly he asked the witch a strange question. Could she edit videos? Looking at the city, the leader asked if the participant had checked the number of enemies. He replied that it was unknown, but judging by the secret actions, there were few of them. The man thought he was watching the city, but they never came across him. The girl in the witch's hat said she was furious and suggested simply attacking them. The hero turned around and told Lee Su-rin that they didn't know what they could do. She said that if they try not to get caught, then they are in the minority. She became indignant and told Min Su-ho that he was not usually like this. What was wrong with him? The guy admitted that he had a bad feeling about this, and it was worrying. The heroine screamed that for the second day they had done nothing and would end up trapped. She said that he doesn't do anything, so she is nervous and angry. She said that in that case she could handle it herself, without help. Lee Su-rin thought they were cowardly bastards who couldn't even handle small fish. But suddenly something surprised her. She felt a strange movement of air behind her. She heard sounds behind her, as if someone was walking carefully down the corridor. The girl turned around, thinking she was imagining things, but decided to check. But no, there was definitely something there. She felt a presence. She came closer and saw a faint light in the distance, flickering. The heroine saw the bottle and thought it was a bomb, a strange object. She said that what a loser the magic specialist was, showing confidence. She said that she would now turn it into an ordinary piece of iron and said the word dispel. However, the elixir glowed brighter than before, and this surprised her. The heroine was taken aback and said that she had removed the magic, but the light remained. Suddenly there was an explosion. She realized that it was a trap and got scared. The heroes were surprised at what it was. Something exploded in the alley and smoke appeared. Suddenly one of them started coughing, unable to stand the smoke. And then he fell down dead, unable to withstand the impact. Panic began. Everyone was shouting not to inhale the smoke. It was strange. Lee Su-rin managed to escape the bomb, but she inhaled smoke and remained conscious. A man's voice was heard. He said that he knew she would find the bomb first. He stated that she might be okay, but ordinary people are not. The girl was taken aback. And he said that because of it, smoke spread throughout the city. The bomb turned out to be more powerful than he expected. She couldn't understand what kind of demon was in front of her. It was strange. Shihanu declared that she was finished, calling Morian an annoying creature. The heroine did not understand how he learned the name of her god. This surprised her. Using magic, she decided that he was unusual and needed to be finished off with one blow. But suddenly blood spurted from her mouth and she weakened. Shihan grinned and noted that he hadn't seen such skills from the opponent at this moment for a long time. The girl screamed indignantly, asking how he dared to behave like that in front of her. The hero added that she didn't even notice his greeting and realized that the bomb had done its job. She fell, and he continued to say that usually they deal with the supporters first. The mood was bad. The hero thought that he needed to quickly deal with the enemies before they all arrived here. The boys looked around with concern, trying to understand what was happening and assess the situation. They jumped and exclaimed that Lee Su-rin had really appeared in front of them. The protagonist stated that it was clean here and noted that he should be nearby by now. Someone called out to Zihan from above, drawing his attention during the tense moment. 2 flashes of light appeared behind them, illuminating the space and making everyone wary. The hero turned around, trying to understand the source of the movement and assess the threat. From there came out the same guys he had met earlier in battle. One of them exclaimed that he had finally found it after a long search. The second one became indignant and called him a freak, expressing strong irritation. The hero decided that it was his mistake and that he shouldn't have let the enemy go earlier. He admitted that he had been too foolish to think that he was one of the players who fought for the people. Many ordinary people are dying because of this smog that is spreading everywhere. It has already spread, and now even players are under serious threat. Lee Su-rin also died, which increased the tension among all the participants. The guy said that he needed to be killed and that things like this couldn't be left like this. The protagonist thought about Min Su-ho, the deity Maha, and Kang Jun-sik, the deity Agni. Magic formed around Ming, creating a dense energy field. He drew a huge black weapon, preparing for a swift attack, and he quickly flew up with this weapon, intending to deliver a decisive blow. The hero swung, hoping to hit the enemy at the right moment. Sihan turned around and started running away, trying to buy time. The protagonist only looked back, assessing the distance and speed of the pursuit. He thought in surprise at how fast the enemy had turned out to be this time. The guy had no emotion on his face. He looked completely focused. He saw only his goal and did not notice any obstacles around him. Suddenly, the tip of the gun was at Sihan's body, threatening him. Min Su-ho punched a hole in the enemy, causing serious damage. It began to evaporate into black smoke, losing its shape and disappearing. The hero clicked his tongue and said that he was using cunning tricks. He noted how annoying the enemy turned out to be in this situation. The enemy created many clones of himself, making the fight more difficult. Kang Jun-sik shouted at Min Soo-ho to dodge as quickly as possible. He stated that he wanted Kim Si-han dead, expressing rage. While creating a barrier, the protagonist replied that he would not allow the skills to be used. He held back the enemy's magic, keeping the pressure on the barrier. He became nervous and asked what it was, hinting at the shield. He said that even though it was created with skill, it was still just fire. Block the supply of oxygen and magical powers and the fire will go out. The guy shouted, asking why he was hesitating in such a situation. He struck the ground with fire, creating a powerful stream of energy. And he created a fiery whirlwind that rose up around them. The street was empty and quiet, creating a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, everything was disrupted by a sudden explosion that tore through the silence. The explosion caused Zihanu to jump back, trying to hold on. The boys watched him from under the smoke, assessing his condition. Kang Jun-sik became indignant and again called him a freak, expressing anger. Min Soo-ho only gritted his teeth, holding back his emotions and tension. The main character chuckled and said not to worry at that moment. He added that he had nowhere else to run and the situation had changed. And I thought that Jung Sang-hwan was there and the situation looked perfect. The protagonist chuckled, said that they looked tired, and received a sharp response. Zihanu laughed and said that he would not run away from them anymore. Kan said he was ready to take the blow and die if that was his decision. Having descended to the ground, the main character smiled and said that he did not need to run. The heroes were surprised and realized that something was definitely wrong here. They remembered that Kim Se-han only intervenes when he is sure of benefit. This is his way. He hid and then burst in on them alone. He acted carelessly in the fight with the two Agathram leaders, which was surprising. In ordinary life, he would never engage in such behavior. The guy realized that this was a trap and the situation was going badly. He grabbed Kang Jun-sik by the shoulder and told him that they needed to get out of here. Suddenly a flash thundered, illuminating the space and interrupting their actions. It became clear that it was too late and retreat was impossible. The bag was pierced by a glowing stone, disrupting their plan. The heroes looked at what was happening around them with fear and confusion. They cried out, asking if he knew how to use magic in battle. Shiehan replied that to be precise, he doesn't even use it. He said that he simply activated a magical instrument that was previously installed here. The guy shouted that if he thought he could catch them this way, he was mistaken. He stated that this would not happen and they would not be caught. But they were unable to raise the swamp with a special paralytic poison. Sihan said that there was no need to think that he was acting meanly since there were two of them. Min Soo-ho thought that this was why he killed Lee Soo-rin, the magician, first. If she had been with them, they would have lifted the spell and avoided the trap. If they had guessed in advance, this would not have happened. They were just having fun. Sihan realized that dealing with each player individually was also work. He realized that Jeon Sang-hwan had already guessed his plan, and then he wondered if he could handle him and the others at the same time. Although he has one last method that he can use. The protagonist swung his fist, preparing to strike, but he repelled his attack, which surprised the hero. The girl asked if this was revenge for the previous attack. It was Lee Min-ah who said she was bored and came to help. She said she was curious about what he was up to now, and she asked if he thought he could do it. Behind the heroes, there were already enemies standing, ready to engage in battle. They quickly jumped up from their seats, preparing to attack, and they targeted Lee Min-ah, trying to stop her. The girl snapped her fingers, stopping everyone around. She said that she was also participating in the task and would help him now, and she has done almost nothing so far and wants to improve. Siehanu chuckled and said that he thought she didn't care about that. She shrugged and said she didn't really care. She then summoned numerous knives, preparing to attack, and she is concerned about how the task will end. The knives reached the opponents just as the heroine had expected. Shehan asked if it was too much, and the girl told him not to worry. There was a loud explosion, and the hero noted the similarity between what was happening and the previous actions of the enemies. The girl asked to try to prevent him from getting closer and warned that she was ready to leave. The protagonist thought that she was acting overly cautious and a little distant. He told her that he was counting on her help in further actions. Lee Min-ah stated that others should not interfere with her in carrying out her plans. The leader thought for a moment and decided that what was happening was connected to his previous decisions. He thought that the desire to protect players and ordinary people had led to a difficult situation, and he believed that a large-scale threat had arisen that needed to be stopped earlier. Standing on the roof, the guy said that the task would soon be completed. The man called out his name, drawing his attention to what was happening. He rose from the ground so abruptly that small debris rose up around him. The leader rose high enough to be level with the guy on the roof, and then he activated a special skill that enhanced his abilities at the right moment. At first, one line of magic appeared, indicating the beginning of the ability's use. But the man was not going to back down and continued to maintain his concentration. He created a complex grid of magical lines, expanding the skill's influence. The protagonist wondered if the man had gotten too carried away and lost his focus. He reflected that a wrong step could lead to dangerous consequences for both of them. Shihan said that his mistake was being overconfident in his own abilities. In his attack, the leader said he had made a mistake by showing too much softness earlier. The hero thought that the enemy was not as strong as Min-Soo-ho, but still dangerous. He decided that he needed to move away from this place first for safety. Catching up with him, the man asked if he was trying to lure him somewhere far away. The guy replied that he had not prepared anything special specifically for him in this situation. The man frowned, trying to understand the meaning of what the boy said. He didn't understand what exactly he was trying to explain to him now, and watched him in the sky, assessing his further actions. This person probably won't calm down and will continue to resist. He asked if the enemy thought it was possible to defeat him alone. He called him a vile person, and Shihan calmly confirmed his belief. This surprised the chief, who decided that the guy was being too risky. The main character said that he had prepared everything and was ready to continue. Shihanu admitted that he lacks a lot, but there are some areas where he is stronger. The head suggested that it was about cunning or the ability to mislead others. He gritted his teeth and said that this was also true, but not the only one. He added that it would be easier for the enemy to learn the truth from his own experience. Thunder rumbled across the dark sky and bright flashes of energy appeared. Participants watched what was happening in the sky with obvious concern. It became noticeably darker around, increasing the tension of the moment. Shihan looked forward with a cold and focused gaze. The opponents began to close in, preparing for the next stage of the clash. The chief asked what exactly the guy was thinking at that moment. A large magical hand appeared behind him, formed in the sky. Then a girl appeared, towering over the planet in a magical image. A voice rang out, announcing that he had summoned the dream witch Idra. She asked if he wanted to be her representative in what was happening. The protagonist received a message that he had become a representative of the dream witch Idra and had received a new skill. This skill allowed one to temporarily use divine power through one's own body. He thought he should have pointed out the possible risks because the sensations were unclear, and he understood that a wrong move could lead to a loss of control over himself. However, he felt the power of the last player on Earth, enhancing his abilities. The magic continued to envelop his body, enhancing every action. Shihan said that such power was quite within his capabilities in the current situation. Suddenly, a heavy stone fell in front of the leader, attracting his attention. The protagonist strengthened his magical defenses, strengthening his condition. The man said with a grin that even the goddess's representative was not omnipotent. They simultaneously prepared to exchange magical blows. Then their magics collided, creating a powerful surge of energy. The leader was surprised that his skill had disappeared and stopped working. He didn't understand what was happening and why the situation had changed. Shihan delivered a precise magical strike that reached the enemy. The leader felt a sharp response in his body, confirming the force of the blow. The protagonist shook his head and reminded that he had warned him in advance. He said that the enemy will feel everything firsthand, as promised. A magical silhouette appeared behind the guy, ready for action. Lin directed energy into the ground, stabilizing the space around her. She looked sharply to the side, reacting to the hero's movement. The main character teleported there, changing his position to continue. She quickly rushed forward, demonstrating confident technique. This surprised Shihan, who didn't expect such speed. He thought the technique resembled Min-Soo-ho's style. However, he decided that it did not look like a simple imitation. He thought she lacked experience, but the technique was almost perfect. Now she used Kang Jun-sik's technique, which amazed the observers. He noted that such power looks truly impressive. And this is the manifestation of excellent talent. Shihan felt a little nervous as he assessed the surroundings. He mentally asked if everything was ready for the next stage. Their battle was watched by many people, following the development of events. Among the observers was a witch, carefully studying what was happening. The guy didn't think that she was striving for exactly this result. Using a video editor, the witch said that the scene was completely ready. She continued to watch her avatar, assessing its actions. A slight smile appeared on his face, reflecting confidence. The little girl strove for justice, remembering the fate of her father. And the goddess's representative was responsible for many tragic consequences. The witch decided that this scenario would please everyone watching. She suggested getting to the heart of the matter and discussing the motives. The guy wondered why she wanted to stop him at any cost. He assumed she blamed him for her father's fate, and I decided that this was possible, although the reason might be deeper. Lee Min-ah said that this was not the only reason for her decision. She believed that he was too cruel to himself and others. Lin said that at this rate soon there would be no one left around. Zihan replied that it was strange to hear this from a person who had done nothing. The girl said that she understood her weakness, but he had to look for another way. She said that what is happening is just the beginning and the consequences will be serious. And as Luke Taylor's daughter, she must stop him, just as her father would have wanted. Lin called out to the goddess of justice, Asura, addressing her with unexpected determination and inner tension. She asked to be made her spokesperson, hoping to gain recognition and a new, significant role. Something similar once happened to her father, which left a deep mark on her memory. Now a similar situation was happening to her, causing mixed feelings and doubts. Looking at the screen, the clown stretched and said that he found what was happening boring. She said she had not played for almost a year, contemplating becoming a male god to seduce goddesses. But suddenly something caught the clown's attention, causing him to abruptly change his facial expression. Two representatives of the god appeared on the screen, and one of them was the avatar of Astraya. The girl squinted, trying to figure out who the other mysterious representative was. She wondered if the second figure was an alien god who had appeared unexpectedly. The dream witch Idra, a deity of the highest rank, seemed incredibly powerful compared to the others. She fought against a strong player with a huge level difference using the help of a little girl. Her opponent was also a difficult person, capable of using the skill of spiritualism and maintaining his sanity. She believed that he could become a god if he obtained divine power, although that was not the main thing now. Such characters cannot be found in any other game, which made the event unique. The girl wondered if she should also enter the game to see everything with her own eyes. But Lee Min-ah suddenly appeared on the cliff, watching what was happening with wary attention. She watched the heroes battle closely, assessing their strength and the possible consequences of the clash. Shihan thought for a moment, saying that Lin could be a full-fledged representative under certain conditions. He noted that if Lin had taken Luke's place, she would have had a completely different appearance. However, there was no time for admiration, as the situation became increasingly tense. He understood that any distraction would lead to defeat, because the enemy did not give him any respite. His opponent was getting stronger with each passing minute, which created a serious threat to him. The girl rushed upward, using her speed and magic to continue the attack. The man directed magic with his hand, preparing another powerful blow at his opponent. A multitude of daggers, created by magic and moving at an incredible speed, rushed towards Lin. He clenched his fist sharply, intensifying the attack and aiming the daggers more accurately and quickly. Heroina quickly dodged the blows, demonstrating incredible reflexes and agility. This greatly surprised Sihan, who had not expected such speed from Lin. Then the guy used his shadow fighting skill, creating additional pressure on his opponent. Lin suddenly appeared behind him, taking advantage of the moment to make an unexpected maneuver. She hit him from behind, trying to break his concentration and disrupt the rhythm of the fight. The hero only laughed, showing that such an attack did not make an impression on him. The girl looked around, trying to understand where the new threat was coming from in the chaos. Numerous clones appeared around, creating a confusing and dangerous situation for her. She clutched the glowing object in her hands, preparing to use it at the crucial moment. A powerful explosion was caused by her action, and the space around shook. A huge dent remained in its place, testifying to the force of the impact. The boy summoned the ancient iron ore using a rare and complex magic skill. He created a giant artificial meteorite by fusing together aged iron ore. This ore was walled up in a nearby dungeon that existed in an imaginary space. Gradually, the ore began to crack, reacting to the magic and internal stress. A bright light began to shine through the cracks, growing stronger with each passing second. The structure then exploded violently, releasing enormous energy and destructive force. The boy directed magic with both hands, controlling the movement of the stones and increasing the pressure. He raised the rocks higher, creating a threat to Lin and continuing the attack. But before he could complete the action, Lin suddenly appeared behind him. And then he pointed his fist at her, trying to stop her rapid approach. The rock hit the girl with great force, creating a strong impulse and throwing her back. Her eyes lit up with anger, and a powerful energy began to rise around her. She exploded the space around her, releasing the accumulated rage and magical power. The protagonist sighed, saying that he couldn't catch her in this fight. He wondered if she really was the pinnacle of humanity in terms of strength. Shehan tried to catch his breath, feeling tired and tense after the long battle. And Lin was already approaching, not intending to give him the slightest respite. She fired magic using a skill that required a lot of concentration. It was a flicker skill that allowed her to move at incredible speed. Suddenly, Zihan looked back, sensing a change in the surrounding space. People's mouths dropped open, not understanding what was happening and watching the incredible power. Lee Min-ah was also surprised, wondering if what was happening was a dream. This struggle has long since gone beyond the human level, astonishing all spectators. This is the name given to a representative of a god who possessed powers beyond ordinary capabilities. She was speechless, and soon there was a huge explosion that shook the space. Lee Min-ah quickly turned around, trying to figure out the source of the destructive marks. She saw strange traces that could not belong to ordinary creatures. These were the personal observers of the gods, who appeared at the most unexpected moment. This amount could only be seen at the very beginning of the game, which was surprising. She thought he was strange, remembering previous events and his behavior. The girl smiled, saying that he was truly an incredible person in his qualities. The guy began to take out a sword from the system store, preparing for a new stage of the fight. He decided that the presentation was enough and it was time to move on to decisive action. Lin's eyes continued to glow with anger, strengthening her magical aura. The protagonist parried the blows, demonstrating experience and confidence in his actions. The girl frowned, noticing that they had been blown into space during the fight. She understood that direct attacks did not work on him and required different tactics. If he blocks this blow, she will step aside for another maneuver. She was going to aim straight for the throat, counting on accuracy and speed. Lin said in surprise that she did not understand what was happening and the reason for the failure of the strike. And why does the blow not go through at all and cause no harm? Shihan pointed his sword forward, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to his opponent. He pierced Lin's body using the precision and strength he had accumulated during the fight. The girl was surprised, not expecting such an outcome and such precision of the blow. She realized that he had chosen exactly the same method as she had earlier. Lin glowed, releasing energy that surrounded her in a bright light. The protagonist repeated her action, creating a similar burst of energy. The observers did not understand why everything had to end so miserably, considering her dead. Xiehan thought about the regeneration skill and the Death Star, pondering his next move. The task was completed, and he felt confident in the correctness of his decisions. He knew that everything would work out and continued to move towards completing the test. And I was sure that the ending would be amazing, justifying all the efforts put in. The space around began to glow with purple light, covering all visible areas. This light filled the city, spreading through the streets and buildings. It covered many motionless people lying on the ground after the events. One of them opened her eyes, gradually returning to consciousness. The heroine's finger moved slightly, indicating the beginning of awakening. Lin began to come to her senses, feeling weak and confused about what was happening. Finding herself in the middle of the desert, she stood up and asked what was happening around her. She remembered the item that could put a subject into a coma, which had been used before. Few people knew about it because after a certain level it stopped working. This item could be used to put a person into a state of clinical death in order to complete a task. Seihan Wu came to Li Min-ah and asked her for a bomb to enhance the effect of the bead. He also asked for a liquid potion made from smoke vapors that would enhance the effect on opponents. Ordinary residents fell into a coma after inhaling the smoke and were unable to withstand its deadly effects. He cut high-level players with a blade previously poisoned with the same potion. It worked to their advantage that the enemy had kept people locked up for safety, so everyone fell into a coma. The girl admitted that he mixed poison into her drinking water, enhancing the overall effect. She joined in, and thus he dealt with the players, putting everyone into a coma. Lin shouted, wondering if it wouldn't have been better for him to just ask her for help. In that case, only the question of the task would be resolved, and everything would end immediately. She asked the girl to look there, pointing in the direction. There were many observers in the sky, closely watching what was happening. And people really did rejoice joyfully, delighted by the outcome of events. Lin smiled tearfully and admitted that she was wrong. She realized that he had already chosen the best way. The heroine laughed and said that it all turned out too sentimental, really. Then she turned to look at her observer, looking closely. She addressed her first as a clown, and then called her by her name, Loki. The witch thought, he achieved a new result, but it all turned out to be a dream. Was it really necessary to act so desperately? It seems like he really is the last player on Earth, since he was able to achieve such results. What a great guy her avatar is. Thanks to the spiritualism skill, she learned a lot about him, a solo player, even in the second round. If everything continues like this, she will not be able to enter into a contract with you. The door will not open. After all, the key is Lynn Taylor herself, but this condition must be taken into account. It is necessary to have 2 keys. He finds out about this later. It is funny to watch. By the way, the reward for this outcome of the game was only Laplace's watch. Is that too heartless? She said, hoo-hoo. Listen, I'll give you a little gift from me personally. After coming to his senses, Shehanu said how dark it was, and he returned. He thought about it, would have liked to see what happened after, but decided that this would do. Suddenly, a strange object caught his attention. It turned out to be Laplace's hourglass, a rare item. The object is capable of evoking the future of one person, showing his destiny. The guy decided that he needed to get out of here. Snow White and Jisoo had probably already returned. Suddenly, the main character received a new skill and the status of a former representative. This is not just a hallucination from the Dungeon of Dreams. Jisoo called out to him sharply, "Sehanu Oppa, what are you standing there at the door about to come in?" He asked how long they had been waiting for his return. Snow White answered, to be precise, 7 hours and 22 minutes. The guy said it was less than he thought and they should go back and take a little break from waiting. Yes, it was quite possible, he realized. You can change this world if you try. Jisoo walked along, lost in her thoughts, without being distracted. She looked at the hourglass, holding it in her hands. Then she hid them behind her back, hiding them from the others. And the witch said, hoping that he would like her gift. A slight smile crossed her face. Meanwhile, events were taking place in the modern building. Shehan thought, everything seemed strange ever since he obtained a new skill without a name. He didn't think that Idra's skill would return to him again. Imaginary space can create and open temporary space in the air. He often used this skill in conjunction with spiritualism, but it usually failed to open space where there were living beings. Although this is a pretty good skill because it immediately links to the inventory. But why did he have it? He had never heard of such a skill being given as a reward in the dungeon. Lee Min-ah approached him and asked with a slight smile why he was looking at her so intently. He replied, slightly confused, that nothing had happened and asked where she was going. The hero realized that she was looking for friends during her frequent walks around the city. The girl waved her hand and said that he shouldn't worry because she knew very well how cautious she was. She asked the hero why he looked strange today and hinted at the difficulties in the dungeon. The protagonist sighed heavily and asked her not to go there under any circumstances. Lee Min-ah replied that she hadn't gotten anything valuable there anyway and preferred to just buy what she needed. The hero decided to deal with Min-ah first because she spoke about the devil and the need to gather information. A warm lamp glowed softly in the room, creating a cozy and calm atmosphere around. Jisoo looked around the room and wondered if Sehan had gone out again today. She sighed quietly, admitting to herself that she was getting a little bored being alone. The girl felt as if these two were slightly afraid of her. Although she did not understand the reason, she wondered what could be in her that could cause such sensations. Everything that was happening seemed unusual to her, as if something important was hidden behind the little things. Snow White worriedly asked the girl if she was really going to go inside the room. The girl replied that she would return soon and would not stay longer than necessary. This place held memories of the past, reminiscent of childhood nightmares and fears. She was unable to attack at full strength, but was satisfied with the results of her dungeon expedition. The girl wondered if Sehan Woo's Appa would be angry if she found out about her actions. She wondered what kind of person she would become in the future if she applied this to herself. The girl doubted whether she would be able to return to normal life as it was before. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself and get her thoughts in order. Then she suddenly opened her eyes, as if she suddenly remembered or felt something. The man shouted at her, asking if she had been sent by the Mishon Guild to spy on him. He claimed that she had made a contract with the devil and demanded an explanation. The Amchian were considered powerful in the Gangbuk region, and it was said that their leader had made a contract with the devil. The hero decided that since there were no special matters to attend to, he would have to visit there tomorrow. Dawn was rising over the city, painting the sky with soft, light hues. The man asked about information about the Amchan Guild and whether it could be obtained. Sun Su-gun, known as the Behind-the-Scenes Information Network, clarified what kind of information is needed. He replied that he didn't need anything grand, just the location of the guild. Sun Su-gun thought about the rumors about the destroyed Dark Brotherhood and Shin Ja-woon's strange actions. He noted that this guild is gradually gaining strength, and one person cannot cope with it. If the hero only needs the location, then the situation looks even more suspicious. The hero said that he could go and asked how many points he should pay for the service. The informant understood that too high a price could literally cost him his head. He called out, waving his hand, offering to call again if necessary. A demoness approached the hero and asked why he was asking about something he already knew in advance. She chuckled, assuming that the talkative informant would tell everything to the Amchan Guild. The man said that if leader Park Do-yeon was not there, it would be unpleasant. The girl looked back and noticed his confidence, asking if he could handle them. He asked her what she thought about his chances in the upcoming clash. The girl looked at his muscular body and admitted that she had doubted in vain. Shin Ja-woon smiled and said that tomorrow we could go there without delay. He guessed that Sun Soo-gun was already heading to the Amcheon Guild, expecting a good battle. The hero hoped that the level of Park Do-yeon, the Iron Devil of Amcheon, would not disappoint him. Shi-han finally found the item he needed on the menu and carefully studied its contents. He didn't know the name, but he recognized the faces and quickly found the one he needed, thinking about breaking the contract. And I realized that everything would work out if I destroyed the Devil's Relic as Shin Ja-woon did. Even he, participating in the game for the second time, had seen something like this only once and understood the difficulty. When asked about the others, Lin replied that they had gone to get points, and Min-ah had gone for a walk. Jisoo also said that she wanted to take a little walk and unwind. She is not one of those who hangs around without a reason, because she used to constantly study or train. The hero was surprised, remembering that she had spoken about visiting some guild. The girl clapped her hands and said that this seemed to be the Amcheon Guild. Shi-han snorted, realizing that this was exactly what he had feared from the very beginning. He knew that Jisoo was only interested in the guilds on her kill list. She had been quiet lately, and the hero had relaxed, focusing on other things. He hoped that she wouldn't kill Min-ah's friends because that would be weird. A voice came from the multi-story building, asking if Shin Ja-woon was really looking for them. The man confirmed, reminding that he had spoken about this yesterday. In front of him sat the Iron Devil Park Do-yeon, the leader of the Amcheon Guild. The leader did not understand why the hero was looking for them, because he was not striving for power. He decided that this was even for the best, since he had long wanted to fight him. If he defeats the hero, he will receive the title of the strongest player to have signed a contract. If a girl appears who can see the future, then all of Seoul will be under his control. He was going to deal with Shin Ja-woon and free his people or kill them. When this is all over, a new dark brotherhood will emerge, and Amcheon will be the first. The man asked the girl why she was following him without lagging behind even a step. She admitted that she was a little worried, because she did not see any danger to herself today. But her brother's future is constantly changing, and she cannot let the hero go alone. She saw a creature that could change the future, and it worried her. Then they stopped in front of a tall building, preparing to go inside and look around. Shin Ja-woon noted the strange silence and wondered if Song Soo-gun had told the truth. He decided that he would find out everything only after he went inside. The hero looked around, checking the situation around him and listening to every sound. It was quiet inside, as if everyone had left the room in advance. The chairs were empty, creating a feeling of abandonment and strange uneasiness. The sofas were also empty, as if no one had sat or rested there for a long time. It seemed that some barely audible sound was heard on the upper floor. The girl said that her brother was in the basement and waiting for help. The man asked how she knew this with such certainty. She replied that she had been there too and remembered the way. Voices were heard discussing whether it was possible to hide here while there was chaos above. The hero told the girl that he felt the presence of two people, but her brother was not there. She replied that she knew, but it was still better to look there. The hero realized that she had seen something again, and this skill irritated him. Voices were heard outside the door asking what was going on and why the noise. There were two girls sitting inside, and the hero was surprised why there were children there. The man clicked his tongue, realizing that the low-class guild was using children as workers. The girls whispered, assuming that the hero had destroyed everyone upstairs and were afraid to fight. There was only one way to resolve the situation, and they knew it. The heroines fell to their knees and begged not to kill them, trembling with fear. And he snorted, asking if the girl was really asking to take them with her. He wondered why she had brought him here and if they had anything valuable. The girl jumped up and said that her brother needed to be saved immediately. There was a sound as if something was about to jump out of the darkness. Without turning around, the hero asked why they were following him without permission. They replied that they were there against their will and hoped to get out together. The girl introduced herself as Hayami and her friend as Ji-sung, using their full names. Shin Ja-woon looked at them and thought that they definitely wouldn't voluntarily join such a guild as Amcheon. The heroine quickly ran down the corridor and loudly called for her brother, not hiding her anxiety. Inside one of the dungeons, Suho Appa lay, barely breathing and looking extremely weak. The man calmly asked if this man was really her brother, carefully watching her reaction. And then he began to break the bars after her confirmation, acting confidently and quickly. He put his hand to his brother's forehead and realized that he had a high fever that required help. The hero noted that what was happening looked strange, as if something important was being hidden from them. There wasn't a single bug in sight, which seemed especially suspicious. Suddenly, a strong shaking began, causing the walls to shake and dust to fall. A cry was heard about the need to urgently run for cover to avoid danger, and the hero told the girl to take her brother, understanding the urgency of the situation. The girl quickly picked him up, trying not to cause him any unnecessary pain. Suddenly, one of the rescued women grabbed her head and said that she suddenly felt pain. And then she suddenly stared forward, as if she saw something frightening. Jisoo stood before them, standing motionless and watching intently. And in her hands was the head of the guild leader Park Do-yeon, causing horror. She was stunned, not believing that the leader was actually already dead. The girl turned to the heroes, assessing their condition and intentions. And going down, she asked if he was really the same person she remembered. Her eyes lit up as she said she hadn't expected to meet again. And the man replied with a slight smile that he too had not expected such a development. The girl adjusted the handle of the mace, preparing for a possible collision. And Shin Ja-woon noted that this time she came with a weapon. The girl took off, demonstrating incredible speed. And she rushed at him with furious speed, not giving him time to think. The man dodged, remaining calm and watching her movements. He watched her closely, trying to understand her intentions, and Jisoo's eyes continued to turn red, becoming more and more frightening. They struck, but each time they missed their target. Suddenly the girl braked sharply, changing her attack tactics, and she plunged the sword straight into the enemy's stomach, acting unexpectedly. He exhaled, surprised by such a sudden attack and its strength, and he aimed his fist at her, trying to fight off the attack. After the blow, blood gushed out of Jisoo's mouth, staining the ground. Then Shin Ja-woon realized that it wasn't his attack at all. And the fact is that she has absolutely no intention of blocking blows. She swung her mace, preparing to deliver another powerful blow. And she hit the enemy so hard that he began to evaporate along with the blood. Blood dripped down onto the ground, leaving dark marks. But the man quickly recovered, demonstrating amazing regenerative skills. The blow to the jaw should have prevented a serious concussion. His body was tempered by magic, and he marveled at its power. This Park Do-yeon, judging by his intact arms and legs, had incredible endurance. It seems it was not for nothing that he was called the Iron Devil among fighters. If she hit him properly even once, the consequences would be fatal. This meant that the hero would become a corpse if he delayed. A powerful explosion thundered from underground, adding to the chaos around. It could be heard even far beyond the site of the battle. Numerous chains are scattered throughout space, creating dangerous traps. And all of this came from Jisoo's mace, shining with power. Her blows caused everything around to explode, destroying space. Shin Ja-woon flew back quickly, barely able to keep his balance. He thought that the girl had become much stronger than before. It was clearly not just a matter of increasing scores, it was felt. It's not just trusting your feelings, but something more. She has mastered the technique to perfection and is not averse to using it. It was extremely disadvantageous for the man to continue fighting with her. But if he runs away now, these girls will definitely not survive. Moreover, 2 of them are servants of the devil, which complicates the situation. He had no choice but to continue fighting. The girl turned around, assessing the distance and preparing for another dash. And then she picked up a huge stone with one hand, demonstrating her strength. She swung, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. If he doesn't finish her off in one blow, he will lose. The hero understood this perfectly well and was going to act decisively. The stone began to disintegrate right in the air, crumbling into pieces. And from it, Jisoo appeared, ready to continue the attack. The man was wounded again and felt growing weak. He used regeneration in an attempt to regain his strength. And I realized that I needed to gather all the magic of the mask to fight back. And give her a worthy answer, otherwise he will die. But something strange and incomprehensible appeared in her gaze. She doesn't even think about dodging his blows, as if she doesn't feel pain. On the contrary, she actively attacks him without stopping. The hero wondered if the girl was in her right mind after all this. Coughing up blood, he realized that the situation was getting extremely bad. If it weren't for the contractors, he would already be dead from the damage he received. Suddenly, he turned around to see what was happening to Jisoo. She lay covered in blood and quietly said that this was the end. The girl asked if he was okay and if the girl was really dead. And taken aback, she added that she was suddenly moving. The hero turned around in shock, not believing what was happening. His gaze showed fear at what he saw. She had a broken neck bone, but she kept moving. With one movement, Jisoo adjusted the bones as if nothing had happened. And with a smile, she said that she knew he would be shocked. Swallowing his saliva in fear, the man realized that there was no other way. There is no hidden power, no trump card for salvation. Her gaze was soulless, cold, and frightening. It's as if she's looking at a stone lying on the road without feeling any emotion. The hero wondered whether it was even possible to call her a human after what he had seen. The girl began to move closer, slowly, and the hero realized that this was definitely the end for him. He could no longer utter a single word due to weakness. Suddenly, I noticed that Jisoo had stopped unexpectedly. She stated that this time she was the winner, and she repeated that she had won, suggesting that they play again. If you remember that he attacked her comrades, the situation looked different. On the contrary, she should have killed him given the circumstances. The heroine said that he did not kill anyone that day, although he very well could have. Jisoo admitted that, to be honest, she wanted to kill him, but she held back because of the children present. By clicking on the message, the girl admitted that some people categorically did not want this development of events. It was Sehanu who asked her not to kill the masked man, showing unexpected gentleness. The man smiled and asked if she was going to kill them now. The girl asked if he considered her a hired killer, capable of destroying everyone in sight. He chuckled and remarked that, in his opinion, everything looked exactly that way. Jisoo said that she was sensitive to evil, but there was no dangerous spirit emanating from him now. And Sehan also wanted that person to protect children who found themselves in difficult situations. The building rose towards the sky, creating a feeling of massive and oppressive architectural bulk. And the heroes came out of there, remaining calm and assessing the situation around them. Shin Ja-woon thought about it because he thought she mentioned a crow. Now the man felt indebted to this raven for the unexpected help. It was cloudy outside, and gray clouds slowly covered the sky above the streets. The heroine walked along the empty street, trying to maintain balance and calm. She could hardly walk because her legs moved with difficulty after the events she had experienced. And on her face there was sadness, hiding internal tension and anxiety. The heroine's heart was ready to burst out of her chest from the fear that gripped her. It seemed like the words she had just heard had touched something deep inside. The man asked why she followed him everywhere, when she could have become stronger on her own. He clarified that he was talking about the raven because he was strong, but she was also unusually strong, and he noted that it was strange to see how she so obediently followed his instructions. He continued, guessing that the message she had conveyed during the fight had come from the raven. Suddenly, the heroine turned around and said that such information remains a secret. She looked suspiciously obedient, which raised additional questions in the man's mind. People do not abandon those who listen to them, especially in dangerous circumstances. But it's not time yet, so she needs to lie low and patiently wait for the right moment. Wait until she becomes strong enough to hold him even when he tries to leave. She wanted to become strong enough to hold him even if he wanted to run away. The friends Minna saw in the dream dungeon were indeed the same ones. Suddenly, the guy hid the bottle of water, trying to hide his excitement. And Azazel called out, asking if she was the demon who had made a contract with Shin Ja-woon. She replied that she was surprised, because she had not yet introduced herself, and he already knew her identity. Shihan thought about it because in her previous life, she didn't sign any contracts and remained lazy, and he replied that he had his own method of obtaining the necessary information. You can see the future or use a skill that allows you to notice important clues. The demoness admitted that she thought he would kill the one with whom she had made a contract. The guy said that he could have done it if he had considered it necessary. Then Azazel asked why he didn't do it, expecting a direct explanation. And pointing to the children, he replied that he was obliged to save them at any cost. The heroine thought, assuming that the reason was related to the contract and its terms. The guy replied that the children had made a contract with a demon, which complicated the situation. Only a contract with a higher-ranking demon can override an existing contract. The demoness thought for a moment and said that she was happy with the situation, since she didn't have to do anything. There were simply a few more servants, and she just needed a maid. The protagonist smiled and noted that she agreed to the proposal too easily. She replied that she was interested in him and would like to be friends with him. She wasn't the only one who became interested, because there were observers flying in the sky. Looking around at everyone, the demoness noticed a familiar figure among the observers. It turned out to be the annoying witch's observer, closely watching what was happening. Shihanu thought for a moment, realizing that the witch knew about her transmission skill but remained silent. Having raised a whirlwind, the demoness said that she needed to return to her contractor. She wished the raven good health and said that they would see each other later. The protagonist exhaled, admitting that he didn't particularly want to meet again. He added that he would now be able to prepare for any possible events. He assigned one raven to her to monitor the situation if necessary. And if they meet again, it will happen during a battle in the Devil's World. In the Devil's World, everyone looked scary, creating a gloomy atmosphere. The Palace of Lust towered towards the sky, its windows glowing red. Inside, the man exhaled, uttering curses that expressed his irritation. He was outraged that Sihan was doing strange things and forcing him to be careful. Who knew that the gods would begin to express dissatisfaction, having too many rights? He exhaled and said that he seemed to have found the right place, assessing the luxurious palace. And I wondered if this palace was really higher than the highest-ranking deity. On the throne sat Mara Papias, the demon of lust, who occupied 6th place in the devil's world. He was surprised to see an interesting visitor who appeared unannounced. Mara stated that he enjoyed the game even without Akertaus's participation. And then he asked what business brought him here at this moment. The man admitted that he came to ask him for an important favor. Mara Papias asked in surprise if he was really going to ask. There was a moment of silence, creating tension between the interlocutors. And Akratos replied that yes, he was indeed going to ask. And then he asked what kind of request the demon was interested in. The man said thank you in surprise, as if he had received unexpected consent. And then he said that he would like to borrow his strength for an important matter. A female silhouette, created by the manifested force, appeared before them. Or rather, it was the power of the one who made a contract with the demon. The skill of resistance to psychological attacks provided protection from influences below a high rank. Shihan thought for a moment, happy that he had the right to choose a high-ranking skill. With a little effort, he can raise the skill to S rank. A question was raised in the gym, directed at Han Ji-soo, asking for possible help. The girl asked in surprise how exactly she could help now, and they sat down on the floor, preparing for the training exercise. After that, Shihanu told her to look at him carefully. She asked shyly if she should just look at him that way. And then he asked to use the Death Star, like last time. Do the same as when the devil tormented people, he asked. The girl exhaled, assuming that he had mastered some strange skill. And then she said that she agreed to try, despite her doubts. Her eyes glowed red, activating her inner power. The system announced that the psychological attack resistance skill has been activated. Jisoo asked if he was okay after the impact. The protagonist replied that he felt fine and asked to enhance his skill. He noted that the Death Star itself is a psychological attack. An ordinary player wouldn't even be able to move under such an impact. This way, he will be able to practice using the skill, improving his control. The guy asked her not to stop and to continue the impact. Some time passed, and Sihan said thank you as he finished his training. The protagonist asked Jisoo if she wanted anything in return. She replied that everything was fine because he had given her the weapon. The protagonist said that he gave the weapon because he promised, and he would need her help for a week. Jisoo unexpectedly quickly agreed, which greatly surprised the hero with her calm and confident behavior. She said that she was ready to do this every day since she had nothing special to do, but she asked for one thing. The girl suggested doing this not in the training room, but in his or her room, just the two of us. Shihanu inquired about the reason, assuming that she was worried about others if they accidentally came in. The hero realized that if Jisoo hit Lin or Snow White, they might get injured. She continued that this would be enough for her and that she did not need anything else. The guy said that from tomorrow on, he would do everything this way, waiting for her in his room or coming to her. 2 months passed, and the quest was run by the publisher himself. So the explanations were polite, and the location was reminiscent of Glastonbury. There was someone there who had seen the third candidate, Sir Arthur, in person and remembered him. The hero noted that he had increased his psychological attack resistance skill to rank S and could now share it. The guy noted that it seemed like everything was gradually starting to improve and become clearer. Lee Min-ah trembled as she admitted that she was nervous and doubted whether she could make it into the top 100. She exhaled and said that she didn't want to participate in the mission, wondering if Hyemi and Ji-sung had entered. The protagonist thought for a moment, realizing that she really wasn't eager to participate, since the tasks weren't bringing her much good. Jisoo asked if she should go to the gathering place if she didn't make it into the top 100. The guy replied that they would decide this later, when they saw the content of the task and understood the conditions. The older brother noted that Jisoo was calm, but he himself was very nervous before the start. The younger one confidently said that everything would be fine with him, since he had prepared the equipment in advance. Smiling, Seihan Woo thought that there was no need to worry about Chang Woo, since he had recently given him a lot of points. The hero noted that Jisoo is very strong, although she herself does not yet fully realize it. He decided on all the participants, choosing himself, Mina-ah, Chan Woo, and Jisoo, 4 in total. And he couldn't leave the children alone, so Mr. Luke, who also needs points, will be with them. The system announced the start of a special task called the Server Competition and asked everyone to remain calm. Lee Min-ah glowed with a soft light, indicating that her transfer had already begun. Then the light enveloped Song Shi-woo, transporting him to the location of the mission. Jisoo remained calm as she waited for the transfer and showed no sign of worry. The main character said with a smile that they would see each other later and also began to disappear. He found himself in the UK, in Glastonbury, where the main action of the mission began. The hero assumed that this was the main field for completing the task. Snow White was surprised, not understanding why she was here since she was playing with Lin. She said she was playing with Lin, but suddenly found herself in this strange place. Shihan guessed that it was similar to the pet system, and she simply followed him. The hero decided that it was necessary to protect her as much as possible under the current conditions. However, she managed to cope by shooting accurately at the enemy behind his back with a horn. The girl apologized sheepishly, explaining that the monster had appeared too suddenly and had frightened her. The protagonist responded with surprise that everything was fine and accepted the situation calmly. She asked if he wanted to say something, but he changed his mind and remained silent. The hero noted that most of the participants had already arrived at the mission location. The girl was surprised to see how many people had gathered around. The guy explained that although few participants were selected, people from other servers came here. The hero noted that the situation was unexpected and required caution. He closed his eyes, using magic to observe what was happening. The hero summoned a black raven to monitor the players and their actions. He saw Li Min-ah fighting with a gorilla, showing off his skills. And Jisoo has already taken down many monsters, acting confidently and quickly. Snow White asked if he would join them, but the hero answered no. He realized that the time had come for the one everyone had been waiting for to appear. A crack appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of all participants. First, a cloth appeared, fluttering in the air above the arena. Then a human silhouette appeared, slowly emerging from the gap. It turned out to be the game master of the English server named Akinen. He greeted the players, introducing himself as the game master of the English server. The man said that everyone was called here for an event quest. He explained that in simple terms, this is a time of bonuses for players. It's something like a gift for representatives of different servers. He said the status window indicated that the quest was a treasure hunt. Items can be found in chests on the ground or in trees. Some items can be obtained by defeating the monster, but you cannot attack the guard. Glastonbury has a dragon as its guardian and must be avoided. Eric Sanders, who had made a contract with the god Apollo, asked for the right to kill the guard. The hero remembered that Eric was an avatar of Apollo and was considered a rival of Kang Jun-sik. He noted that there were likely several of Agagram's people here, including well-known players. The master said that he had heard about Eric and that he had already killed a guard. Eric confirmed with a smile that this was indeed the case. The master added that there is another person among the players who killed the guard. This surprised the hero, making him think about what was said. The master reported that the hero destroyed the fourth guard, and the first three were killed by one player. The guy gritted his teeth, considering what he heard to be complete nonsense. It is impossible to kill 3 guards in a row alone. The master chuckled, saying that it was true, but he would not reveal the identity. He confirmed that there really is a killer of 3 guards among the players. Eric was shocked, not believing what he heard. Snow White asked the hero why he was hiding it, but he answered evasively. The hero thought that this man was throwing words around indiscriminately. The master clapped his hands and continued explaining the rules of the task. He said that the items were hidden all over the area and they needed to be collected. People asked if there are S-rank items among the rewards. The master laughed and said that there was only one S-rank item. It can be worth 50 points, which makes it valuable. Eric asked why there were no SS rank items since they were the most expensive. The master replied that there were no such items, otherwise serious problems would arise. The hero thought, realizing that there would be a fight for items, including S-rank ones. The master said that the server with the most points will receive privileges. That is, double the number of points after completing the task. He noted that simply searching for treasures would be uninteresting, so there are tests. The master reported that various tests and additional tasks had been prepared. The hero remembered his past life and realized that monsters would appear day and night. He knew that additional tasks would be connected to the village nearby. Night monsters are very strong, so you need to be careful. And there are 2 guards here, which complicates the situation. The hero decided to act according to the knowledge from his past life and find the right place. The master said that items cannot be stored in the inventory until returning to the server. He asked if the players knew the reason, hinting at robbery. The master announced the start of the treasure hunt, setting a deadline of 2 weeks. Really curious to see who gets the S-rank item and wish everyone the best of luck.